It is the long history of humankind that those who learn to collaborate and improvise most effectively have prevailed. A fine example of these words is the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, formerly known as the Indian Merchants Chamber. The chamber is the voice of over 200,000 corporates with a combined strength of more than 4,500 members and 220 trade and educational institutions. Identified as a chamber with a global presence, IMC is on the board of the World Chambers Federation and has signed MOUs with the United Nations and more than 150 other chambers of commerce across various countries and government agencies. With the numbers still growing, the IMC has gained the strength to be the undisputed voice of Indian industry.
We are very proud of the fact we therefore represent the cream of the cream industry in this country. On the one hand, we help our members. On the other, we submit recommendations to the government so that they can institute policies which can ease and accelerate the business in India. Our activities include running seminars, holding exhibitions, we host inbound delegations, we take outbound delegations, and we facilitate international trade, which we believe is crucial to India's development.
IMC has spanned over 11 decades. To understand the spirit of IMC, one must go back in time.
Indian Merchants Chamber started in 1907 under the leadership of the visionary Manmohan Das Ramji, the eminent Indian businessman.
The economic policies of the then alien government in India were dictated by associations which had no other interests but to look after the welfare of the colonizers and traders. And it was such associations, uncaring and unfair economic policies that made Indian traders and merchants realize the need to form their own chamber, Indian Merchants Chamber.
These gentlemen of great experience, great patriotism, lent their support, their advice and their knowledge to government in formulating policies.
I want to compliment the IMC on its proactive liaison and advocacy efforts with ministers, senior bureaucrats and civil society. Its repository of accumulated knowledge, its long experience and the cohesion amongst its institutional and corporate members enable the IMC to work very closely with the Indian government on policy matters essential for development and growth.
This was the only chamber whose honorary membership Mahatma Gandhi accepted. Starting with only 23 members, the IMC's membership grew over the years, with many prominent icons of industry as members, as well as parliamentarians and those who later became cabinet ministers. From Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and from Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to Shri Narendra Modi, IMC has the rare honor of visits by almost all the presidents and prime ministers of India. Inaugurated by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel in 1939, this prestigious IMC building stands in the heart of South Mumbai. In 1967, as a memorial for the late Mr. F.E. Dinshaw, a well-equipped commercial and financial library was built. The then Honorable Chief Justice of the Mumbai High Court, Mr. Mohit Shah, inaugurated IMC's International ADR Center.
Cases are pending for years and years. IMC has taken a lead and set up an international ADR center which will cover all alternate dispute resolutions, including reconciliation and mediation.
The IMC Praveen Ravi Gandhi Chair in Banking and Finance was instituted to perpetuate the memories of late Sri Praveen Gandhi, who was a trustee as well as a past president of IMC. The chair serves dual purposes: promote our own National University of Eminence, that is the Mumbai University, and secondly, fulfill the long-felt need as there was no chair for banking and finance in the University of Mumbai.
IMC also has a strong ladies' wing, promoting professional excellence of women entrepreneurs.
In these past years, we have achieved a lot. We have empowered a lot of women from the urban sector. For impact, which we hold on Women's Day, we found that the woman artisan in the rural area is to be celebrated. So we synergized with the urban woman and the rural woman and brought each other into focus.
IMC initiates a number of conferences on topical national interests in various sectors like infrastructure, banking, financial services, aviation, urban development, railways, and many more. IMC also hosts a number of foreign and Indian dignitaries.
IMC approached me to help them get involved in actually creating a startup committee. Our agenda, therefore, was defined as thought leadership, advocacy, and partnerships, and extremely excited to participate with several youngsters from across the state, and we spoke about building companies and entrepreneurship.
A variety of awards have been initiated by IMC to encourage innovation, quality, and development in various fields.
IMC is very proud to have the Ramkrishna Bajaj National Quality Award and the Juran Quality Medal. This we started over 20 years back to get Indian corporates to assist them to be able to focus on quality and compete in the world. I must also mention the IMC Juran Quality Medal, and that is given to an individual. The Ramkrishna Bajaj National Quality Award is for corporates, the most prestigious quality award in the country.
IMC encourages innovation, recognizing outstanding services and accomplishments of organizations and individuals with the Inclusive Innovation Awards.
And there was a reason to create these awards, Inclusive Innovation Awards. See, India needs growth, but it has to be inclusive growth. And for that, you require inclusive innovation, because it is only innovation-led growth that can take India up there.
In terms of social responsibilities, IMC has been active through a number of forums. As India races towards a bright future, the IMC is accentuating its progress with its vital strength and leadership by aligning its aims with those of the governments, ensuring India's transformation to a fully developed economy.
IMC will do everything in its power, and so will its members, to achieve this objective, to put India on that pinnacle which India deserves to be.
Our collective ambition must be to take India, Indian enterprises, and the Indian economy to the top of the global ladder. Let us build a grand coalition of all Indians under the auspices of IMC for building a new India today. IMC will have a big role to play in building and nurturing this partnership.
आप जिस संस्था का हिस्सा है, उसका बहुत ही गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा है। स्वदेशी आंदोलन की पृष्ठभूमि में इसकी स्थापना हुई है, कुछ न कुछ योगदान दिया है, और इसके लिए आपकी संस्था प्रशंसा के पात्र है। आईएमसी मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। धन्यवाद।
of Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution has arrived at the venue. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. आज के इस आयोजन में मंत्री महोदय का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. Can I invite Mr. Sanjay Verma, Secretary West, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, Mr. Neeraj Bajaj, Chairman Bajaj Auto and CMD Mukand Limited, Mr. Anand Singhania, President IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Dinesh Joshi, Chairman IMC International Business Committee, and Mr. Ajit Mangrulkar, Director General IMC, onto the stage, please. A very good morning, everybody. Good morning. It gives me, Manasi, immense delight in extending a hearty welcome to all of you, especially the Honorable Minister, esteemed guests seated on the dais, all you distinguished dignitaries, invitees, and all those who have joined us virtually online for this extremely special event, the inaugural session of IMC India Calling 2023, with the theme, Rising India, Inviting Partnership for Growth. A platform to network, explore opportunities, establish collaboration under the aegis of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav at a most opportune time when India holds the G20 presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is supported by the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, and Anand Rathi Group, along with Mitchell USA, Camlin, and JK Enterprises. Title sponsors are Reliance Industries Limited. With those words, the inauguration will be done in keeping with the Indian tradition. भारतीय परंपरा के अनुसार दीप प्रज्वलित कर इस आयोजन का उद्घाटन होगा. I will request our Chief Guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, to please do us the honors. Request all the dignitaries from the dais to kindly join in. Deepena lokana jayati, deepastejo mayaha smritaha, chaturvarga pradodeepan, tasmat deep yajet priye. This couplet in Sanskrit translates, the lamp is luminous, its radiance grants victory, its light imparts dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, that is, righteousness, prosperity, pleasure, and finally, emancipation. This is the significance of lighting a lamp, and hence, a lamp should be lit. Lamp, as we know, is also a symbol of knowledge, learning, and wisdom. जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं, दीप ज्ञान का प्रतीक होता है और इसीलिए दीप प्रज्वलित करना चाहिए. यादगार पल हम सभी के लिए कैद हो रहे हैं कैमरा में. Moments to be treasured in the form of a photograph. Can we have a group picture, please, at the lamp? धन्यवाद. समारोह का उद्घाटन हो चुका है. मैं सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों से विनती करती हूं अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. So the lamp being lit, the function being inaugurated, I will request all the dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais while I call upon Mr. Anand Singhania, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for the welcome address.
Thank you, Mansi. Honorable Shri Piyush Goyal ji, the Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, respected Shri Sanjay Verma ji, Secretary West, Ministry of External Affairs, respected Shri Neeraj Bajaj, Chairman of Bajaj Auto, Chairman and Managing Director of Mukund Limited, past President and Governor of the Indian Merchant Chambers. Shri Dinesh Joshi, Chairman IMC International Business Committee, Shri Ajit Mangrulkar, Director General IMC, diplomats, distinguished guests in the audience here in person and who have joined online, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry and my own, I present compliments and welcome and extend our grateful thanks to our Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, respected Sanjay Verma ji and Shri Neeraj Bajaj ji for gracing us with this august presence and to address the flagship India Calling Conference 2023 of the Chamber, which incidentally it's in its 24th year. I also welcome all the distinguished guests. Thank you all for joining us for this day-long conference. I'm happy to inform that diplomats and corporates from over 30 countries have joined and shall join during the course of the day. I extend a very warm welcome to each one of them. India has indeed arrived on a global stage as a power to reckon with. It's the bright spot of the world economy, growing at over 6% in GDP terms. The opportunity is immense, given its market size, burgeoning middle class, rapid urbanization, its growing influence in international affairs, and geopolitical necessity for exploring alternate supply chain. A lot of global companies have found India as a place where they should be. Where else can global firms find 500,000 new engineers each year? The rich demographic dividend of a young population delivers huge opportunities towards employment, consumption growth, and rapid development down the information highway. Besides, change is easier to implement with the young minds. A little over 3 years ago, no one had heard of COVID. A little over a year ago, there was no war between Russia and Ukraine. However, things changed rapidly, and thankfully, COVID is hopefully behind us. Thanks largely, at least for India, with the large production base and our ability to vaccinate over 1 billion Indians with 2.2 billion doses in such a quick time. It's really commendable what India has achieved. India is now the 5th largest nation by GDP, up from 10th place since 2014, 10th to 5th. Yes, we have grown exponentially. The reasons for growth are obvious for all there to see. A set of digital services have rolled out by the government that link ordinary Indians to their digital identity. Such indigenousness tech initiatives is causing the cost of technology to drop. This and the conducive ecosystem of India has transformed the startup scene in India, making India the world's 3rd largest startup hub. From creating 1 unicorn per year, we've moved to 42 unicorns in 2021. India was ranked 146 in the world with data consumption. In 10 years, we are number 1. We consume more than America and Europe put together. Another area is the success of UPI, that is clocking over 10 billion transactions a month. Coupled with the 500 million Jan Dhan accounts and the 1.2 billion Aadhaar citizen biometric identification program which has put India on the radar of every country. Truly, India is calling. There's a lot of investment rush into renewable energy. Recently, with the government committed to move towards renewable energy, rapidly growing solar installation, and is pioneering green hydrogen. This, plus the government subsidy of $26 billion, has made India an attractive destination for manufacturing, and Western governments are keen to forge defense and technology collaborations. Today's conference will discuss opportunities for both domestic and international players in the manufacturing sector in a session on Make in India, in the defense sector, in the urban and real estate sectors as well. Apart from this, India, having taken over the presidency of the G20, we have a roundtable of G20 country diplomats. This roundtable will involve discussion on potential for cooperation in areas like climate change, create resilient global value chains, and logistics, SDG goals, and trade and investment. Post-lunch, we have the honor of the addresses by Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Shri Sabanand Sonowal ji, Srimati Darshaben Jardosh, and over and above that, we have Amitabh Kant, the G20 Sherpa, who has kindly agreed to give his thoughts on India's presidency. We also have Shri Anurag Jain, Secretary, Road Transport and Highways, and Joint Secretaries from the MEA in sessions during the conference. Finally, I would like to say there's no emerging market as attractive, as sustainable for a potential investor like India. So I welcome you to Rising India, inviting partnership for growth. Once again, I'd like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais, in the audience, online. Thanks in advance to our distinguished speakers who will enlighten us during the course of the day. A special thanks to our sponsors, Reliance Industries, Anand Rathi, Michelle USA, JK Enterprises, Prime Urban, Satyagiri Ventures, Universal Business, Kit Partners, Kyokyo Camlin, and TrueFit Hill, and our knowledge partner, PwC, for their support. Thanks to the media, online, print, and social media for covering the event before and after. And thanks to our few of our mentors, our past president, Mr. Rajiv Podar, Nayan Patel, our chairman of the International Business Committee, Dinesh Joshi, our co-chairs, Saurabh Shah and Uday Shanghani, and the entire IBC team, which has been fully geared up with the IMC Secretariat headed by Mr. Ajit Mangolkar, Sanjay Mehta, and Sheetal Kalro. Besides, our Delhi office has been very active with Vipul Srivastav and team, and Vanita, and everyone behind this full event. Thank you very much. Look forward to a very exciting day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singhania, for the initial remarks and also for aligning us with the day's agenda. I will now request Mr. Dinesh Joshi, Chairman, IMC International Business Committee, for the introductory address.
Respected Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Sanjay Verma ji, Secretary West, Ministry of External Affairs, Shri Neeraj Bajaj ji, Chairman and MD Mukund Limited, Chairman Bajaj Auto Limited, and our Governor, Shri Anand Singhania, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Shri Ajit Mangrulkar, Director General, IMC, our governors, past presidents, dignitaries and diplomats from various countries, and friends. Namaskar. On behalf of IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I welcome you all to the 24th year of India Calling Conference. IMC Chamber has been hosting this event for the past 24 years successfully to invite and attract investments in India from the Indian diaspora and international investors. Today, I am pleased to present the theme for the conference, which is Rising India, Inviting Partnership for Growth. This theme is a reflection of the exponential growth and rise of India in terms of investments, trade, collaborations, and strengthening stronger diplomatic relations with several nations which the country has achieved under the able leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Under his leadership, India has seen several transformative reforms which have developed many partnerships. Made in India, Gati Shakti, Atmanirbhar Bharat, digitization, and many more, which has put us on a high pedestal globally. India is now the 5th largest economy in the world, growing at a very rapid pace. I would like to mention what the IMF MD, Ms. Kristalina Georgina, said recently. I quote, "India, a bright spot in an uncertain global economy," unquote. We have now emerged as one of the favorable investment destinations attracting global talent. The successful digitization program of the government has made us create the best digital infrastructure in which the world has adapted to the digital economy. We have seen huge investments in field of roads and highways. The road ministry got a hike of 36% in the budgetary allocation from 1.9 lakh crores to 2.7 lakh crores for 23-24. Similarly, we have seen ambitious projects coming up in ports, railways, and airports. Under the Make in India initiative, India has turned out to be one of the most favored manufacturing hubs. And to give an example, our smartphone import was 12 billion in 2015 with practically zero exports. Turn 2022, we have exports of 90,000 crores of smartphones. Centers of excellence are being set for manufacture of electronic, pharma, textile, and solar products. That's the success story of Make in India. India has made considerable progress in sectors such as defense, space, hydrogen energy, and fintech. This is the true Amrit Kal. Our exports have touched a high of $770 billion in FY23, which is a 14% jump in a short period of time, thanks to various initiatives by Honorable Shri Piyush Goyal ji. We have signed various FTAs to enhance trade and commerce. The best example is the CEPA with UAE, which was signed in a period of 88 days only. And so this would not have been possible had you not steered the discussion. The CEPA will create new record of around $115 billion in oil and non-oil trade within 5 years. Many more cooperation agreements, for example, the ECTA, which is the Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement with Australia, is on the cards. Along with that, many more FTAs are likely to be signed. As the India Calling has entered in its 24th year, we plan to have a Silver Jubilee celebration next year in your presence, sir. We are grateful to you for always supporting this flagship event of the Chamber. Before I request Shri Neeraj Bajaj ji to deliver his address, I would like to thank once again all our dignitaries on the dais and in the audience for being present and to have traveled from various parts of the world. I wish you all a fruitful day. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi, for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now move on to addresses by guests of honor, beginning with Mr. Neeraj Bajaj, Chairman, Bajaj Auto Limited and CMD, Mukan Limited.
Thank you. Chief guest, our dynamic Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. It's a long list. Guest of honor, Sri Sanjay Verma, Secretary West, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Mr. Anand Singhania, President IMC. Dinesh Joshi, Chairman IMC International Business Committee. Ajit Mangrulkar, Director General IMC. Indian and foreign diplomats and distinguished delegates from India and countries across the world in online attendance. Thank you, Piyush ji, for your presence. May I remind Piyush ji that in the IMC centenary year, 2007-8, when I was president of IMC, he obliged us and came to South Africa to speak at the India Calling conference there. At the outset, I congratulate IMC for continuing to take lead in promoting India to businesses across the world. I know that IMC has been doing this for the last 24 years. When India's GDP was around $460 billion and FDI was around $2,500 million. We all know where India stands today in terms of GDP and in terms of foreign direct investment. The fifth largest economy in nominal terms and has attracted around $850 billion in foreign direct investment in the last 22 years. This itself shows that India is increasingly seen by industries and business around the world as a highly preferred place to do business with and invest in. One of the key drivers of growth is the partnership between industry and the government. It is driving innovation, creating jobs, and promoting inclusive growth. These partnerships can bring together the best of both worlds, the expertise and resources of the private sector and the vision and guidance of the government. From the time when importing a hard disk required to get a license to the National Single Window System, the NSWS, a digital platform to guide you in identifying and applying for approvals according to your business requirements across the states of India. A commendable initiative by the Government of India, of which Honorable Minister present here has been the chief architect. In addition, the implementation of measures such as productivity-linked incentive schemes, PM Gati Shakti, GIS Map Land Bank, several major reforms, opening up of most sectors with favorable government policies in most sectors, including upcoming sectors such as defense manufacturing, real estate, urban development, airports, ports, infrastructure projects, and research, has made India an attractive destination for foreign direct investment. The Government of India is avowedly focused on promoting India as a manufacturing hub and safe place to do business. India's diplomatic missions are actively helping to strengthen bilateral trade and investment. The most important factor that I would like all potential foreign investors present here and have joined online is its huge market and growing middle class, broadband penetration, great talent pool, and above all, political stability and focused efforts of the government to continue to improving ease of doing business and a resilient economy. Despite the setback due to the pandemic during the last over 2 years, the economy is firmly back on track and has been the fastest growing amongst large economies. This is thanks to calibrated measures taken by the government of India during the pandemic. India's manufacturing sector has the potential to create millions of jobs and contribute significantly to the country's GDP. The government's Make in India initiative, which aims to promote manufacturing in the country, and the PLI scheme for specific sectors are some policy measures to boost manufacturing in India. The scheme is set to unlock manufacturing capacity, boost exports, reduce import dependence, and create jobs for both skilled and unskilled labor. Among so many initiatives taken by the government, we welcome the launch of the National Logistics Policy 2022 to create an overarching logistics ecosystem for lowering the cost of logistics and bringing it on par with other developed countries. While the global inflation remains stubborn, inflation in India has eased to below tolerance level of 6%. The Indian banking and financial system has remained robust despite recent setback for banks in USA and Switzerland. The states of India are actively engaging with foreign companies to set up offices and manufacturing facilities in their states and making industrial policies such that would make establishing factories an attractive proposition. And India offers unprecedented opportunities for foreign direct investment and make India a hub for manufacturing and other allied industries as well as for service industries. I am witness to India's transformation to a land of abundant opportunities and having a government committed towards improving overall ecosystem for growth of business and industry. I invite business and industry from across the world participating in this conference to come to India to explore, establish, and expand your operations in India for the global market. The Rising India is inviting you for partnership in growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bajaj, for sharing your thoughts this morning. I will now invite our other guest of honor, Mr. Sanjay Verma, Secretary West, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to address us.
Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal, President IMC, Shri Joshi, Shri Bajaj, my friend Ajit, former presidents of IMC, Consul Generals, Deputy Consul Generals, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by expressing that it is such a pleasure to be back home in Mumbai. And it takes me back about 4 decades ago when I was a young student in Jain College. And I would frequently visit IMC because as Saurabhji Godrej, as the head president of the Indian Council of World Affairs, used your premises for lectures on foreign policy. So the foreign policy bug had bitten me long before I joined the foreign service. So today is, in a sense, repaying a debt to IMC for lending out premises and giving respect to students. And the moral of the story is treat students well, because you don't know, someday they'll come back and pay you in double. It is also extremely kind of IMC to invite me, and I see it as a representation of the Ministry of External Affairs to be here. We are a primary stakeholder in the journey, in the partnership. I think the key word here today is partnership. But let me do some honest talking here. I was ambassador in Madrid in 21, and when diktat came from the minister that in financial year 21-22, the exports have to be $400 billion. And I can tell you my initial reaction was, what? We would have been happy looking at 300. I said, from where is this figure coming? What are these bosses in Delhi thinking and doing? How is it going to be possible? But I think stretching what is possible is happening in India today. And sometimes bureaucrats live in a world of complacency, and a knock on the head by political imagination is needed. And as all of you might know, that the next target is $2 trillion before the decade ends. And we are confident. We are confident that with the kind of energy which is flowing into the Indian political establishment, the commercial establishment, and bureaucracy together, $2 trillion would be easily achieved. Now let me try and add some value to this morning's conversation. This is about partnerships. The partnership, some of you may remember the TV show Indian Matchmaking. Well, we need to do some matchmaking ourselves, and that matchmaking has to be between chambers, IMC in this case in particular, Indian mission and posts overseas, and I cannot overemphasize the fact the consul generals present here, the trade officers present here. This is a trinity which needs to work in partnership. I will talk more about that later. Some larger realities. There is extreme goodwill for India today compared to any time in the past. The domestic engine is kicking. There is consolidation. We will have to prepare for black swan events overseas. If we are looking for the same benign global macroeconomic climate which flowed 91, 92 till 2000, 2008, we would be lucky if we get that same kind of optimism internationally. But within those limitations, the challenges, we will have to create space on whether it is securing supply lines or getting into the act of making new standards, weaving a way through new protectionist non-tariff barrier policies, etc. But that will be achieved because many of these are artificial constraints, and as India has a declared intention of reforming multilateralism, both politically and financially, I think we will try, the Government of India will try and ease that path to the extent we can. Let me share some experience of Indian missions when we deal with our enterprises, our corporations, when they take part in international events, exhibitions, etc. In our understanding, we need to give more time to prepare for participation in foreign events, meetings, etc. More lead time, get professional in your presentation, in the language of the country in which you're proposing to sell, try and meet packaging standards, information in the labeling, animal-friendly products, environment-friendly products. It is an easy temptation to use only your diaspora to forward your relations. That is good, but looking right is not always the right fit. So if you have local offices overseas, empower your local offices because their understanding of local laws and regulations is going to be much more than yours. Secondly, I think we sometimes accuse or allege foreigners for having a very limited understanding of India or looking at India from a past lens. Well, we ourselves are guilty of using stereotypical understanding of the world. Let me give the example of Eastern Europe. We continue to see it as an offshoot of Soviet Union and having been trapped in that same ecosystem. Now look at Poland. Poland and Czechoslovakia. Now I'm giving this example is because you would say Poland, well, Poland is average income is 80% of Western Europe's, but its living costs are about 30 to 40% lesser than Western Europe. Productivity is high, it's a large country, there is tremendous potential there. Czech Republic, you may not look at it directly, but please realize that, for example, the Czech-German trade figures are $130 billion every year, of which Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic exports about $75 billion. So the German exports are increasingly dependent on supply lines coming out of small countries like Czechoslovakia. I keep going back to the Czech Republic. So please review on how you see countries. Small is not small. Recently I had Foreign Office consultations with Iceland. Iceland has 300,000 people population, but surprise, surprise, they have 12 companies from Iceland working in India successfully. And so sometimes I feel we should make the Icelandic companies the poster boys of investing into India. So small, don't ignore the small. Don't be condescending because the niche technologies, the new financial tech approaches to the world lie in countries like Estonia and Iceland and Finland, etc. So let me close this chapter here. Coming back to the partnership aspect, you need to push our missions more. It's an open secret that Indian embassies and consulates are today evaluated on how much they are promoting economic relations, trade, investments, etc. They're geared to receive your queries. Take them along because they will help you understand and negotiate not only the local economic and commercial climate, but also an understanding of the politics. Don't leave the politics to the end. Your companies, your investments overseas needs to take the ESG and CSIR very, very seriously. See yourselves as being part of the template overseas when you go. It cannot be a quick U-turn having made, got your returns and turning back. Look at long-term relationships. Let me conclude by saying that, dhanda, the word dhanda is always used in the Mumbai context. The larger Indian story in the last 15 odd years is that we have tried to formalize the economy than any time in the past. The informal sector is shrinking, and that is a success, whether it's demonetization or rationalization of the tax structure, etc. But the organized sector, that is you also have to reinvent yourself. Dhanda as usual will not do. Look at the new standards overseas, the new environment-related requirements, etc. Be prepared for that. We, in the different Indian embassies and consulates, are there to support you. With this, I conclude my remarks, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Secretary Sir, for your valuable insights. I will now request the Chief Guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, to address us.
Thank you very much, Anand, for that warm welcome. Sanjay ji, I didn't know you were from, you studied in Mumbai, you've been in Jain College. I've also studied in Jain College. Only I was not allowed entry into IMC. Rambhai did not allow me to come in there. Neeraj bhai, it's great to see you after nearly, 6-8 months this time. Smiling as ever and full of energy, bringing energy to industry, bringing energy to social causes, and of course bringing me a lot of energy with your friendship. Thank you very much for being with me. Dinesh, I remember the good times we've had with Dad, and truly nice to see you full and active in the organization. Ajit, thank you for giving leadership to bringing IMC into the centerfold. I'm amongst friends. You spoke about homecoming. For me, this is more than home. This is family. I recount all the good times I've had with everybody in the room. I can't go down the room taking names. I'll have to start and finish my address. But wherever I'm looking, whether it's Shekhar Bhai or Mr. Devra, whether it's Deepak or MK, Mark, every one of you are friends from so many years. Good to see you, Mahendraji. We have Mahesh here, we have Dandekarji, Tanil Bhai, Gul, Mr. Godrej, I can just, Anandji, and I go back. Incidentally, Anandji was the first person to send me a letter from Rayon, Indian Rayon. As soon as I finished my chartered accountancy and the results came out, I think within an hour or two I received Mr. Anand Rathi's letter offering me a job in Indian Rayon. Thank God I didn't take that. Rambhai, your leadership of IMC has truly been phenomenal, and the passion with which you've continued the tradition of IMC. I know it's for you. It's not just an organization. It's a labor of love, and we all feel blessed to have you as our leader in IMC. And I'm saying our because I'm very much a part of IMC. Suresh bhai, the more I can thank you, it'll still be less. At this age, the textile sector is blessed to have him as our leader. And I'm sure Mr. Patodia or Vijay ji, everybody will agree with me on that. Even today, when we have our textile advisory group meetings on cotton particularly, if it's in Mumbai, Suresh bhai will be with us. If it's outside Mumbai, we just had one in Rajkot barely a week ago. And you know my meetings are long. For those of you who've had the unfortunate reason to be a part of any of my meetings, we go into a lot of detail and we do a lot of open discussions. Suresh bhai is there throughout. On the video call, he's participating attentively to every single word being spoken, and we really are privileged to have your leadership in the textile sector, Suresh bhai. And I can keep going on and on. Nayan is there, Mr. Kanodia. I hope all are good at home. I haven't met the family, both the families, for quite some time now. So I can't just go on. I can just go on recounting the lovely times I've had being an integral part of IMC and the good times we've all had in Mumbai. Truly the financial and commercial capital, but also the fun capital of India. Thank you, all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for joining India Calling on this Saturday morning. I came in late last night and enjoyed my tea at the waterfront this morning. So really, my apologies, I didn't make it for the breakfast, but we'll interact after this session a little bit. Friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Very appropriate subject this morning. where we are looking at a rising India, reflecting the speed and pace with which collectively all of us are determined for a better future for India. And as we all recognize, it cannot happen unless we all work with that spirit of partnership, together, collaborating with each other, cooperating with each other, of course, competing with each other also. It's great to see that competitive spirit that encourages much better outcomes, much more focus, both in government and in the industry sector. For us in government, we get encouraged when we see industry progressing, industry doing well. As I was walking in, I think it was Mahesh who was mentioning that the sector, financial sector is doing very well. I know for a fact that Bajaj is doing very well. Anandji, I think it's the finance sector would only do well when there's prosperity all around and there's a spirit of positivity. And that spirit of positivity, which truly starts from Mumbai, is infectious. It transcends borders, and today, India's spirit of positivity has gone across the world. Yesterday and day before, over the last 2 days, and Secretary West will be happy to know about this, I've been having extensive discussions with the Chief of the Cabinet of the European Union, formal and informal. And I must share with all of you friends that every single geography in the world, maybe save and except one or two northern neighbors, has so much hope and expectation from India that it could sometimes be quite daunting. The expectations of India from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as the Italian Prime Minister said, actually every survey only confirms that he's the most loved leader in the world today. In fact, the Commerce Secretary of US, Gina Raimondo, has still not got over her visit to India. Apart from all the wonderful things she had to say about Indian business and all of you and the people of India while she was here, she continues to exude so much positivity and enthusiasm about the US-India partnership and is truly committed to making the state visit of the Honorable Prime Minister to the United States a grand success, that she's literally doing a VC with me every week or 10 days. What more can we add as deliverables to make the Prime Minister's visit a grand success, a big story, a big message to the world about the partnership, the togetherness that the rising India reflects in the world today. In fact, my teams are so stretched who are negotiating free trade agreements or comprehensive economic partnerships that we have some teams, some lead negotiators, some, in fact, even a chief negotiator who's literally moonlighting with a discussion happening in the morning, another even in the later half of the day, some in person, some over video conferencing. A lot of backup and background work needs to be done before every engagement. And all of this with a deep focus to ensure that we protect the best interests of India, Indian business, the people of India. Huge consultative process that we engage in before we do any partnership. The amount of meetings I've had with FAM, for example, I see Rasesh there, we were in college together with the president of FAM, or every organization. With IMC, I've had huge engagements on the chemical industry. Many of our members in IMC are with the chemical industry, with the textile sector. It's been truly a wonderful journey in not only economic prosperity for the people of India, but also what the Prime Minister has often recounted. India reflects the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. We are not selfish about progress or prosperity for India alone. For us, true prosperity comes when the whole world prospers. For us, the lives of every Indian matters very deeply. But Vaccine Maitri engages with the less developed countries or the developing world, the poorer countries, and takes 278 million vaccine doses, most of them free, to such countries, our neighbors, the Pacific nations, the Caribbean nations, the African nations, because India cares. While we administer 2.2 billion doses and make India safe, we also wish to see the world safe. As we progress our economy, and I'm sure everyone on this room is committed to the Panch Pran that Prime Minister Modi articulated in his Independence Day address on 15th August, when the nation was celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, reflecting on all the good things that have happened in the country, but also planning for the next 25 years, our Amrit Kal. This is not possible unless all of us work with a spirit of togetherness. One of his Panch Pran was the unity and integrity of India. This is just not possible unless it has the collective commitment, the sense of duty of 140 crore Indians. We will never become a prosperous or a developed nation unless we unshackle ourselves from the colonial mindset some of us still unfortunately live in. We will not be able to take prosperity to every single Indian, 140 crore Indians, unless we recognize and realize that our rich history, our tradition, our family value systems, our culture, our heritage is a phenomenal legacy which can drive our country to greater heights. The vision of a developed India will be near impossible unless the two other subtexts which he added to his Panch Pran are also recognized and taken forward. The Nari Shakti of India, women's power, and a Bhrashtachar Mukt Bharat, an India where we can eliminate corruption. Corruption at all levels, big or small. And that is possible when all of us make it our collective mission in life. When all of us go hand in hand, take the country forward with every step, every single day that each one of us takes. And once we all decide that we are going to be a developed nation by 2047. In fact, even on a business as usual case, I see India to be a $35 trillion economy by 2047. Even on a business as usual case. In fact, when we were looking at what we can do and what could be an aspirational goal, as Secretary Mr. Verma just mentioned, for the nation, in one of my Startup Advisory Council meetings in Bengaluru, and I had some top startups, some top unicorns, some top venture capital financiers or startup financing ecosystem players in that meeting at the Taj in Bengaluru. And when I was explaining why I feel we will be a $35 trillion economy. And why I'm still unsatisfied, and I believe we can aim for more. I remember a lady sitting on my right, and she was rightfully sitting on my right, because she was right when she said, Mr. Goyal, if we are looking at India at 2047, she must be from the finance world. I don't even, I've never met her before, I've never met her since. That's the only time. I don't know how she was there in that room, because she's not a member of the advisory council also. Must have been a local invitee from Bangalore. But sitting on my right, she made the right comment when she said, Mr. Goyal, when we are looking at India at 2047, the least we can do is aim for a $47 trillion economy. And we have to make up our mind. Every single young person in this room who's going to live this journey of Amrit Kal, probably with a greater probability than some of us, Anant will be a part of that journey, certainly longer than us. Ajit, you will be there. Dinesh, you will be there. I'm excluding me 3 old foggies from the... We'll be a part of the journey till our last breath. But I'm sure if we all decide that this is one journey that's going to be defining our lives, if we all decide that we will absorb these 5 pran plus the 2, recognize, respect this big vision for the country, I personally believe there's no way we will not achieve our goal. I recall the 400 billion target was not out of the top of my hat, I can assure you. It was a well thought out strategy behind it, even before we discussed with all the missions abroad. The Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, led from the front. I still recall the very famous interaction, and I think Manojji, you were there in that. Maybe some of you other members would have been on that meeting. Some in person in Delhi, most online through VC, because we were still just coming out of COVID. On 6th of August 2021, when the Prime Minister engaged with nearly 180 missions across the world and mission heads, engaged with industry associations, engaged with all our export promotion councils, engaged with different sectoral organizations, heard them, heard their expectations from the government, listened intently to each of the business leaders articulating their point of view, and then gave this clarion call that we should aim big. We have the capability, we have the talent and skill, we have friendships across the world, we have collaborations with business and industry, enduring many of them for over 100 years, with companies working in India from all over the world and Indian companies who have operations around the world, many of them for decades, if not some who have spent more than 100 years across geographies. And he concluded at the end of the engagement with a strong message, which I think truly excited or ignited that confidence, that spirit amongst all of us, that kind of encouraged us to think big. And as they say, unless you aim high, it's okay to aim high and maybe fail a little bit. But it's not acceptable to aim low and achieve those low expectations. Clearly, we as a nation should be making very, very ambitious, as they say, big, hairy, audacious goals. Goals beyond the ordinary. Because it's always the ordinary people who give extraordinary results. And we have it in all of us, in each one of us, to give that extraordinary result that the nation, that our young boys and girls, our children, the next generation expects from us. Most of us in this room are captains of industry, leaders of society. It's incumbent on each one of us to pick up these ambitious agendas, contribute in various ways. It's not necessarily each one of us has to contribute only to the business world. I know many of us in this room have huge stakes, huge commitments to social causes. Many of us in this room here are contributing, if I may say, some journalists contributing to keep probity in public life and keep all of us well informed. We have somebody like M.K. Chauhan who's helping build the management pool and the talent pool that India is so proud of today. We have Mark who's helping improve the logistics ecosystem so that we just got our world ranking in logistics and a further improvement. We used to be 54, we are now in our 30s, hope to be even better. Every international ranking reflects a resurgent India, rising India. And I think India Calling, with which I've been deeply associated now for more than, or nearly about 20 years, since we started in Nanik Rupaniji's time. Why is he not here? Oh, I'm missing Nanik actually today. But over 20 years, I think India Calling has played a very, very important role in igniting that animal spirit year on year. But looking at the world situation as I see it today, looking at 4 ministers from the EFTA countries, Norway, Switzerland, Liechtenstein and Iceland, literally wooing me for the last 2 years to start or launch negotiations for an economic partnership. Looking at my discussions over the last 2 days with European Union and the expectation that we can come out with a win-win solution and give and take, with a spirit of give and take, come to an agreed conclusion. Seeing the feedback I get from my negotiators who are currently in UK, having another round of discussions on an FTA with UK, considering the fact that next week I will be in Canada, along with many of, thank you, Consul. Considering that on the 8th I'm with Mary NG, my very, very dear sister who's the Trade Minister of Canada. And I tell you, a votary of women equality and how, gender justice evangelist. Considering the meetings we're going to have amongst 14 countries, with the US leading from the front, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, later this in May in Detroit, where we are progressing on different pillars of cooperation between all of us to keep the Indo-Pacific safe, secure, open. Considering, and I'm not even able to complete, there's so many more engagements. The GCC also looking at expanding our UAE partnership to the rest of the 5 other countries so that the GCC and India could also have a CEPA. And then within the GCC, individual nations saying if that's going to take time, let's do it bilaterally first, just like you did with the UAE. Some of the Latin American countries talking to us to expand or enter into a comprehensive partnership. the Mauritius minister. I had about 16 trade ministers meet me in the month of March alone. I'll take the April count after the month ends. I'm just sharing all this with you, friends. The world has high hopes that trust Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his leadership to deliver. And Prime Minister Modi trusts each one of you to help us deliver so that India calling will need to re-Christian itself as the world calling India in the years to come. Today it's an international calling that we need to take forward. I was almost tempted to say celebrate, but I think we'll leave the celebrations for 2047 when we celebrate 100 years of India's independence after the Amrit Kal, as a nation which will be at the forefront, at the vanguard of prosperity for every Indian, an inclusive growth, and a sustainable future for India, so that we can leave behind for the next generation a better planet, a better world than the one we inherited. So that India is at the forefront of this fight against climate change, showing the world the path, a path which was not discovered after Al Gore, Vice President Al Gore came out with the inconvenient truth, a path which every Indian knew for thousands of years, because we in India respected nature. We in India recognized the importance of protecting nature. We in India were conscious of our responsibilities or intergenerational equity, so that we were never ever greedy about prosperity for ourselves, but always looked at prosperity of the world. After all, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is not something we coined for the G20. It is not that today we are talking of one earth, one family, one future. It's ingrained in every Indian since birth. It's ingrained in our rich culture and tradition that we've inherited. Our parents and their parents and generations of Indians have respected nature. We even worship the sun, the moon, the air, fire, water, living and non-living organisms, rivers, oceans, trees, animals. We recognize biodiversity, we recognize the important role every element of nature has in our lives and in the collective future of the world. For us, it comes naturally. I don't know about you, Neeraj Bhai, but as a child, if I ever left the room keeping a tube light, and we had tube lights much before Prime Minister Modi brought the LED revolution to India, or the fan on when I left the room, my God, I would have got a smack on my face. My mother wouldn't have been lenient, you're wasting electricity. And then, though it's your territory, I shouldn't be complaining about the geography under you. But I still recall probably in 15 or 16 when I was handling power and renewable energy and coal, by the way, all three. And they have a great deep connect, each one of them. And I was in Washington for a conference called by the then Secretary of State, John Kerry, who's a very, very dear friend. I think we are meeting in April also. He's here, I think it's in April. So we are meeting in April. Very dear friend. But I remember him calling me to Washington for a conference on clean energy financing and to discuss how we are going to progress on sustainability. And in the morning I got up, I was taking a walk. I was staying at, which is the hotel next to W? The one where the word lobbyist was coined. Willard. I was at the Willard International. That's the hotel where the word lobbyists was coined because it's 2 buildings away from the White House. And all the lobbyists used to be sitting in that lobby and lobbying for public policy. Thank God you guys have no more any reason to come to Delhi for public policy changes. In fact, you're not welcome to Delhi. And I mean it. In my 9 years, I've not allowed any corporate consultant to come and meet me. No public policy advocacy persons are allowed to come and meet me. Unless sometimes, unfortunately, you bring your guy with you in the meeting. I'm happy to meet with each one of you. No offense meant for the public policy guys though. They are doing their job. But that job is over in India now. But coming back to the story, while I was taking my walk in Washington, D.C., across the White House, every street light was on. And it was bright, sunny morning. Bright sun. And every street light was on. And they didn't have LED lights in the US, I can tell you that. So the power consumption would have been huge. And in the course of the seminar and the discussions during that day, I said this to the people assembled. And they said, but sir, we have to use our electricity, so we have to keep it on. So it is India which understands sustainability. It is India which understands circular economy. It is India which understands you can't waste. We have to reduce waste. We have to have recycling of whatever is there as a byproduct. And ladies and gentlemen, for us, sustainability comes naturally. And I would invite all our friends from industry, from business world, to take this positive message to the world, to show the world what India is doing to make the world a safer place to live in. To take with confidence the India story so that we can expand our international engagements. The 2 trillion target by 2030 is eminently doable. And unless we do that, we won't be able to dream for a prosperous India. And that will be our collective vision, our collective mission. And Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi is committed to prepare the foundation, the building blocks. It's been a 9-year journey, and a journey which has truly shown to the world that the resilience that India has in the face of so much adversity, in the face of so much uncertainty, the challenges the world is facing. India is that bright spot, that beacon of hope, the country with the largest delta of opportunity in the future. Imagine from a $3.5 trillion economy as we progress to a 35, 40 or thereabout economy in the next 25 years. Show me any other business opportunity, any other place in the world which can reflect this kind of business opportunity in an open, free, transparent economy, a democratic political system, a decisive leadership with a Prime Minister who can amaze the Commerce Secretary of the US with his amazing understanding of technology. I'm just quoting her words. And with the deep sensitivity that a leader of India requires, a sensitivity which has been reflected in every one of his actions. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the morning, we'll be having the 100th episode of Man Ki Baat, a half-an-hour dialogue that he has over radio every Sunday without a break. There's not been a single Sunday, wherever he may have been in the world. Sharp 11 o'clock, Sunday morning, the Prime Minister is on our radio, on our television screens, though it's a radio broadcast, in a completely non-political engagement. Not a word of politics over 99 episodes. And you can imagine how difficult it is for somebody like steeped into politics like all of us are, to be able to converse with the people of India 99 times, week on week, consistently, giving a message of confidence, giving a message of hope, showing the rich cultural and diversity of India and richness of everything Indian, talking about a proud nation, talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-reliant India, giving out success stories or instances which will encourage and maybe light the fire in each one of us, talking about the aspirations of a young India, the aspirations for a better quality of life, the aspirations for a better future for our children, talking about an artisan in Manipur or the fisherman in Kerala. All of this to encourage and bring out the passion in each one of us, bring out that fire to deliver and contribute to a developed nation. Friends, I think I'm exceeding my time, but truly a wonderful opportunity to be with all of you. I'm staying back. I'm going to be at the Man Ki Baat along with thousands of Mumbaikars at Kandivali tomorrow. If any of you is interested, you are able to join. I warmly welcome you. I'll be there from 10 o'clock. Meeting with people, taking a feedback, understanding the sentiment. But I know that the love and affection that the people of India have given to Prime Minister Modi only encourage him and empower him to deliver more, to work harder, and as he guides each one of us, if you put in X hours of work in a day, I promise you, he says, I will put in 1 hour more than whatever you'll work. And that drives us. Thank you very much and all the best to all of you. God bless you.
I thank the Honorable Minister for addressing this august gathering on this highly significant occasion. Time now for presentation of mementos by Mr. Anand Singhania, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to the Chief Guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. Kindly accept this as a token of respect and love. Let us have a resounding of claps, ladies and gentlemen, to commemorate this moment. That indeed was a very, very kind and sweet gesture by the Honorable Minister. Thank you. And now, our guest of honor, Mr. Sanjay Verma, Secretary West, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. So please accept this as a token of gratitude. And Mr. Neeraj Bajaj, Chairman Bajaj Auto Limited and CMD Mukund Limited. Vote of thanks will now be proposed by Mr. Ajit Mangrulkar, Director General, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the inaugural session, I have the proud privilege of proposing the vote of thanks. Honorable Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. Piyush ji, we assure you at IMC we are aiming high. And I can tell you that all of us here will be a very, very big part of India's journey in the Amrit Kal. As you all know, IMC was the epicenter during the Swadeshi movement. We've got a very, very strong legacy here, sir, and we will take it forward. And we are aiming high, definitely. Respected Shri Sanjay Verma ji, Secretary West, Ministry of External Affairs. Respected Shri Neeraj Bajaj ji, Chairman, Bajaj Auto Limited, and Chairman and Managing Director, Mukund Limited. We are grateful to each one of you to spare your valuable time to be present with us and deliver the inaugural address. Honorable Shri Piyush ji, you have been a strong supporter of IMC's India Calling conference since the time IMC began this initiative in 1999. Thank you very much, sir. Shri Sanjay Verma ji, also a well-wisher of the Chamber. He knew about the Chamber from the time he used to come for his classes conducted by an Institute on International Affairs. Thank you, sir. Shri Neeraj Bajaj ji is like a founding father of the Chamber who has always been there to support many initiatives of the Chamber. Thank you, sir. This is indeed a very historic and momentous occasion for the Chamber. The India Calling Conference has completed 24 years of its uninterrupted journey. Next year, IMC will celebrate the Silver Jubilee of the India Calling Conference, and we hope to have the continuing blessings of dignitaries on the dais here and the dignitaries who will address the conference during the course of the day. I would like to add here that what you heard from the dignitaries about why it is time to look to invest in India and doing business with India. I recall our Honorable Prime Minister's address at the World Economic Forum Davos Virtual Summit 2022. I quote, "India is now fully capable of becoming a reliable partner in the global supply chain. India is also establishing free trade agreements with multiple countries at the moment." The Prime Minister then said, "It is the best time to invest in India as the youth of India has a high zeal for entrepreneurship. In 2014, there were only 100 startups in India, but today the number is over 60,000. Over 90,000, I stand corrected. The youth of India is totally ready to facilitate investments and make global businesses reach new levels in the country," unquote. As we come to an end of the inaugural session, I am confident that the day-long conference will throw up many interesting perspectives on the theme, and we look forward to hearing eminent speakers as we go along. We are extremely thankful to the Ministry of External Affairs and Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for their support. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Reliance Industries Limited for their continuing support to our India Calling Conference, Anand Rathi and Michelle USA, and JK Enterprise for the kind extension of support to the conference, and to PwC for being our knowledge partner. We thank all you delegates and media representatives present here and delegates from over 30 countries for their valued participation. Thank you and enjoy this day-long conference.
We request your presence for a minute, sir. I will request all the Council Generals to kindly step up on stage for a group picture, which will stay with us as a memory for times to come. All the Council Generals, please. All right. On that highly uplifting note, we conclude the inaugural session. Kindly proceed for tea, coffee that has been arranged in the foyer outside this hall. Please reconvene in the next 10 minutes at the max. We will begin our first technical session, latest by 11:50. Thank you all for your cooperation in advance.
Hey, check.
check. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, all those outside the conference area requested to kindly proceed inside. We are beginning immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 minutes past 12 o'clock. We have been delayed beyond 30 minutes. We were to begin this session at 11:30. It is 12:05 now. So we are running late by 35 minutes already, and we have a big day to cover. Could I request all those who can hear me to please settle down quickly? All those inside, I hope you have your cell phones on the silent so as to avoid disturbances during the proceedings. Let me also tell you that we will not be reading profiles or introductions of all the expert speakers in the interest of time. So you have the speaker profiles in the booklet that has been provided to you. You may refer to the same. All those standing, can I request you in earnest to please be seated? We will begin the first technical session, which is the inaugural plenary session on Make in India, immediately. This session will be chaired by Mr. Anand Singhania, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Chief Executive Officer, JK Enterprises, and Director, JK Organization. The session chair is already here, ladies and gentlemen. One last call for all those who wish to attend this session. Please reconvene. The speakers of this session are Mr. Anand Rathi, Chairman, Anand Rathi Group; Dr. Frank Ergenricher, Chairman, harasses the Global Visions Community; Mr. Nadir B. Godrej, Chairman and Managing Director, Godrej Industries Limited and Chairman, Godrej Agrovet Limited; and Madam Sulajja Firodia Motwani, Vice Chairperson, Kinetic Engineering and Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Kinetic Green Energy and Power Solutions Limited. Welcome, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge the House to be in order, please. So very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back post the break. We are beginning the first technical session, which is the inaugural plenary session on Make in India. The panel of experts is here already on the dais. Welcome Mr. Anand Rathi, Chairman, Anand Rathi Group; Dr. Frank Ergenricher, Chairman, harasses the Global Visions Community; Mr. Nadir B. Godrej, Chairman and Managing Director, Godrej Industries Limited and Chairman, Godrej Agrovet Limited; and Madam Sulajja Firodia Motwani, Vice Chairperson, Kinetic Engineering and Founder, Chief Executive Officer, Kinetic Green Energy and Power Solutions Limited. This session will be chaired by Mr. Anand Singhania, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Chief Executive Officer, JK Enterprises, and Director, JK Organization. With that, I request Mr. Anand Singhania to please take charge of this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Dear panelists, I have great pleasure in moderating this inaugural plenary session on Make in India, and I thank all the panelists to be here on this very important session. India has come a long way over the past 9 years since Prime Minister Modi took over the role of galvanizing India to what it's become today, the fastest growing nation in the world, which is on the back of a robust manufacturing growth along with a rapid growth in services. What's Make in India? The 4 pillars of Make in India are facilitating investment into India, fostering innovation, enhancing skill development, it's like create employment, like our chief guest earlier today talked about, and build best-in-class manufacturing infrastructure. ease of doing business and making life easier. India is today at $3.5 trillion GDP and is expected to go to $25 trillion by 2047. But as our chief guest said, it's not 25, it's 35, and it's aspiring to be 47 in 2047. So we are here, and I'm sure we can do it. So let us all aim high. This can be possible with a minimum of 8% growth over the long term. Even if you look at the immediate target of maybe $5 trillion by 2027, India needs to overcome the global headwinds due to the recession and the Russian-Ukraine war by focusing on infrastructure growth, consumption growth, and manufacturing growth. The outlay of 2 trillion rupees for the production-linked incentives schemes across 14 sectors is expected to create over 6 million jobs and 30 trillion rupees of incremental production. This can be exported, like again, Piyush Goyal ji said, the target is for $2 trillion, and this is possible because this PLI is going to pull out a lot more manufacturing, and this subsidy is going to go a long way. India has come a long way on several fronts, from an importer of almost $45 billion of mobile phones to an exporter of $25 billion, from largely being dependent on imports of defense to now exports of defense equipment. From creating 12 kilometers a day in infrastructure roads to 40 kilometers and probably going to 60 kilometers of road infrastructure. India has truly progressed, but it has miles to go before she sleeps. Miles to go before she sleeps. Thank you. I'd now like to ask my panelists a few questions. Sir, I'll start with you, Mr. Godrej, or should I call you Dr. Godrej, since I believe you have been bestowed upon the honorary degree of Doctorate of Philosophy by the Manav Rachna University. Sir, you come from a rich legacy of manufacturing over 125 years at the Godrej Group. Congratulations on this very momentous milestone. Sir, you are a household name. What are your thoughts on capital investment in India, especially in manufacturing? And if you feel so, what is holding back these investments?
I have some prepared points.
Sure, please, whatever works.
Our labor laws have been such that industry couldn't do much in labor-intensive production. There was far too much obstruction. But with the stimulus of PLI, in many industries, we can try. Defense exports are on the rise. In mobile phone, everyone tries. And thanks to our digital stack, there are many problems we can crack. Indeed, India could succeed where knowledge was the need. Much progress we can see in pharma, chemicals, and IT. And I, for one, am very sure the chemicals growth will endure. The pandemic has accelerated future trends long awaited. E-commerce, AI, digitization are growing fast in every nation. While digitization was a trend, the curve is now on an upward bend. The pandemic has made us wise and taught us how to digitize. Even as the pandemic wanes, these learnings will be permanent gains. The post-pandemic world, for sure, will be a new normal, not as before. And these new trends can only grow. Good benefits are bound to flow. The digital world's now at our feet and surely helps us to compete. Corona disrupted supply chains and taught us of the many gains of being more self-reliant, or else flexible and pliant. Single sourcing is completely out. Multiple sources is what it's about. Readjusting is a pain, but China's loss can be our gain. When on the scene Corona burst, China was disrupted first. Intermediates come from there, and we also had our share. We very quickly built our stocks and fortunately faced no blocks. Earlier, China's costs were low. Supplies from there did help us grow. Their pollution laws were lax. Their governments now on their backs. Their costs then rose. Some had to shift, and this could give us all a lift. Now, Atmanirbhar is the call, so never again will we stall. Just because supplies are late, backward integration's great. Disruptions that caused China pain now prove to be India's gain. India has now clearly won the right to be China plus one, and Europe too has seen much pain. This also can be India's gain. From disrupted supply chains, there can be pains as well as gains. For exports, it's indeed a pain. For Atmanirbhar, it's a gain. Now, clever import substitution is an obvious solution. This benefit one clearly sees for many chemical companies, including Godrej Industries. We also see a productivity increase from all kinds of digitization, which leads to cost elimination, or at least a significant reduction in marketing, supply chain, and production. But the biggest benefit that I see is enhancing our R&D. We've been good at incremental, but let's do more that's fundamental, individually or in collaboration with partnerships with every nation, both through advanced chemistry as well as through biology. And all those who would enter our brand new Adi Godrej Center will see that it's state of the art. This will be a brilliant start as we turn another new page and enter a brand new age. 100 chemists will work here. Our Dr. Fondekar will steer. All our chemists will be well guided. Many facilities are provided, flow chemistry and fluorination, electronic documentation. The latest technologies are there, process engineering and software. Our CDMO business is bound to grow. Novel enterprise chemicals will also flow. New horizons are in sight. The future will be very bright. The recent times have been tough, and the going has been rough. If we are resilient and agile, we can swipe the frown and crack a smile, brave challenges to survive, and seize opportunities to thrive. Thank you.
Fabulous, fabulous. So I was thinking that Google has lost to ChatGPT, but I think ChatGPT has lost to you, because there's no one who can, come up with such a witty and such a flowery and very apt mixing the words and getting the idea across, just like you. Amazing.
Very kind of you to say so, but we all have to be careful that we might someday be disrupted.
I think it's a while away, considering where you are. Yes, yes. So I'll come to you, Dr. Frank. You run a global organization, Horasis, that works with several multinational corporations to ideate on national and global issues of growth and governance. So what are your views on India's Make in India program, and what do you see as challenges for Indian industry to strive in the international world?
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. And let me first comment on Nadia, Mr. Godrej. I know that you are a person of culture. We just spoke German and French before, but now I know you're also a poet. Amazing poem. And it really symbolizes, I think, the power of Indian industrialists, how you go for it, the vision you have, and what we also learned from the Honorable Minister before, the grand vision moving into execution, and with a sense of humor on top, I think, you're all there. I entered a plane, ladies and gentlemen, from Europe on Wednesday, and it was a bit depressive, raining back home in Zurich, even in small Switzerland, which was a beacon of stability, with a big financial crisis. Maybe you know that one of the big banks went bust a few weeks ago, Credit Suisse, and it's crisis all over in Europe and in the US, I should add. We fear inflation, even economic depression, unemployment, and of course the war is lingering in Ukraine and Russia, and with all the impact on energy prices, on chemicals, and we don't really know what the future is holding for us. But then I arrived in Mumbai on Wednesday night, and it was all different, I have to tell you. The sense of optimism, the sense of confidence, without being arrogant. I think that's a great strength you have here. And India's time is really now. And as we know, India is calling, but as the minister said, the world is now also calling the world. The world is now also calling India. And we might say it's an economic miracle happening here in India. A miracle which is propelling India forward into the future. Soon maybe double-digit growth, maybe first reaching something around 7-8%, soon going to 10-11%, and most importantly also giving back to society. It's not just economic growth, it's not just the quantity of growth, but also the quality of values you have here in India, because you have fantastic values based on your philosophy and your culture, and now you're starting to share it with the world. But I don't believe, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, if I may say, that is really a miracle, because a miracle comes unexpectedly. It comes from somewhere. It's more like, you know, a bit of a chance. But, you know, what's happening right now, it's all due to hard work. Hard work, envisioning the future and executing what you have in mind. And all is coming together. And maybe there are like 5 ingredients for this, what's happening right now, which goes far beyond just of a miracle. First, of course, infrastructure. Infrastructure is getting much, much better. And here in Mumbai, but all over the country, we see new roads, hospitals, airports, all world class happening. And infrastructure is a backbone for economic growth and development. And we've seen it in the Chinese case. The Chinese government put forward infrastructure some 20, 30 years ago. And sooner than later, we've seen that around the airports, the train stations, the roads, we have new cities coming up, providing also employment. And it's now happening in India. Secondly, I see, of course, that IT has always been a strength of India. And we see the ID identification system here is world class, and Europe actually is very jealous of what you're having here. We see also that telecommunication is moving forward, providing free data packages to everybody. And it's really spearheading again economic growth. IT is not just happening in Bangalore, Mumbai or Hyderabad, but all over the country right now. It's trickling down to the countryside and again leading to more economic growth. Thirdly, we see a very active policy by the central government to invite investors. India is now a very investors-friendly country. When you come here, it doesn't take too long. The paperwork India was known for, and even the red tape, I think that's all over. It's very straightforward, and we see more and more investors coming here. I believe that India is a new engine of globalization, is the engine of economic growth, and of course also the backbone of manufacturing, and we're talking about Make in India. And then maybe just one further comment. We see what the minister mentioned before, the togetherness. India working together, government and business working together. And maybe this has been a weakness of India in the past. There was the government and business, and sometimes it was not really in sync. But now it is, and more, really, it's working together. There are a lot of private-public partnerships here in the country, and we have always consultation between the minister and the entrepreneurs, and together you really make it happen. I've only one wish, if I should end on this comment, one big wish. India is very much engaging now in the global village with global institutions, with your friends all around the world. But I believe India should also be a member of the Security Council in the UN, because India is now the largest country in the world for its population, and India should be welcomed by the other 7 members to be a permanent member, and then really India would have found its place. But just one last comment, because we talk about manufacturing. Manufacturing, of course, is very much linked to globalization. And on top of IT, on top of digitalization, we need a strong manufacturing base here, and it's also happening, even in the area of semiconductors, even in the area of batteries for electronic vehicles. It's all happening right now, and always in sync between the government and business. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Frank. I must compliment you for your very lucid remarks and your thoughts, and I must thank you for coming all the way from Switzerland for this event to India, especially for this. Thank you. I'll come to you, Sulaja. You represent the young gen. You represent the diversity on this panel, being the only woman so far, and besides being from a very large engineering conglomerate, which is into automobiles, engineering, green energy, power solutions. You've also been on the board of Invest India, the Government of India arm that facilitates foreign direct investment into India. So what are your views on women, because we need women in management, we need women to be in the workforce. There's not enough representation. And the youth, India's diversity, India's demographic dividend, which we have, with respect to manufacturing, and look at it as compare it with, say, services, which is a bit more glamorous, and there are a lot more iconic valuations, so people want to get into services. So what is it that we need to do to energize the manufacturing sector?
Thank you very much. And first of all, a big congratulations to IMC, to yourself, to the ministry and our dynamic minister, Piyush Goyal ji, and to all those who are participating on this wonderful conference. I very much share the optimism, the sentiment that my panelists have spoken about. I think in India we have a tendency to complain or find problems. But I think truly now is a time when the opportunities are many more than the problems. And it's a wonderful time to be part of the world's fastest growing economy, and an economy which is full of optimism, enthusiasm, and opportunities. So I think on that note, this is a very well-timed conference. You raised a few very good points, and I'm happy to give a few comments on that and also give an example of our sector, which is electric vehicles, and how there is a transformation that's happening in the Make in India. So I'll speak a little bit about that as well. But coming to your point about youth and women, I think that these are, of course, women are an underrepresented part of our workforce. And the more women we can get in our workforce, and especially in manufacturing, certainly it will contribute to a faster GDP. We have seen, for example, again in a sector, I will give example in automobiles. Women were only in a few areas like marketing or finance, in the desk jobs. But with the new electric vehicle opportunity, it's created a bit of a, I would say, disruption even in the staffing. And now you see women on the assembly lines of EV companies. Companies like Kinetic and a few others, Mahindra, Piaggio, Ola, for example. I'm naming a few of my friends in the industry who have specifically and intentionally staffed their manufacturing lines with women. We have companies which make electronic components where we have 70 to 80% women. So what I'm trying to say here is that because EV is a new technology, where there is more software, there is more electronics, and the assembly also is easier, more automated because there's no engine, I think it's paving way for women to come into manufacturing in automobiles, which is a very male-dominated sector. So I think there are many such opportunities which we need to actively create and promote. This whole remote working or work from home also gives way to a much larger ability for women to participate, many more women to participate. It should be encouraged. And I think if we create examples and role models, women will come forward. Skilling is also important. Women who are interested should be skilled. So I think I'm bullish about the possibility of more and more women coming into manufacturing, and I hope that the EV sector can be the start of that change. Coming to youth, I think what's best about India's growth story is that our growth story is driven by consumption, local consumption, job creation, local infrastructure creation, which means lot many opportunities for our youth. And I think if we truly want to be globally competitive and have our youth participate in this transformation, then I think skilling is going to be most critical to equip our youth to take up the jobs and to help us to become truly world class. Again, I'll give example of the EV sector. Most of the EV companies are working on an asset-light principle. That means moving away from having unionized labor or unionized workmen to a more dynamic manufacturing setup where we are using apprentices, GETs, DETs, so have younger but more skilled workforce. Now, if we can take this as a thought and create many such more skilled youth and bring them into this new sector, I think it can, again, change the way skilling is done. So I think skilling is going to be really important for youth to participate more and more in manufacturing. And last, as I said, I want to speak a little bit about EV and welcome all the guests, especially the international guests here. I think what India is doing right now in Make in India on automobiles, the sector which I represent, is also truly transformational. We currently have 3 or 4 very interesting and very visionary PLI schemes which have been promoted in automobiles. Automobile is one of the most important sectors in India. 33% of the GDP in manufacturing comes from automobiles, and many more jobs, even more than the GDP percentage, comes from automobile. But the government, when it set up a production-linked incentive scheme for automobiles, it did not link it to current production. It linked it to a new technology, which is EV. And I think this represents the vision of India, that we don't want to just manufacture and create jobs, we want to lead the world also in technology. And at the heart of this whole vision is global leadership. So currently there is a PLI scheme for EV manufacturing. There's a PLI scheme in place for EV component manufacturing. There's a PLI scheme in place for cell manufacturing, which will help us to lead also in battery manufacturing and reduce the cost of electric vehicles. And there is a green hydrogen mission with a 15,000 crore outlay. So this PLI thought process is not only contributing to job creation, but also truly greening India towards its net zero goals, in also creating the possibility of India leading the EV transformation in the world. I think all of you would know that India is the world's largest three-wheeler market. India is the world's second largest two-wheeler market, fourth largest passenger car market. And if we can green these segments and create technology at the component level, cell level, and vehicle level, we also have opportunity to also lead exports of EVs. So I think this is again a transformational move by the government of India. And I'm very bullish on the prospects of women, of youth, and of the EV sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I must add that you are an icon, women's icon, because you are in management. You've been on various rankings right at the top. So thank you very much for being here with us. Rathi ji, I come to you. You offered Piyush Goyal ji a job. He didn't take it. But there are many people out here, if you offer, they would love to join the financial markets and to join such a wonderful company like yours. Sir, you represent the speakers talked about manufacturing and services, but you represent the burgeoning capital markets. Your firm is a leading financial services company trusted by millions of investors when it comes to investments and savings. Their investments into the capital markets, which were about $50 billion a year, has now gone up to $300 billion a year. I would like to know from you, what has changed in the capital markets? And I know, with our personal belief, that you're very bullish about India. So could you share your views, please?
Thanks, Anant. First, let me compliment you for today's really, the program Rising Star and the partnership which we need. I think Make in India is obviously the subject of today is very, very, very important. Before I answer your specific question, I would like to take all the participants through, my long experience of working for 56 years now. I've seen different times. I think many of you might not have seen those times. The first time up to 1990, we had a completely controlled economy, where I think allowing to do something more was not allowed. I remember that at one time, when I was working for Birla's, we got a notice for producing more than your license capacity. Now that was the mindset at that time, so-called socialistic mindset which we had. Then 90s, of course, we started liberalizing, and for about 20-25 years that liberalization continued, but in a restrictive manner. Truly in last 10 years, I think we have now tried to open up the entire economy, and where the concept of Make in India came, when Honorable Prime Minister announced in September 2014, the concept of Make in India. The objective was obviously to bring faster economic growth of the country, and 4 pillars which were mentioned in that time. One was the new process that in thinking how to make doing business easy. Easing of doing business, that was one criteria, and that the government worked very fast, and the ranking in doing business easier has now gone up. The second thing was the new processes. How we bring, and particularly the infrastructure. How do we bring the new infrastructure? And that's what we have seen last 10 years. The growth of infrastructure is phenomenal. The third thing was on the new areas or new product areas, I think with like defense and this thing. And Make in India, not to be confused, it was just not on manufacturing. I think they identified 27 items. Out of 15 were manufacturing areas and 12 were service areas.
And the last and not the least, I think the mindset change which they wanted, the government role should become a facilitator's role rather than a regulator role. And that's what we really need. Because India, I think, to my mind, the biggest strength which you have is the huge amount of entrepreneurship in India. I think now the startups are being counted, but look at India, we have been used to do business in spite of all difficulties, you know. I think most of us, I think Mr. Godrej will know better that how we had to go through. For every small thing, you need permission, license, import license, this license, that license. There were hundreds of approvals required to do anything. So things have changed. So now coming to, you know, obviously in a growing economy, financial markets are very critical. They play a very strong role. And what I've seen the change, I think which you're talking, a great change. I do remember that when I was CEO of Indian Rayon and decided to move into this business. So many of my friends said, what are you doing? From a CEO job, you are becoming a dalal now. What are you going to do? But I think people didn't recognize the need for financial markets, strong financial markets, which I must say that in India, we have grown financial markets at the fastest speed, and the reforms which have come in Indian capital markets are actually unparalleled. No other country has been able to do reforms, so much of reforms so fast. And today, I'm glad to say that our actually processes and the systems are amongst the best in the world. Take our exchange systems, take our depository systems. There's a big change, therefore, Anant, we have seen. And again, I see this is the beginning. It's just not the end. I think for financial markets, because, you know, where will savings go? I think, you know, initially, because we didn't have these financial markets, most savings used to go to real estate and then to gold. These were the two major areas where Indians have invested. Even today, if you analyze the balance sheets of all Indians, 65% of the money is in the real estate. Okay? About 10%, 12% in gold, very little in financial markets. So I think as the financial markets grow, they give great opportunity to people to participate in the growth of the companies and growth of the country. How do you otherwise participate? So even the smallest money, you can start investments with 1,000 rupees, 5,000 rupees. Now SIPs are becoming so, and we need it. I think what we need in India, we have huge brain power, huge enterprising nature of people. Manpower availability is not a problem. Natural resources are there. We need more and more capital. And now increasing, flow of money coming to the market is an excellent sign. You must have seen in last about 1.5 years, almost $25 billion were withdrawn from India. And still our market survived so well. Why? Because all retail investors now realize that the only place where you can make money and grow your money and create your wealth is the stock markets or the equity markets. So I think great opportunity for India, and for India to grow. Obviously, financial markets are a great opportunity for everyone to participate.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to say something. It's peculiar that I am Anant and you are an Anand. And Anant means endless, and Anand means happiness. Yes. So I think what he's saying, the stock markets are going to give infinite happiness. So India is truly
agree with
shining.
You. Yes.
India is truly shining.
Yes. Good.
So since we are short on time, I'm going to just take 1 minute from all my panelists for one last question. So I'll start with you, Dr. Frank. COVID, at the onset of COVID, there was this whole flutter about China +1 and redoing the entire supply chain. So what do you think India needs to do further to accelerate this trend? But if you could just reply in just 1 minute, like your immediate thoughts.
Yeah, maybe just
so I can go around for one
simple idea. India got a very big population, on the biggest country on earth in terms of population, but I think we should still invite foreigners to come here and maybe position Mumbai similar to America positioning New York in the past, when New York was like a magnet to attract young people to realize their dreams. Mumbai, of course, is a city of dreams. And it should also be the city of dreams for young people coming from the outside. A bit like London 200 years ago, New York 100 years ago, now Singapore is doing it. So trying to connect with the outside world and engage with everybody and invite them to come here, especially the young people.
Thank you. Thank you for the quick response. Rathiji, I'll come back to you. They say that the valuations in India are cheap. Which sector do you think would be the next disruptors? You know, when we talk about Atmanirbhar, we talk about self-reliant India. So are we being competitive, and what would be the next disruptor? Just quickly.
I think, you know, that way I'll consider, because the growth is high, every sector is promising. But more promising sectors obviously today are infrastructure, finance, banking. They are going to be very promising because these are the basic requirement for any economy to grow. So these sectors would be great, and I would definitely recommend that, you know, people are scared of the stock market because they see day-to-day fluctuation. My recommendation is don't look at the TV at all on your stocks. Take the advice of some good people. Long term, you know, you can really invest and make good money in this. And opportunities are great. Anant, as you said, the infinite happiness can come through this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So Lajja, you already talked about green energy and, you know, green tech and what you're doing in the EV space. Just quickly, where do you see the future lying? Hydrogen-powered, green, brown, black, or electric vehicles, lithium, nickel metal hydride, and there are so many variants.
Well, first of all, it's clear that the future is green. And,
well said.
All that
and
is
you're also wearing green.
Yes, I'm truly green today.
Yes.
So I think that it's a new tech. The green technologies are driving every sphere, not just automotive. And if we have to move towards net zero, then we have to look at well-to-wheel green. For example, if you're driving EVs, even the electricity that we should use to charge the EVs should be green. It should be solar, it should be wind. So we can truly be well-to-wheel green. Vehicles, wherever the vehicles and parts are made, that company, that industry should also be green. It should be net zero, it should use again green energy. But to answer your question, I think when it comes to transportation, I think we'll see a good mix of various technologies that suit various kind of products.
In one word, which one?
Lithium and EV for small vehicles like 2- and 3-wheelers and small cars. It's very suitable for that, lightweight and affordable. For the long-range trucks or the long-range vehicles, it could be hydrogen because that's what makes sense for the long-range vehicles. So large vehicles, hydrogen, small vehicles, EVs and lithium.
Thanks for putting your neck out.
No, I'm convinced about it.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
I'll end it with Mr. Godrej. So you are the co-chairman of the Godrej Good and Green, and we're just talking about green, Good and Green Governing Council, where you are focused on recycling, be it water management, recycling waste to concrete. And you know, our minister also talked about waste to wealth and the entire concept of circular economy. So what do you think are the opportunities for India in this space?
The opportunities are huge. In 2010, we took a decision to be carbon neutral, water neutral, and solid waste neutral, and we haven't regretted it at all. We haven't affected profits at all. In India, it's very easy to do all these things by either improving profits or at best spending CSR money. And you get multiple benefits. All the CSR benefits help the population at large, plus they give you carbon offsets or water offsets. We're already 4 times water positive because watershed development is a very good CSR activity. It helps society and it helps you achieve all these goals. So I would urge everyone to take ESG very seriously. It is not a cost, it is all benefit.
Thank you so much. I'd like to give a warm round of applause to all my panelists. Thank you.
I'll request President IMC, Mr. Anand Singhania-ji, to please present mementos to our expert panelists, beginning with Mr. Anand Rathi, Chairman, Anand Rathi Group. Dr. Frank Ganricha, Chairman Horasis, the Global Visions Community. Dr. Nadir Godrej, CMD Godrej Industries Limited and Chairman Godrej Agrovit Limited. And Madam Sulajha Firodia Motwani, Vice Chairperson, Kinetic Engineering and Founder and CEO, Kinetic Green Energy and Power Solutions. A quick group picture, please, before we disperse. Thank you. You may please take your seats in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a quick changeover. The next session will begin immediately. Kindly remain seated. There is no break. Check. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We are beginning the next session, and this is on opportunities, defense, manufacturing. The session chair, Mr. S.P. Shukla, Chairman, Mahindra Defense, Mahindra Aerospace, Mahindra Agri, and Mahindra CIE Automotive is here already. Welcome, sir. The speakers are Mr. Arun Ramchandani, Executive Vice President and Head, L&T Defense, Larsen & Toubro Limited, Mr. Ashok Kumar Kanodia, Promoter and Managing Director, Precision Electronics Limited, and Mr. Sushil Agarkar, Senior Vice President and Business Head, Godrej Precision Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you in earnest, please settle down. We are ready to begin the next session. All those who are yet standing, please, may I request you to please be seated. We are really running short of time. And as I mentioned earlier, I will not be reading out intros or profiles of the experts seated here. In the interest of time, you have been provided with the information in the booklets. So without much ado, I will request the session chairman, Mr. S.P. Shukla, Chairman Mahindra Defence, Mahindra Aerospace, Mahindra Agri, and Mahindra CIE Automotive to please take charge of this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I was checking whether I say good morning or good afternoon. So it is now good afternoon. Can I request friends to sit down? Though listening, it does not matter whether sitting or standing. I welcome you all to this session on Indian defense manufacturing. Let me begin first by thanking the Chief of Defense Staff, General Anil Chauhan, for agreeing to deliver the opening address. He could not attend the session in person, though he was very keen because of his hectic schedule, some joint naval exercises with another country, which I will not say here. So he would have loved to be here. May I request to play his video message?
President of Indian Merchants Chamber, Sri Anand Singhania, ambassadors and representatives of G20 countries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I must compliment the Indian Merchants Chamber for organizing the India Calling Conference and hosting a session on defense manufacturing. Allow me to begin by underscoring the importance of indigenous defense manufacturing for India. India has been a major importer of foreign weapons and systems to maintain operational preparedness of its forces. Such a situation, I think, is not sustainable in the emerging geopolitical environment. The global order is in a state of flux, and the new order is yet to crystallize. New alignments, new alliances, new linkages, new partnerships are on the anvil, which give a rise of sense of uncertainty among nations, among global and regional institutions, and even among the economic unions and alliances. As a result, the outlook towards national security has undergone a fundamental change for many nations. This is reflected in the change in national security strategies. Besides, from increased spending of defense budgets, Russia, United Kingdom, Japan, Germany, Poland, South Korea are of examples of this trend. If I were to sum up the emerging trends in the arena of defense capabilities, I would say that, firstly, nations are looking at diversifying their capabilities to cater for a long duration conflict as well as a short duration high-tech war. Secondly, disruptions in global supply chains continue due to political and military realignments and demands of technology. The capabilities and intent of most of the arms exporting nations may witness major realignment in times to come. Lastly, I can visualize a huge demand emerging for military equipment and hardware, both in Europe and in Asia. In such a situation, India's defense ecosystem is the safest bet, since it guarantees assured supplies. Self-reliance and reducing import dependency is important for India to maintain its strategic autonomy and shoulder new responsibilities. Even the economics of it, the sheer size of demand itself, makes physical sense to manufacture those items which are required in large numbers and are of a recurring nature in India. In order to meet the challenges posed by both conventional and non-conventional threats, Atmanirbharta is the only mantra. Atmanirbharta, in my view, looks beyond the domain of production, procurement and supplies, or what is referred to as Make in India. I think there is a need for deeper introspection of this word, Atmanirbharta. The word means Much more than self-reliance, I believe it means self-realization. Look closely at the word Atmanirbharta. It starts with Atman, the inner self, and its actualization. So Atmanirbharta, in my view, is self-realization and self-actualization. Its remit is beyond self-reliance in defense manufacturing. It's evolving an Indian thought process, Indian ideas, Indian concepts, Indian strategy, and Indian weapon systems to meet the challenges that are specific to India. We need to draw inspiration from a rich history and diversified culture to ensure that our strategies, operational art and tactics are simulated by Indian thought and ideas that are suitable for the environment. Our goal to achieve strategic autonomy and to strengthen the military instruments of national power cannot rely on borrowed strength or be held hostage to possible import restrictions. Our journey to evolve from Make in India to Make in India for India and for the world, I may add here that Make in India policy does not exclude foreign OEMs from the India's growth story. There is enough scope for Make in India through Indian subsidiaries of foreign OEMs or through joint ventures with their Indian partners. The government has adopted a whole-of-nation approach and has brought policy changes for the Indian defense ecosystem to flourish. New defense acquisition policy, increase in FDI up to 74%, 4 positive internationalization list with import embargo on 411 items, setting up of new defense corridors in Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh, earmarking funds for R&D and financial support to MSMEs are many such steps towards encouraging participation by the local industry. It's heartening to know that the government's vision has been supported ably by the DPSUs, private industries, MSMEs, as well as the services. In order to catapult our nation into a hub of innovation manufacturing and becoming a net exporter of defense equipment, the troika of military practitioners, academicians and innovators have to be in sync. I believe that defense manufacturing will become the sunrise sector that will witness a major growth in the near future. Indigenous defense manufacturing has the potential to significantly contribute to the national exchequer through defense exports, and is also an enabler for building enduring defense partnerships with like-minded countries. Government initiatives such as ease of defense industrial licensing, relaxation in exports control, line of credit for foreign countries to import defense products, realignment of the offset policy are some of the measures that give impetus to defense exports. We have set our eyes on exporting about $5 billion worth of equipment by 2024. Today we have more than 100 firms who are exporting defense products to over 85 countries. The value of the same has reached an all-time high of rupees 16,000 crore in the financial year just gone by. Our defense industry is on the runway, gathering speed to take off and reach greater heights. Our combined goals can be achieved only through working together, investing in defense research and development, and encouraging innovation. As the old saying goes, think big, start small, and be prepared to upscale. To conclude, I will leave you with what the Honorable Prime Minister of ours had said during the Defense Expo 2020, and I quote, "You innovate, take your pledge to be the best in the world, and give shape to the dreams of a strong and developed India. You will always find me there." By this he means the whole of the nation, which will be supporting you, unquote. With these thoughts, I wish a big success to the conference and look forward to hearing more about the proceedings as well as the triumphs of the Indian defense industry. Thank you and Jai Hind.
General Chauhan rightly pointed out the role of self-reliance in defense manufacturing. Imagine you are in a conflict situation. Your aircraft or a tank or a gun needs spare parts and you are dependent upon foreign imports and they cannot reach you in time, or worse, the foreign vendor refuses to supply you. This is one area where the third largest army in the world, the fourth largest air force in the world, and the sixth largest navy in the world cannot depend on foreign imports. This has to be understood
that this is about strategic autonomy for world's third largest economy in purchasing power parity. When we look at defense manufacturing, some people say, can we do it? That is where we talk about an analogy that you are standing at the base of a mountain. You look up. You can have two perspectives. You can either say that it's difficult to reach there, path is difficult, yes. But there is a second perspective. It says how nice it will be if I can climb up there and look at the world from there. Challenges are there, but Indian defense industry is geared to meet those challenges. All opportunities come with challenges. We are here, all of us, whether it's large companies, medium or small companies, whether it is academia and our R&D institutions who are working together to come up with solutions. Indian defense industry has already grown significantly through the collaborative efforts of private players, PSUs, startups, and MSMEs. In fact, together, we have all created a second pillar of manufacturing, which is adding to the already existing capabilities of our defense PSUs, which were created after independence. Import dependence has significantly reduced. I'm repeating things only for the benefit of the audience. Few years ago, in our defense procurement, 80% was import. Today, it is reduced to 35%. Few years ago, our exports were 3,000 crores annual. Today, it is 15,000 crores. Just few years ago, we were the world's largest importer of defense equipment. Today, actually, we are among the top 25 exporters. Things are changing. This is one industry where data, information, and numbers may not be always readily available in public domain, so naturally people ask questions. A mature and competitive Indian defense industry is in the interest of foreign-friendly nations as well. Proven technologies which we use will also be used by Indian defense, which are used by Indian defense forces, will also be used by friendly nations. Recently we had India-Africa Defense Conclave, where army chiefs or senior most people from 31 countries came. And the discussion was, can we use Indian equipment which is usable in difficult terrain, requires less maintenance by these countries. I'm sure, like I give my example, Mahindra has supplied armored platforms for UN peacekeeping forces for use in different countries. I'm sure there are many examples from Indian industry of similar situation where equipment is going all over the world. Indian companies have already demonstrated their capability by making India a global hub for several industries. Automobile is one fine example. Today, we are the largest tractor manufacturer in the world, largest two-wheeler manufacturer in the world, largest three-wheeler manufacturer in the world. Pharmaceutical, we are among the top 3 in the world. Textiles, we are among the top 3 in the world. Milk production, we are the top in the world. Fruits and vegetables, always in top 2 or 3. There are many industries where we have done it. Defense cannot be far away. And this is what I would like to stop here and introduce my very capable colleagues from the industry. All are stalwarts in their field. I'll be brief. Arun is EVP of L&T, heads L&T's defense business. Arun, raise your hand, please. Ashok returned to India. He did his engineering from MIT, MBA from Sloan. He said no. He came back, set up a very successful company, Precision Engineering, and he heads it as managing director and a stalwart in the MSME sector. Sushil, he's senior VP with Godrej Precision Engineering, well-known name in aero and defense. You're welcome. I would like to welcome all three panelists. We have few questions for them, and I'm sure that will help you in getting little more insight into this sector, which normally is not very much known in public domain or in corporate analysis. I would begin with Arun. Arun, we have spoken of many opportunities in India. Goes without saying that when you have the third largest standing army in the world, fourth largest air force, sixth largest navy, there are opportunities in India. I stop there. My question is about exports. Where do you see opportunities in defense exports for our country?
So thank you, Prakash. And as you set the context wonderfully, the thrust on self-reliance has created a good defense industrial base in India. Traditionally, we were an importer of defense goods, and with the building of the domestic industry and the involvement of the private sector in defense production, I think today India has an established industrial base which can lead to defense exports. The results are all, evident and for all to see. From 2016-17, when we were doing about 1,500 crores of export, to the financial year which just went by when we did over 15,000 crores of export. The growth has been tenfold in this short period of time. And it's been triggered by not only component exports or offsets, but also by exports of larger equipment and weapon systems. Besides the public enterprises which, have been part of exporting even missile systems and so on, we see a large participation of the private sector in the exports as well. And about 50% of last year's exports came from the private industry, be it in armored vehicles or be it in protective equipment or in electro-optical equipment, and even going forward into artillery systems and stuff like that. So the fact that these kind of weapon systems are getting inducted from the domestic industry into the Indian Armed Forces, which have very challenging operating environment. We have virtually all the terrains that exist in any part of the world, be it high altitude terrains, be it extreme cold terrains, be it the deserts, be it the oceans. And therefore our equipment and the scale of the equipment produced in India really presents a great opportunity for exports. And I see this multiplying growth in defense exports to continue on a large scale. So I'm really optimistic. The government has set a target of 5 billion of exports by 2025. And I see that India is on track to get there. I believe there are a lot of nations that would benefit from the Indian defense industry. The industry is open for co-production, co-development, and all of these would give comfort to the importing nations that we are not here to leave them stranded with one-time supply of equipment, but we are looking at long-term partnerships with friendly nations. So I think the optimism is there, and I think the way forward is only growth.
Thank you so much for putting it in perspective. $5 billion is definitely achievable, as you very rightly put. Now I turn to my right. Ashok, my question is simple. We all know every industry needs an ecosystem. I'm a believer no large company can survive without an ecosystem. Same is true for defense. What role do you see for MSMEs in defense sector, both in India as well as in global supply chains?
Good afternoon, friends. SP, thank you. Defense manufacturing in an SME environment, and what are the opportunities thereof? I will go a step lower and to say what exactly is defense to begin with. It is a monopsony, single buyer, and therefore there are issues of policies and implementation. Our opportunities come from what they are, what the policies are, and how they are implemented. I'm using the word implementation twice, and you will realize that with the best of intent, implementation sometimes lags far behind. And that issue in a monopsony market becomes even more severe. You have heard all words about Make in India, Skill India, Startup India, and ATR talked about 5 billion target of export, and export in defense. Is it the same as an open market? Hell no. Defense is a very protective industry. Each and every sovereign protects their own, and they really don't promote others to encroach in their field. You can only export what is quote unquote exportable. And exportable stems from you have the IP or not. Now just look at the policy instruments that the government has implemented and the effect thereof. If for SMEs they are saying that the startups, the MSMEs, make in India, in effect what they are saying is create IP. A target of 5 billion, when you put together with these policy instruments, opens up a completely new opportunities for all of us. The other point today is partnerships. So let's talk few words on partnerships. For SMEs, where the partnerships will come from? With the changing environment, with new policies being implemented, the first partnerships will come from within the community. That's what my belief is. An consortium approach of various SMEs who are all technocrats, who all have a passion of development, who have a passion of risk-taking. And if we get together, we can do really good business. The defense industry pie is increasing. And as the pie is increasing, the share for all the stakeholders will increase. And it goes without saying that for us, the business pie would also be increasing. Whether SMBs are ready for the defense sector or not, in the last policy, when offset was introduced, we all who were in the sector got opportunity to work with international companies. They held our hands and they brought us to a level where we understood the global benchmarking. And those who have been in the sector in the past are now well equipped to handle global businesses. So friends, what I see is that the opportunities are immense and it's for us to take. Let me just say a few words which the Prime Minister mentioned during his Republic address, and he talked about the first order of impact, the second order of impact, and the third order of impact. What is the first order of impact as far as the policy changes are concerned? The immediate effect of that, the size of the pie has increased. It is a very clear direction in the government that we will not import anymore. The so-called negative list, we take it as the positive list, that these are the items that have to come from local sources. So that's where the first order of impact is our business opportunities are increasing. Now let's look at the medium and the long-term impact of what the policy instruments are. Startup India, IP creation is something that is going to help us in time to come to be a net exporter rather than be tagged with a country which has the maximum import. So this is where the second order of impact on opportunities of defense sector will come. Personally, I have been in this sector for 30 years, become a senior citizen, but I wish I was 20 years younger, because I would be seeing the real second impact that is going to come, and Adi would agree with me that, you know, it's a wonderful time now, wonderful time. So friends, all of you who want to get into the defense sector, especially as SMEs, think it carefully. It is a big opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ashok. Taking cue from you, sector is all about partnerships. So I come to Sushil from Godrej. Defense industry is all about partnerships. Somewhere you compete and same two companies collaborate to create new products or supply to each other. B2B is as prevalent in this industry, perhaps the intensity is not there anywhere. So Sushil, how would you describe B2B opportunity in this sector?
Thank you, Mr. Shukla, and good afternoon, everyone. So, recent years, defense production has generated a lot of, buzzword. And there are, every day you open a newspaper and you will find that hundreds of crores of, or maybe thousands of crores of opportunities or orders are being, listed on the newspaper by Indian government or Ministry of Defense per se. And of course, there is a strategic need to do so, that defense manufacturing has to be in India for the reasons just mentioned by my co-panelists, that the real IP doesn't come from any of the foreign, even through offsets. The simplest of the things which are given to us. The third important thing is, this is going to be here for some more time. So it is not that it will be just today and it will stop. So, however, the orders will not be as continuous as the automobile sector or any other type of sectors. And there will be start and stop. It is like a run, pause and run. In this context, today I also see that many of the industries, not particularly in defense and did not have a background enough, they also rush into this to be a prime integrator or something like that. Now here is the challenge. When you create a manufacturing capacity for something which you would think that it will last forever or it will grow forever, it may not happen so, because whatever the positive list that we have seen, it also is not very regular and every year it may not be needed. So the industries need to understand if there are adjacencies in whatever they are doing today. And here the main B2B business opportunities will come. Everybody need not be a prime contractor or prime integrator. You should be doing a subsystem also, but equally well, and which is, you can say, a globally really world class, and then you can be a supplier to the prime integrator. So there are so many business opportunities around this that everybody should collaborate with each other and need not be a prime integrator and be along with your adjacencies so that even if there is a run, pause and stop, and if your manufacturing capacities need to be decommissioned or repurposed, then you have a chance to do so. And that's the reason I personally feel that, we should not be going, all the industry should not be going, creating manufacturing facilities for the entire system, but partner with whoever is doing a good job of it, and then collaborate and have a consortium and lead the way. That's the way we can really create partnership, and not only with MSME, but also the bigger companies can participate together. L&T and Godrej can also participate together and see what they are extremely good at, and then go further. So these are the kind of a business opportunity exists with this kind of a production. And of course, when we go ahead, like Israel, it also gives a lot of perspective, because defense manufacturing is not something like any other manufacturing where there is a lot of automation. So it is a high variety and low volume. So in this particular purpose, so there has to be a perspective. Being in defense or manufacturing, it gives an entire different perspective to the organization to be being a more value added, more quality focused, and all those good culture that will set in when you are a defense manufacturer. So overall, if you are in a defense business and also in defense, it brings a quality and good partnership spirit to the entire business, and we can participate better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sushil. So for second question, I'm going to request, I'll begin with Arun, and I would request you very briefly, because session is running late, I've got a message. R&D and technology remain the main focus in this sector. My question is, in brief, what can we do in India to encourage better technology development and technology absorption by the manufacturers in the sector?
Right. So, like Ashok said, it's very important for us to create IP in the sector. And if we really want to make products which we can use and we can deploy for other countries, IP creation is important, and R&D is really the cornerstone for any IP creation. The government has taken various steps. Of course, the thrust on indigenization, the funding for what they call MAKE programs, where the government funds 70% of the program development value, is an enabler for this kind of R&D to happen within the country. The government has also supported through mechanisms that they call the Innovation Defense Excellence, or the IDEX, where they are funding startups and small and MSMEs to innovate and build new products. The entire fighting landscape is changing, and it's moving to a more non-kinetic warfare scenario, which again requires investments in emerging technologies. I believe that the government has to enable or unleash the power of our R&D by probably providing tax incentives and other kind of incentives for industrial R&D, which will enable us to invest in some of these sectors. These are niche sectors, and probably it takes a long gestation to get returns, and the government will have to support this kind of R&D as is done worldwide.
Thank you so much, Arun. You gave specific suggestions, which we are sure we will tabulate and pass it on. I come back to you, Kanodia Sahab. We all know MSMEs have their own challenges. If you were trying to put them together briefly, what are the challenges and what can we do to overcome them?
SMEs by definition do not have large pockets. That's the reason they are SMEs, right? So the peculiarity of a defense sector is that it demands investment upfront and with no certainty of return. So that's your first challenge. One needs to be very careful, especially an SME. I am referring only an SME. One needs to be very careful when you make investments in the defense sector, that if you are dependent only on the defense, you are taking a big risk. Cash flows are issues for us. We don't go down because we have got a wrong plan, but we go down because our cash flows have killed us. Friends, one day, 1 week for us in the defense sector, 1 day is 1 month and 1 week is half a year. So your quarter by quarter has no business whatsoever. You can never predict. Now that's where our single largest challenge is. Bottom line, don't make defense as a starting your primary sector of business. Let it be the second part. Once you are established, it's a wonderful sector to have sweets, cherries and the cake, but not bread and butter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. In fact, I'll take the liberty of adding 2 lines. Why MSMEs? Even large defense companies, Airbus, Boeing, Lockheed, or General Dynamics or BAE, each one of them has anywhere from 20% to 30% of their business from civilian sector, because defense business fluctuates. You get an order for certain number of aircrafts or certain equipment, and then it is dry run for a while before you get a repeat order. So your advice is wonderful for MSMEs, but also for large companies. I come back to Sushil to have the last comment. No sector can survive without skill set being imparted to employees. So this is the last question of the session, and I'll request you to try and summarize how do you see the skill, the knowledge base in the sector. Thank you.
Okay, as Arun as well as Kanodia Sab said, he talked about R&D budget and you talked about it is not a cash flow. And the same thing happens because business is not continuous. The skilling job is extremely important, and once you skill a person, it is completely different for a defense industry, more ruggedized. A normal production and manufacturing is not applicable here. So whatever skills you require, I'll come to the manufacturing part of it. If it is a welder, if it is a machinist, then whatever ITIs are producing are not enough. So every defense industry manufacturer, they are skilling their people, investing in their people to the extent possible and making them eligible for defense manufacturing, because it is quite ruggedized, quite quality conscious, and it is a way notch up than any other type of manufacturing. And if there is no continuity in business, then this skilling, how do we use it? And that's a problem. Secondly, when the orders are so much and government of India is helping industry doing so much, there is not enough done for entire skilling, be it an engineering at level or at a technician level or at a workman level. So we would expect, see, every industry has its own training centers, and we are also doing, and I know Mahindra and L&T and like others, everybody is doing, but that is simply not enough. And the way the opportunities are opening, in my opinion, the government sector, right from R&D to the workman level, we should explore these opportunities, set up more defense manufacturing related kind of a curriculum, so that the people are ready to be absorbed in the defense industry. Ms. Sulajja also talked about women power, and I know in Godrej, many of the repetitive manufacturing, they do have a number of women employees working on shop floor, but same is not the case with the women employees in the defense manufacturing. Though we try our best, the skills need to be upgraded. And in my opinion, this part, which is largely neglected in our kind of manufacturing, this women power can really also help in enlarging this workforce and skilling for the defense manufacturing sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Prakash,
So we come,
if I
please,
may
please,
add
please.
one line, just out of, from what you said, Sushil, in L&T Defense, we have 15% of our workforce as women.
Wonderful. In fact, generally people have this perception of defense being a very masculine industry. But truth is, amount of precision which exists here is almost like high precision industry. And we actually ran a special campaign to have more women. We went to ITIs and we made it clear to the principals of ITIs that we are here only to recruit women. In all our factories, 4 factories, nearby, and we were clear that it has to be nearby so that it will be easier to recruit and retain. That solved the problem. In 1 year, we added 3% extra women, and if we continue, it will happen at a fast pace. It helps that we had Chief of HR also, a very capable lady. But to stop here, I would like to thank the panelists, and to summarize, this is a 1,50,000 crore industry. Exports, which are today at 10%, 15,000 crore. We believe the 25-year plan, which we have submitted to government on behalf of the industry, and I'm one of the authors, by 2047, we are looking at least 5 companies with $5 billion revenue each, at least 10 companies between $1 billion and $5 billion revenues, and at least 500 companies which can be anywhere between $10 million and $100 million revenue. This is the sector we are talking about, the sunrise sector of India. What was telecom in 90s, IT at the turn of the century, biotech in the first decade? This is what telecom will be in the current decade and beyond. On that note, I would only say, India calling. As General Chauhan said, it is not the prerogative only of Indian companies. Joint ventures are welcome, foreign subsidiaries are welcome. All that is needed is make in India, make for world. Thank you so much.
I would request the session chair, Mr. S.P. Shuklaji, to please present mementos to our expert speakers, beginning with Mr. Arun Ramchandani, EVP and Head, L&T Defense, Larsen & Toubro Limited. Mr. Ashok Kumar Kanodia, Promoter and MD, Precision Electronics Limited. Mr. Sushil Agarkar, SVP and Business Head, Godrej Precision Engineering. Could I request Mr. Manoj Patodia, Chief Executive Officer, Patodia Overseas Exports LLP, to please present a memento to the session chairperson, Mr. S.P. Shukla, Chairman, Mahindra Defense, Mahindra Aerospace, Mahindra Agri and Mahindra CIE Automotive. Thank you. One quick group picture, please. While I announce lunch, it is already 1:35. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is slated to begin at 1:45 as Shri Sarbanand Sonowalji, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush, is to be here at 1:45. So please grab a quick lunch and be back in your seats in the next 10 minutes. Thank you. Along with Shri Sarbanand Sonowalji, who will be with us in person, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, will join us online. So will Srimati Darshana Zardosh ji, Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles. Thank you.
Hey, hey. Hey.
Hello, 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 hello. Mic testing. 1, 2, 3. Podium mic check. Podium mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mic testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello. Check. 1, 2. Hey, check. 1, 2. Hello, 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 hello. Hi, how are you guys? What's up? How is it going on? All okay? Podium mic check. 1, 2. Yeah.
It is the long history of humankind that those who learn to collaborate and improvise most effectively have prevailed. A fine example of these words is the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, formerly known as the Indian Merchants Chamber. The chamber is the voice of over 200,000 corporates with a combined strength of more than 4,500 members and 220 trade and educational institutions. Identified as a chamber with a global presence, IMC is on the board of the World Chambers Federation and has signed MOUs with the United Nations and more than 150 other chambers of commerce across various countries and government agencies. With the numbers still growing, the IMC has gained the strength to be the undisputed voice of Indian industry.
We're very proud of the fact we therefore represent the cream of the cream industry in this country. On the one hand, we help our members. On the other, we submit recommendations to the government so that they can institute policies which can ease and accelerate the business in India. Our activities include running seminars, holding exhibitions, we host inbound delegations, we take outbound delegations, and we facilitate international trade, which we believe is crucial to India's development.
IMC has spanned over 11 decades. To understand the spirit of IMC, one must go back in time.
Indian Merchants Chamber started in 1907 under the leadership of the visionary Manmohan Das Ramji, the eminent Indian businessman.
The economic policies of the then alien government in India were dictated by associations which had no other interests but to look after the welfare of the colonizers and traders. And it was such associations, uncaring and unfair economic policies that made Indian traders and merchants realize the need to form their own chamber, Indian Merchants Chamber.
These gentlemen of great experience, great patriotism, lent their support, their advice and their knowledge to government in formulating policies.
I want to compliment the IMC on its proactive liaison and advocacy efforts with ministers, senior bureaucrats, and civil society. Its repository of accumulated knowledge, its long experience, and the cohesion amongst its institutional and corporate members enable the IMC to work very closely with the Indian government on policy matters essential for development and growth.
This was the only chamber whose honorary membership Mahatma Gandhi accepted. Starting with only 23 members, the IMC's membership grew over the years, with many prominent icons of industry as members, as well as parliamentarians and those who later became cabinet ministers. From Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and from Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to Shri Narendra Modi, IMC has the rare honor of visits by almost all the presidents and prime ministers of India. Inaugurated by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel in 1939, this prestigious IMC building stands in the heart of South Mumbai. In 1967, as a memorial for the late Mr. F.E. Dinshaw, a well-equipped commercial and financial library was built. The then Honorable Chief Justice of the Mumbai High Court, Mr. Mohit Shah, inaugurated IMC's International ADR Center.
Cases are pending for years and years. IMC has taken a lead and set up an international ADR center which will cover all alternate dispute resolutions, including reconciliation and mediation.
The IMC Praveen Ravi Gandhi Chair in Banking and Finance, who instituted to perpetuate the memories of late Sri Praveen Gandhi, who was a trustee as well as a past president of IMC. The chair serves dual purposes: promote our own national university of eminence, that is the Mumbai University, and secondly, fulfill the long-felt need as there was no chair for banking and finance in the University of Mumbai.
IMC also has a strong ladies' wing, promoting professional excellence of women entrepreneurs.
In these past years, we have achieved a lot. We have empowered a lot of women from the urban sector for impact, which we hold on Women's Day. We found that the woman artisan in the rural area is to be celebrated. So we synergized with the urban woman and the rural woman and brought each other into focus.
IMC initiates a number of conferences on topical national interests in various sectors like infrastructure, banking, financial services, aviation, urban development, railways, and many more. IMC also hosts a number of foreign and Indian dignitaries.
IMC approached me to help them get involved in actually creating a startup committee. Our agenda, therefore, was defined as thought leadership, advocacy, and partnerships, and extremely excited to participate with several youngsters from across the state, and we spoke about building companies and entrepreneurship.
A variety of awards have been initiated by IMC to encourage innovation, quality, and development in various fields.
IMC is very proud to have the Ramkrishna Bajaj National Quality Award and the Juran Quality Medal. This we started over 20 years back to get Indian corporates to assist them to be able to focus on quality and compete in the world. I must also mention the IMC Juran Quality Medal, and that is given to an individual. The Ramkrishna Bajaj National Quality Award is for corporates, the most prestigious quality award in the country.
IMC encourages innovation, recognizing outstanding services and accomplishments of organizations and individuals with the Inclusive Innovation Awards.
And there was a reason to create these awards, Inclusive Innovation Awards. See, India needs growth, but it has to be inclusive growth. And for that, you require inclusive innovation, because it is only innovation-led growth that can take India up there.
In terms of social responsibilities, IMC has been active through a number of forums. As India races towards a bright future, the IMC is accentuating its progress with its vital strength and leadership by aligning its aims with those of the governments, ensuring India's transformation to a fully developed economy.
IMC will do everything in its power, and so will its members, to achieve this objective, to put India on that pinnacle which India deserves to be.
Our collective ambition must be to take India, Indian enterprises, and the Indian economy to the top of the global ladder. Let us build a grand coalition of all Indians under the auspices of IMC for building a new India today. IMC will have a big role to play in building and nurturing this partnership.
आप जिस संस्था का हिस्सा है, उसका बहुत ही गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा है। स्वदेशी आंदोलन की पृष्ठभूमि में इसकी स्थापना हुई है, कुछ न कुछ योगदान दिया है, और इसके लिए आपकी संस्था प्रशंसा के पात्र है। आईएमसी मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। धन्यवाद।
Yeah, thank you. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. All those who can hear me outside this room requested to kindly proceed inside. We are beginning immediately. Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji has already arrived at the venue. Requesting one and all to kindly proceed to the conference area. We are beginning the session 3, which is on Gati Shakti powering progress with speed, National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity immediately.
It is the long history of humankind that those who learn to collaborate and improvise most effectively have prevailed. A fine example of these words is the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, formerly known as the Indian Merchants Chamber. The chamber is the voice of over 200,000 corporates with a combined strength of more than 4,500 members and 220 trade and educational institutions. Identified as a chamber with a global presence, IMC is on the board of the World Chambers Federation and has signed MOUs with the United Nations and more than 150 other chambers of commerce across various countries and government agencies. With the numbers still growing, the IMC has gained the strength to be the undisputed voice of Indian industry.
We are very proud of the fact we therefore represent the cream of the cream industry in this country. On the one hand, we help our members. On the other, we submit recommendations to the government so that they can institute policies which can ease and accelerate the business
Ladies
in
and
India.
gentlemen,
Our activities
one last call for all those who are outside. We are commencing in the next couple of moments. As mentioned earlier, Shri Sarbanand Sonowalji, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush, has arrived at the venue. Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, will be joining us online. So will Srimati Darshana Zardosh ji, Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the Gati Shakti Powering Progress with Speed National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity session.
But to look after the welfare of the colonizers and traders. And it was such associations, uncaring and unfair economic policies that made Indian traders
check. So ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the screen, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, is with us online. Welcome, sir. So let us begin the Gati Shakti Powering Progress and Speed National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity session by inviting on the stage Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, Honorable Union Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, and Ayush. Namaste, sir. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका. We have Mr. Anand Singhania, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Dinesh Joshi, Chairman, IMC International Business Committee, already on the dais. I invite Mr. Rajiv Jalota ji, Chairman, Mumbai Port Authority. Mr. Sanjay Sethi ji, Chairman, JNPT. Welcome, sir. Mr. Mark Fernandez, Partner, Sylvester and Company, and Chairman, IMC Shipping and Logistics Committee. Welcome, gentlemen. I also welcome Mr. Shashi Kiran Shetty, Founder and Chairman, All Cargo Group. So as we can see on the screen, Honorable Gadkari ji is with us. बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है sir आपका. And with that, let me call upon Mr. Anand Singhania, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for the welcome address.
A very good afternoon, Honorable Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Honorable Sri Sarbanand Sonowal, Union Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, and Ayush, Honorable Ms. Darshana Ben Jardosh, Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, Shri Rajiv Jalota, Chairman, Mumbai Port Authority, Shri Sanjay Sethi, JNPT, Mr. Shashi Kiran Shetty, Mr. Mark Fernandez, and Dinesh Joshi, and all the people present here, a very good afternoon. On behalf of the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I warmly welcome and extend a grateful thanks to Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Honorable Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, Union Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, and Ayush, Honorable Darshana Ben Jardosh, Honorable Union Minister of State for Railway and Textiles, for gracing us with their august presence and to address this session on Gati Shakti, Powering Progress with Speed, the National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity. India's cost of logistics has been much higher compared to other exporting nations at 14%, which is targeted to bring it down to 7% with a series of measures under the PM Gati Shakti program. As all of you know, the Gati Shakti program is connecting 16 essential ministries, including railways and roadways, together on a digital platform, together for integrated planning and coordinated implementation of infrastructure connectivity projects. The multimodal connectivity will provide integrated and seamless connectivity for movement of goods and services from one mode of transport to another. It will facilitate the last mile connectivity of infrastructure and also reduce travel time for people. This is not a dream, but soon this will become a reality. Already a number of steps have been taken to reduce the transit time, reduce costs, bring in efficiencies in the logistics sector. Logitech, Railtech, and harnessing the Internet of Things is already aiding in reducing costs. Did you know that rupees 88,000 crores was the wastage of fuel at tolls, which has been reduced due to the onset of GST and the FASTag implementation, which has not only reduced the congestion, but also reduced the travel time. By harnessing digital technology, the collection of toll has become not only smooth, but above board. Shri Gadkari ji, thank you, sir, for being with us. You're an epitome of perfection. What took decades to plan and execute is now taking a couple of years to execute due to the intricate micro-planning and detailing at every stage. The road construction, which was 12 kilometers a day in 2014, has risen to 40 kilometers per day in 22, and this year is projected to go up to 60 kilometers. I mean, the kind of roads we are building is probably the size of what the roads are in any major country. That's what we are building only in this year. The spending on infrastructure is an all-time high at rupees 10 trillion rupees, and the 2.4 trillion rupees on railways, besides supports of about 1.3 trillion rupees to the states towards capital investment, will truly galvanize the economy. It's a known fact that investments into CapEx have a cascading effect of 4 to 5 times. The connectivity between cities and from north to south and east to west is bringing people closer and uniting India in different ways. Road travel has once again become the preferred mode of travel over other forms. Very close to the chamber, Honorable Shri Sonowal ji has completely changed the outlook of the shipping industry by increasing the number of ships carrying the Indian flag manifold, by introduction and connecting of over 100 inland waterways. His focus on water tourism by making India a global hub for cruise tourism, including river tourism, will go a long way in expanding the market and add to the kitty of foreign reserves. The minister has a unique quality of being down to earth, easy approachability, and a visionary of thinking much ahead of his times. Sir, we are very privileged to have you with us. The ports have set a new record of cargo of about 795 million tons in 23 and are gearing up to handle even green hydrogen. Both our ministers are very clear about the need for green technology to move India to a net zero by 2070. The implementation of the Sagarmala project is underway, which will lead to the development of over 7,500 kilometers of the long coastline of India and the potential use of 14,500 kilometers of the navigable waterways. Sir, China carries 47% of their cargo over water, whereas India hardly uses 8%, which is obviously going to go up with all these wonderful initiatives. Thanks to the Honorable Darshaben Jardosh, Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, for making a lasting impact on the connectivity sector by the introduction of bullet trains, introduction of dedicated freight corridors, elimination of all level crossings, the progress on the 58 supercritical projects of a total length of 3,750 kilometers, costing 40,000 crores, and 68 critical projects having a length of about 7,000 kilometers and costing 75,000 crores has been identified to be completed by 2024. That's next year, under the National Rail Plan for India 2030. There's a huge potential in supplying to railways, and I will request the Honorable Minister, when she addresses us, should share areas where industry players, international players, can work in the PPP model for the growth of the country. 100% electrification of all broad gauge routes are slated to be completed by the end of the year, which will save precious foreign exchange by reducing the dependence on crude oil. With this, I'd like to conclude and thank our dear ministers, Shri Gadkari ji, Shri Sonowal ji, and Darshana Ben for joining us today and making this a really wonderful session at the 24th year of India Calling. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Singhania, for the initial remarks. Our guest of honor, Srimati Darshana Ben Zardosh, Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, has joined us online a couple of minutes back. I will request Madam Darshana Ben Zardosh, Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, our guest of honor for the session, for her address. Ma'am, over to you.
Namaskar. Namaskar, Honorable Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Sri Sarwal ji, Mr. Anand Singhania ji, President IMC,
Mr. Dinesh Joshi, Chairman, IMC International Business Committee, Mr. Mark Fernandez, Mr. Ajit Manglekar, all the dignitaries in the audience and all the dignitaries who have joined online from several countries. It is my pleasure to address IMC India Calling Conference 2023. IMC has very rich legacy of contribution towards Swadeshi movement, independence of pre-independence and towards nation building post-independence. Therefore, it is appropriate that they are hosting this conference to promote India to the world, and I am happy that I am the part of it today. There is a lot of projects in railways where there are opportunities for investments. Government of India is focusing on railway infrastructure investment and making investment-friendly policies to enable foreign direct investment. Several domestic and foreign companies are looking to invest in rail projects. 100% FDI is allowed via automatic route in railway sector. FDI inflows in railway-related components stood at US 1.23 billion from April 2000 September 2022. There is a plan to invest US $715 billion in rail infrastructure by 2030. There are opportunities in projects such as manufacturing of messenger coaches, private train operation, electric locomotive productions. In textile sector, under PM Mitra Prime Minister Mega Integrated Textile Region, and April parks are coming up in several states of India and its envisaged nearly rupees 70,000 crore. Park will offer an opportunity to create an integrated textile value chain right from spinning, weaving, processing, dyeing and printing to garment manufacturing at a single location. So there are plenty of opportunities and business-friendly policy for investment into railways and textile sectors. Our ministry will be happy to guide investors who would like to know more about opportunities in this sector. I once again thanks IMC for giving me this opportunity and wish the conference all the best. You organized this conference during the G20 summit, and we are focusing on the 100 years focus on the independence of the India. So in leadership of Pradhan Mantri ji, the full ecosystem ministries are doing with the Gati Shakti project. So I am happy to join with you. Namaskar.
I thank Darshana Ben for her,
Darshana Ben, Anand Singhania here, President. Thank you very, very much for your address. We have noted your areas of growth, and we will definitely work with you and your ministry to ensure all your goals are met. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for sharing your thoughts. And now, I will request Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, to address the gathering.
Namaskar. My cabinet colleague Sarbanand Sonwal ji, Adaraniya Darshana Ben ji, Mr. Anand Singhania ji, President IMC, all respectable dignitaries and dear friends. I am delighted to virtually join you all at the IMC India calling conference of the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I wish to congratulate IMC for organizing this and India calling conference every year with an objective to promote brand India. Today, India is one of the fastest growing economies. It has increased in size from being 10th to 5th largest in the world. Strong, stable, decisive and transparent government is the key to action, dream of our Honorable Prime Minister PM Narendra Modi ji of making India a $5 trillion economy by 2025. Power, water, transport and communication are the key sectors for achieving economic growth. There are abundant opportunities for global players to invest in India and be partners in growth. Infrastructure development is the key driver for our economy. Through the union budget, the government has increased the capital investment outlay by 33% to rupees 10 lakh crores. Budget for our ministry was rupees 36,000 crore in 2014. It has increased almost 8 times in 8 years, and current budget allocation of our ministry is rupees 2,70,000 crore. 7 priorities, Saptarshis, of current budget are inclusive development, reaching the last mile, infrastructure and investment, unleashing potential, and the green growth, youth power and financial sector. Green growth covers multiple aspects like green fuel, green energy, green mobility, green equipment, green farming, green buildings, green job opportunities. These will help to make our country Atmanirbhar Bharat and a superpower economy. PM Gati Shakti is a very big initiative and it will help us reduce the logistic cost. Logistic cost in India is higher at 13 to 14% of the GDP compared to 8% to 9% of GDP in other developed economies such as the USA, China. As far as higher logistic cost reduces the competitiveness of made in India products in global markets. Reducing logistic cost to 99% of GDP is at the top of our agenda. Our focus is on development of physical infrastructure and adoption of advanced digital solutions, which are key factors for improving logistic efficiency. The government is focusing on integrated connectivity through roads, inland waterways, railways, and airways. The multiple initiatives have been undertaken by our ministry to improve the logistic efficiency of the country by reducing the time and cost of freight movement. We are constructing 35 MMLP at the cost of around 2 lakh crores. We have already awarded MMLP at Chennai, Indore, and Bangalore. MMLP at Nagpur and Jalna would be awarded very soon. The PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan NMP plans to improve multimodal and last mile connectivity, bringing 16 union ministries together. The PM Gati Shakti makes all infrastructure relevant ministries work together and connects them through a common portal to take decision in a time-bound manner. Development of an NMP National Master Plan portal where all ministers and departments can conduct their pre-project planning activities and now getting interministerial approvals. NOCs and permission is time bound and can be tracked online. This saves lot of time and money. The National Gati Shakti Master Plan would make Indian products more competitive by cutting down the logistic cost and improving the supply chains. The National Broadband Mission vision is develop 15 lakh kilometer of optic fiber cable OFC infrastructure by 2024 in India. As a part of PM Gati Shakti, our Ministry and Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, TRAI, are working together to create smart and digital highways by providing connectivity along national highways. The OFC will provide high-speed internet connectivity to rural areas and create next generation IT infrastructure at a lower cost by utilizing existing right of way of national highways. Pilot project is being carried out along with Delhi Mumbai Greenfield Express Highway and Bangalore Hyderabad Industrial Corridor for about 2,000 kilometers. The NHLML, our NHI Logistic Management Company, has plans to award development of OFC infrastructure for 10,000 kilometers by 2023-24, which will be further covered for entire 34,800 kilometers under Bharatmala Pariyojana Phase 1. The Bharatmala Pariyojana is the flagship scheme of our ministry. We did a scientific planning and identified 65,000 kilometers of network for connecting about 600 districts with minimum 4-lane highways. It is divided into two phases. Under Phase 1, national highway of length of 34,800 kilometers are being developed at a total cost of rupees 10,65,000 crores. We are constructing 27 greenfield expressways and access control corridors of length about 10,000 kilometers at a total cost of rupees 4.5 lakh crores. This will improve connectivity and bring economic prosperity to our nations. All greenfield corridors of Bharatmala Phase 1 and proposed projects under Phase 2A have been consulted with the NPG Network Planning Group of PM Gati Shakti. The NHI is developing world-class wayside amenities (WSA) at more than 600 locations along the national highways. Apart from basic facilities like good toilets, parking and restaurants, these wayside amenities will also have dormitories for truck drivers, EV charging facilities, convention centers, trauma centers, and retail shops for promoting handicrafts and locally manufactured products. Some WCAs will also have helipads and drones landing facilities to deal with medical emergency situations like road accidents and organ transplantation. The port connectivity projects are being implemented to enable swift movement of cargo connecting all ports and inland waterways terminals to increase efficiency of domestic and international trade routes. We are developing 117 port connectivity project of length about 4,000 kilometers to improve last mile connectivity with 87 operational and under implementation ports in the country. Nearly 30% of the land area in India consists of hilly and forest terrain, where development of conventional modes of transportation such as rail, road, and air have been technical challenges. So last mile connectivity remains a key problem. To realize this potential and ensure that development reaches to one and all, National Ropeway Development Program named as Parvatmala Pariyojana is being taken up. Here we plan to develop 260 plus projects at a cost of 1.25 lakh crores and a length of 1,200 kilometers over a period of 5 years. Projects are being developed in PPP mode in partnership with the state government, and it's very important for the hill area. During my tenure in the ministry, we have executed infrastructure project worth of 50 lakh crores. Total national highway network in the country has increased by 60% size since 2024 from 91,000 kilometers to 2014 to 1.47 lakh kilometers as on the date. Our ministry has targeted to increase the NH network in the country to 2 lakh kilometers by 2025. Our government under the National Monetization Pipeline plans to monetize asset worth rupees 6 lakh crore, from which funds can be raised for construction and development. NHI has the largest share of 27% under the National Monetization Pipeline. Recently, we launched InvIT bonds on Bombay Stock Exchange stock market. In just 7 hours of opening, it got 7 times oversubscribed. For the first time, we got these bonds reserved for retail investors. Now, senior citizen and small and medium salaried people can invest in nation building while getting healthy returns of 8.05% on their investment. We have also launched surety bond insurance. This will help in boosting the liquidity in infrastructure sector by realizing the contractors' working capital stuck in bank guarantees. Contractors can utilize this fund for growth of their business. To attract investment from global and domestic financial investors, the ministry is actively pursuing multiple models of monetization of national highway assets such as TOT, InvIT, and project-based financing. To further bring transparency and improve efficiency, NHI will start accepting electronic bank guarantees. All these steps will boost infrastructure growth of the nation while ensuring ease of doing business ecosystem in the sector. The government aims to boost corporate investment in road along with introducing business-friendly strategies, which will balance profitability with efficiency and effective project execution. We have carried out various reforms in model concessions agreement and offered relaxation in technical and financial eligibility criteria to facilitate wider level participation in tenders. With hybrid annuity model that has balanced risk between privates and public partners has given a great boost to public-private partnership. NHI has implemented a stuck project policy and is trying to resolve pending disputes through one-line settlement process. NHI has optimized the land required for construction in order to reduce land acquisition cost. Projects where LA is pending are being resolved through descoping, and we are not awarding project till the 90% of land is available. In addition, our ministry is coordinating the acquisition of common right of way for other connectivity infrastructure such as railway, urban mass transit, and trunk utilization such as power, water, and sewage lines across the greenfield corridors. Our ministry has implemented electronic toll collection (ETC) via FASTag and mandated the installation of FASTag in all vehicles. Currently, 97% of the toll collection on National Highway is being done through FASTag. Earlier, waiting time at toll plaza was 12 minutes and more. With FASTag, waiting time is 47 seconds, and which will give annual saving in time of 47 crore hours and also save 35 crore liter of fuel per year. This will save rupees 3,500 crores per year spent on the fuel. We are giving a lot of importance to innovations, research, and technology in shaping the future of the infrastructure sector. We are promoting uses of alternative materials, new technology, and best construction practices. There is an abundance of opportunities for both domestic and international investors in business-friendly infrastructure sector of India. We are further making things easier by identifying and solving process and compliance issues. The MRTH will continue to take strategic decisions to implement initiatives required to make the vision of Amrit Kal a reality. I thank IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry for inviting me to speak at a conference about opportunities in the road and highway sector, and once again compliment IMC for creating this platform of India Calling Conference. The suggestion received here would truly valuable and once implemented will benefit all the stakeholders in the infrastructure sector. It is really a pleasure and great satisfaction for me to interact with you. I am really happy that we are not only developing the infrastructure in the different part of the country, but we are specially developing the infrastructure for Mumbai also. My dream is to connect Mumbai to Delhi in 12 hours. In the end of this year, 90% of the project will be completed, and that is going to reduce the cost. Presently, the truck from Delhi to Mumbai takes 48 hours from Mumbai to Delhi, but after completing this highway, it will be only 18 hours by which truck can go, by which we can reducing the cost. The other important thing from my ministry, which I will request you, that is concerned with the fuel. We have the import of the fossil fuel of costing 16 lakh crores. Now in Pune, just I got about to launch the truck which is on LNG. If LNG truck, we can reduce the cost by 50% compared with the diesel, and we can reduce the logistic cost. Now, just 1 month before, I got opportunity to launch methanol, adding 10% methanol, 20% methanol in diesel in Bangalore, the state transport buses. At the same time, Ashok Leyland launched the methanol truck in Bangalore. My suggestion to all your colleagues that Ashok Leyland has already manufactured methanol truck. Methanol rate is 25 rupees per liter and diesel rate is 120 rupees per liter. The RCF Mumbai and the Deepak Fertilizer, they are the company who are already manufacturing methanol in the country. Why you are not taking the initiative to start methanol buses, methanol truck in Mumbai, particularly in the BPT, JNPT and Mumbai area, where we can reduce the logistic cost. At the same time, the LNG, bio-LNG, bio-CNG is the future. At the same time, we have now electric cars, electric scooter, electric auto rickshaw, electric vehicles. I got appointed to launch electric bus, double-decker bus in Mumbai. My suggestion is we can make electric double-decker bus like European standards, where we can increase tourism. Now we are making good express highway. My ministry is spending 5 lakh crore only on Maharashtra for development of good infrastructure in Maharashtra. Tourism is the strength. And tourism is a sector where 49% of the capital investment, we are making use of this investment for creating employment potential. And to create employment potential is the highest priority for the government. My request to particularly the member of the Indian Merchant Chamber, that this is the time that we need to free Mumbai from air pollution, water pollution, and at the same time, sound pollution. Mananiya Sonwalji is there. We are making new airport in New Mumbai. Already the airport has constructed jetty. And at that time when I was shipping minister, Mr. Sanjay Bhatia, the chairman of the PPT, with my initiative has prepared a report by which we can start water taxi in Mumbai. And every end of the Mumbai, anywhere, within 70 minutes from water, we can go to the international airport in Navi Mumbai, which will reduce the traffic jam and reduce the time and also the pollution. So I will request Mr. Sonwal that already the report is ready. BPT can take the interest in it, and by which the water taxi will be start in Mumbai. That can be a great relief for the people of Maharashtra and Mumbai. I am really happy that today the new initiative which has already taken by Indian Merchant Chamber, it is to be very important for the development of our country. Whatever the discussions, suggestions from all of you, please send me the copy. It is very unfortunate that because of my busy schedule and previous appointment, I am not practically individually present there. But my all cabinet colleagues, respectable colleagues are present there. With this conference with your report, please send it to us. We will implement your suggestions and we will prove the governance. Once again, my best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Gadkari ji, for your wonderful address. I know Mumbai and Maharashtra is very close to your heart, and we miss your physical presence greatly. Thank you so much. I hope you're there for the session a little later. Otherwise, I'll present a memento in virtual to you, and we'll send it to you in Delhi. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Darshana ji as well, we'll send you the memento. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you.
We thank the Honorable Minister Gadkari Saab for his valuable insights. And moving on, I will request our chief guest, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush, for the inaugural address of this session.
Namaskar. Today, IMC has taken a very important initiative by organizing this particular event, and I am really delighted to be present here today. मैं आप सबको इस अवसर पर विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद देता हूं और उपस्थित सभी सभासदों को मैं हृदय से शुभकामना देता हूं. Honorable Union Minister for Road Transport and Highway, respected Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Union Minister State for Railways and Textile, respected Srimati Darshanaben Jardoji, respected Anand Singhania ji, respected Dinesh Joshi ji, respected Mark Fernandez ji, respected Rajiv Jalota ji, respected Sanjay Sethi ji, respected Shashi Kiran Sethi ji, and all the dignitaries present here today and my media friends. I have a small written speech. If you bear with me, I want to go through it. Will you help me? मुझे सिंघानिया जी ने बुला लिया। जब बुलाने गए थे बहुत कुछ बोल के आए थे, तो मैंने भी कहा कि देखिए, पोर्ट शिपिंग वाटरवेज के मंत्री होने के नाते मेरा भी अपेक्षा रहेगा कि आप हमारी जो व्यवस्था परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में देश के अंदर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सिलसिले में, कनेक्टिविटी, कम्युनिकेशन के सिलसिले में जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन लाया गया है, इस व्यवस्था को सही उपयोग करने के लिए आप ही है। आप मेजर स्टेक होल्डर है। तो हम यही चाहेंगे कि आप भविष्य में हमारी देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिस लक्ष्य हासिल करने के लिए हमें सही दिशा पर सही उपयोग करने के लिए जो भी मार्गदर्शन दी है, तो मुझे लगता है कि हम उसी दिशा पर निश्चित रूप से इस सभा के जरिए जो भी सुझाव, जो भी सरसा, जो भी इम्पोर्टेंट वैल्यूएबल सजेशन आप रखेंगे, मुझे लगता है कि हमारे अगले दिनों में अपने कदम को दुनिया की अंदर भारत को सबसे सर्वश्रेष्ठ राष्ट्र व्यवस्था के खड़ा करने के लिए मुझे लगता है कि ये सही होगा। It is indeed a pleasure to be here at this India Calling Conference organized by IMC on the theme India Rising, Inviting Partnership for Growth. सबको बुलाया गया है ग्रोथ के लिए हम एक साथ काम करें। ये जो अपील आपने रखी है is very, very encouraging. It is heartening to know that one of the oldest trade body with very rich legacy has been actively engaged in promoting India to businesses around the world for last so many years. India today, under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, is forging ahead with a speed which was never seen before. It took Indian economy 60 years to reach $1 trillion mark, and with great difficulty in 2014, we were a $2 trillion economy. Now, in just 9 years from 2014, India is almost a $3.5 trillion economy. Just see the blistering speed of the growth we have been able to achieve in the last 9 years. It is really a remarkable, and this is the result of Gati Shakti. Since the theme of this session is Gati Shakti, powering progress with speed, let me enlighten you about the vast scale and reach of Honorable Prime Minister's transformational PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan launched in October 2021. Gati Shakti NMP heralded a new chapter in governance. It created a digital platform bringing together 16 line ministries, including railways, ports, shipping, waterways, and roadways together for integrated planning and coordinated implementation of infrastructure connectivity. The multimodal connectivity provides integrated and seamless connectivity for movement of people, goods, and services from one mode of transport to another. It facilitates last mile connectivity of infrastructure and also reduce travel time for people. Under PM Gati Shakti, NMP, Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways has identified 101 projects worth of rupees 62,227 crores for implementation by 2025. One of these 101 projects, 26 projects worth of rupees 8,097 crores have been completed. 42 projects amounting 15,000 crores are under development, while 33 projects worth of rupees 36,638 crores are under implementation. Out of the project under implementation, 14 projects worth of rupees 20,000 crores are expected to be completed by December 2023. Of the 101 MOP SW Gati Shakti project, 57 are from the major ports and 44 projects are from the states. These projects have supported faster and efficient movement of cargo, leading to overall reduction in logistic costs. Out of 101 Gati Shakti project, 12 projects amounting to 9,867 crores are being executed in the state of Maharashtra, out of which 3 projects amounting to rupees 3,165 crores have been completed, and 2 projects amounting to rupees 675 crores are under development, while rest 7 projects amounting to 6,027 crores are under implementation, expected to be completed till 2023. Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways has also identified 5 high-impact projects which demonstrate the concept and spirit of PM Gati Shakti. These have been uploaded in the PMG portal and being monitored at the Cabinet Secretariat level. 3 high-impact projects are already completed, and balance 2 projects are under implementation and expected to be completed by December 2023. Apart from PM Gati Shakti initiative, the flagship programs of Sagarmala, launched by Honorable Prime Minister in 2015, has had a spectacular success in the development of the port and inland waterways sector during the last 9 years of its inception. Currently, there are 802 projects worth of investment of rupees 5.4 lakhs crore for implementation under the Sagarmala program by 2035, out of which 228 projects worth of rupees 1,21,445 crores have been completed, and 260 projects worth of rupees 2,30,000 crores are under implementation. Further, 314 projects worth of rupees 2,11,000 crores are under various stages of development. Further, under holistic development of coastal district, a total of 567 projects worth of rupees 58,000 crores have been identified. In the state of Maharashtra, there are 126 projects worth of rupees 1,13,285 crores under Sagarmala program. Out of 126 projects, 39 projects worth of rupees 16,393 crores have been completed. 42 projects worth of rupees 18,146 crores are under implementation, and 45 projects worth of rupees 78,746 crores are under development stages. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, this government has been working hard towards improving and modernizing India's port and connected infrastructure. It is a result of those transformational initiatives that in financial year 2023, India's goods export touched 447 billion US dollar, up from 422 billion US dollar last year, which translate into a huge increase of more than rupees 2 lakhs crore in a year. As a result of various radical initiatives and through the boost given to coastal shipping and inland waterways during the last 9 years, the nation is witnessing the resurgence of a cheaper, safer, eco-friendlier mode of transportation for goods and passengers. Let me highlight the historic achievement of major ports for the financial year 2022-23. Major ports this year witnessed the highest ever cargo handling of 795 million tons, registering an increase of 10.4% growth over last year. Major ports recorded highest ever output per day of 17,239 tons, registering a 6% growth over last year. We recorded the best ever operating ratio, 48.54% this year. Highest container throughput was recorded at JNPA. More than 6 million TEUs was handled by JNPA. Major ports this year recorded highest ever vessel handle. 21,846 vessels were handled this year. I inaugurated the National Technology Center for Ports, Waterways and Coast, Discovery Campus of IIT Chennai recently. The Role Models Center will provide innovative solutions and cutting-edge technology to challenges in the maritime sector through scientific support, education, applied research, and technology transfer at the local, regional, national, and international level. Digital initiative launched by this ministry recently to move towards the smart port suggest effective use of NLP, Marine, and Sagar Setu app are bringing all stakeholders on a single platform, which in turn will reduce logistic costs and time and boost efficiency. As part of our COP26 commitment towards climate action, we have pledged to reduce the emission intensity and reach net zero emission by 2070. Major ports will play an important role in contributing towards decarbonization efforts in the country through key intervention including promoting use of renewable energy, reducing air emission, optimizing water uses, improving solid waste management, and reducing carbon emission per ton of cargo handled by 30% by year 2030 and 70% by year 2047. As per the national hydrogen missions of the country, green hydrogen, ammonia bunkers, and refueling facilities are to be established in all major ports by 2035. Dindayal Port, Paradip Port, B.O. Chidambaram ports are developing infrastructure for establishment of hydrogen bunkerings. Recently, our ministry joined hands with TERI to set up the country's first national center of excellence in green ports and shipping. This center aims to make India's world leader in green port and green shipping initiative and help achieve UN Sustainable Development Goals of clean energy, climate action, and sustainable use of ocean, seas, and marine resources. India aims to become global hub for green shipbuilding by 2030 with the launch of Green Tuck Transition Program. At least 50% of all tucks are proposed to be converted to green tuck by 2030. Recently, our ministries, PSUs, Cochin Shipyard Limited, created another history when Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated Kosi Water Metro 2 days back. A total of 9 of the 23 ferries with 100 passengers capacity have been delivered by Cochin Shipyard Limited to Cochin Metro Rail Limited, while the rest are expected by year end. This is our nation's first water metro, operates with eco-friendly, safe electricity propelled hybrid ferries. After delivering India's first indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Vikram, to Indian Navy, Cochin Shipyard Limited has now signed a contract for building 6th generation missile vessel for Indian Navy at a cost of rupees 9,805 crores. This marks Cochin Shipyard Limited entry into advanced weapon intense platform. CSL has signed contract with Norwegian client for 2 container vessels which will be ultimately powered by hydrogen fuel cell. Among a series of 7,000 DWT multipurpose vessels for a German company, construction of 6 vessels has already started in Cochin Shipyard Limited. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi over the past 9 years, Indian shipping sector has grown in leaps and bounds. The number of ships under Indian flag have been increased up to 1,526 this year as compared to only 1,205 ships in 2014. The tonnage of Indian ship has increased to 13.7 million gross tonnage as compared to only 10.3 million gross tonnage in 2014. The number of Indian seafarers employed in 2014 were 1,17,090, which increased to 2,50,071 in 2022, registering a massive increase of almost 114% in 9 years. Inland waterways sector is also witnessing transformational changes. The world's longest river cruise, MV Ganga Vilas, successfully completed its voyage of 3,200 kilometers from Banarasi to Dibrugarh via Dhaka. This voyage with 32 international passengers has opened up the vast potential of our waterways to the entire world. The cargo transported through inland waterways increased from a mere 16 million metric ton in 2014 to 125 million metric ton in 2023, witnessing a stupendous growth of 681% over the last 9 years. We are constantly working to facilitate ease of business. This session will also discuss that further needs to be done. I am really happy that you have taken an initiative which is very much essential for not only the user of this particular infrastructure facility, but also at large to draw the attention of the people of the country. Because this country is developing first under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. हम लोगों ने पिछले 9 साल के अंदर जो परिवर्तन देखी है, अब हर व्यक्तियों का मन में जो आत्मविश्वास परिवर्तन के वजह से जाग उठा है, मुझे लगता है ये देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा शक्ति का आधार बन सकते हैं. हमारे देश by 2047 एक सेल्फ रिलायंट नेशन बनने के लिए, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनने के लिए ये हमारे लिए काफ़ी है। मुझे लगता है कि हर व्यक्ति जब अपनी दायित्व और कर्तव्य को निष्ठापूर्वक जब पालन करेंगे, मुझे लगता है कि ये देश निश्चित रूप से विकसित देश के हिसाब से अपना पहचान बना सकती है। और मोदी जी का जो काबिलियत है, मोदी जी ने कुशल नेतृत्व देने के वजह से, उनके विजन के वजह से, उनके मार्गदर्शन, उनकी दिशा की वजह से, और उन्होंने जो ईमानदारी से देश को सुधारा है, देश में परिवर्तन लाया है और हर व्यक्तियों का मन में आत्मविश्वास जगाया है, मुझे लगता है कि ये अगले दिनों के लिए मुझे लगता है बहुत बड़ा शक्ति का आधार होगा। तो इसी शक्ति को लेकर हम सबको ये एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, यानी कि भारत में अब जो 142 करोड़ जो पॉपुलेशन आबादी है, इनमें से अधिकतर युवा है। तो मुझे लगता है कि हमारे देश में जो शक्ति है, दुनिया के किसी का पास इतना बड़ा युवा का आबादी नहीं है। तो इसलिए परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हमेशा युवा शक्ति को महत्व देने के लिए यूथ लेड डेवलपमेंट के सिलसिले में हमेशा वो मान्यता देते आई है। तो मुझे लगता है कि IMC आपका पास जो अनुभव है आप कर सकते हैं, आपके पास सदियों से बहुत बड़ा अनुभव है, आप सबको ले सकते हैं, एकत्रित कर सकते हैं और आज पावरिंग इंडिया ग्रोथ। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो PM गति शक्ति को बढ़ावा देने के लिए आप लोगों ने जो भी यहाँ आयोजन की है, जो आपने कार्यक्रम रचना की है, ये बड़े महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमारे हर मंत्रालय आज कनेक्टिविटी कम्युनिकेशन के सिलसिले में जो भी कार्यक्रम हमें दी गई है, शायद सागरमाला हो, पर्वतमाला हो, चाहे भारतमाला हो, चाहे आपको PM गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी हो, चाहे नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी हो, हर कार्यक्रम को आप लोगों का साथ मिलकर सफल बनाने के लिए हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं। तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है ये एक कार्यक्रम जो आपने रचना की है ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। आप ऐसे ही आप इन विषय को नई पीढ़ियों को उजागर करने के लिए, अधिक अनुभव जगाने के लिए मुझे लगता है कि ऐसा कार्यक्रम बहुत जरूरी है। मैं इसलिए IMC को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। आप आगे बढ़ते रहिए। भारत सरकार हमेशा देशवासियों को सहयोग करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है और मोदी जी ने पिछले 9 साल के अंदर जो काम करके दिखाया है, उन्होंने साबित किया है ईमानदारी से, निष्ठापूर्वक, कठोर परिश्रम के जरिए, सही नीति, रणनीति और सही नियत के जरिए कैसे इतना बड़ा देश को दुनिया की सर्वश्रेष्ठ राष्ट्र बना सकते हैं। इस दिशा पर उन्होंने जो भी अब तक सफलता देशवासियों को दिया है, मुझे लगता है ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। इसी उपलब्धि का साथ हम निश्चित रूप से अमृत कालखंड में देश को विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए हम सफल होंगे। इसी उम्मीद का साथ आई कंक्लूड माय स्पीच। थैंक यू। जय हिंद।
उपस्थित सभी को संबोधित करते हुए आपने आज के सत्र के विषय पर सभी को मार्गदर्शित किया, आपके विचारों की सौगात हमें दी। हम दिल की गहराइयों से आपके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। धन्यवाद। I will now request the President of IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Anand Singhania ji, to please present a memento to our chief guest, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush, as a token of reverence. अविस्मरणीय क्षण हम सभी के लिए। और now the vote of thanks will be proposed by Mr. Dinesh Joshi, Chairman, IMC International Business Committee.
May I request the managing partner of PwC, Mr. Dhruv Garg, to please come on the stage and take the seat. Thank you very much. Honorable Srimati Darshanaben Jardosh, Minister of State, Textiles and Railways, Honorable Shri Union Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Honorable Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, Minister for Ports, Shipping, Waterways and Ayush. I think after hearing such fantastic speech, I don't think I can speak anything more, but just say that, I mean, this has been one of the most vibrant and a session which is full of visionaries. I really thank Honorable Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji to grace this event personally. And remember when I met him with our President, Mr. Anand Singhania, he was so positive about IMC. He spoke very high about the contribution of IMC to the country's growth. Sir, thank you very much. We discussed about various sectors today, from railways to textiles to infrastructure to shipping. And I think what I can see that the entire integrated vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji is being translated into reality. And I'm sure that 2047, where India will celebrate its 100th year of independence, we will see a different India totally. Honorable Prime Minister says that Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat. But may I add, sir, that it is Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat, Saksham Bharat and Samruddha Bharat under his vision. Thank you very much, sir.
And on that note, we conclude this segment of this session. Profusely thank the Honorable Minister yet one more time for his gracious presence among us. Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This was not actually supposed to be a break. But then we are all ready to begin the panel discussion. Can I request all those who can hear me outside the conference room to please proceed inside? And all those who are already here, I hope your cell phones are on the silent, and we all know the reason why. Please, may I request one and all to kindly be seated. We are beginning the panel discussion on Gati Shakti Powering Progress with Speed, National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity immediately. This session will be chaired by Mr. Dhruv Gad, Partner, Maritime and Logistics, PricewaterhouseCoopers Private Limited. And the experts are Mr. Rajiv Jalota, Chairman, Mumbai Port Authority, Mr. Sanjay Sethi, Chairman, JNPT, Mr. Mark Fernandez, Partner, Sylvester and Company, and Chairman, IMC Shipping and Logistics Committee, and Mr. Shashikiran Shetty, Founder and Chairman, All Cargo Group. So Mr. Gad is here, so is Mr. Jalota, Mr. Fernandez is here, Mr. Shetty is here. All right. So Mr. Sanjay Sethi ji will be joining us very, very shortly. Nevertheless, I will request the session chair, Mr. Dhruv Gad, to kindly take over.
Thank you very much. Yes, a session on Gati Shakti, so let's get started quickly. Yes, I know as people will still keep coming back, that's perfectly fine. So yes, I think we already heard Honorable Minister of Roads, from Railways, as well as of course from Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways on the Gati Shakti and the events beyond it. And to be honest, today the opportunity that exists for investors, entrepreneurs, and the country as a whole is one like never before, right? And honestly, the logistics aspect is at the center stage of it. Because today, be it the domestic market, be it India trying to play a part in the global value chains, logistics is no longer about just creating efficiency, getting the goods there. Logistics is about creating a differentiation. So how do I create a differentiation as a company, be it that product reaching Nasik or be it that product reaching New York? And then that's where logistics comes in. That's where creation of logistics infrastructure is so critical, given the kind of market and outlook that you are looking at. So I'm delighted to have a wonderful set of panelists with me here today who can talk both from the government side of things as how they see the developments happening, as well as from the private side of things as how they have seen the sector evolve. Wonderful that I feel like the channel in the middle with the Bombay Port Trust and Port Authority and the JNPA on either side. So wonderful to have you both, sir, here as well. So without further ado, I'll get the session started and then maybe invite Mr. Jalota, sir, first of all. So Gati Shakti as a program we have been talking about. We understand that it is more from a perspective of planning of infrastructure. It is to ease out initiatives related to holistic planning to understand which kind of projects are coming together. It is also to ease out discussions between various ministries and fast track projects, right? How do you see the ports as a whole getting impacted by that? We understand that there is an entire port connectivity program which is being running, and Minister Sir alluded to that as well. So how do you see the ports fitting into the entire Gati Shakti program and then moving ahead on that front, sir?
Thanks, Dhruv. In fact, after listening to the speeches of our honorable ministers, I think the apt nomenclature for this event should have been Risen India, not Rising India. But our honorable minister has already spoken to you about the various connectivity projects which
the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, both at the port side as well as the inland waterway side, is embarking on. In fact, our ministry drew up a decadal vision document, Maritime India Vision 2030, wherein it was imagined that there would be a potential investment of between 38 to 44 billion dollars in our port sector itself. This year, growth of cargo at our ports has been more than 10%. And that vision document actually stated that how growth is going to be achieved, how we will achieve modal shift, because transport by water route comes out cheaper. In fact, there was detailed analysis done in that document that for particular sectors like the coal sector or the iron ore sector, at what length of transport the water transport will become cheaper, from which places it will become cheaper, where it is. All OD pairs were identified, origin destination pairs, for these all, including steel, cement, fertilizers. All these sectors were very closely identified, planned, and based on that, our various major ports as well as non-major ports, both, because non-major ports are governed by the state governments, have embarked upon this path of seeing the development of 10 years, and now, in fact, our document of Amrut Kal Vision 2047 is also made, where it is envisioned that in 2047 we may be having 10,000 million metric tons of cargo at ports in the country. So when this kind of growth is envisioned, and we are seeing that big shipping lines, the way they are building new ships and positioning them in India or positioning for India, a big transshipment hub being planned in south coast of India as well as at the Andaman Nicobar Islands in the Galathea Bay. All this goes to show that we have to have a tremendous improvement in connectivity for evacuation of cargo into the ports or from the ports of the country, both major and non-major. And it poses a great investment opportunity for everybody. And in fact, the public-private partnership model, which has been totally redesigned in 2021 through a new model concession agreement 2021, has also shown tremendous promise with the two successful bids of Jawaharlal Nehru Port and Kandla Port. I think we are destined for a golden period of investment in ports and shipping sector, including inland waterways.
Great. Thank you so much, Jalota sir, and I think, for laying out that it's about large infrastructure projects which are being planned, and there are multiple of such. And it's not just about the large infrastructure project, it's about the infrastructure projects which have to catch the trend of the future, right? So it's deep draft ports, it's ports where transshipment hubs, etc., which are needed today to catch the trends of the future, and potentially other aspects of automation as well. You touched upon, sir, a very important point of partnerships. I mean, even the larger theme of the event is inviting partnerships for growth, right? And port sector, we've seen a lot of those partnerships happen. And in light of that, I'd like to get in Mr. Sanjay Sethi here from, JNPA, sir. So your port has been the first of its kind landlord port with 100%, PPPs online. So what have been the learnings, and how you're kind of looking at taking this forward in terms of inviting more and more PPP for the sector as a whole, as we look at port sector and beyond?
As you mentioned, JNPA is the first port which has actually become the 100% landlord model port. Basically what it means is that none of the terminals or berths are now being operated by the port authority. We already had private operators, including some of the biggest names in the world, the Port of Singapore Authority, the Dubai Port World, and Maersk and Concor, who run this GTI terminal. The latest one that we had taken out for bidding has been bagged ultimately by a tie-up between JM Bakshi and CMA CGM. Now, the whole story on this PPP as a concept and PPP in operation, making a success out of it, the learnings, I would like to just mention 2 or 3 things. The first part was that the kind of response this kind of bid got, in the sense that the biggest names from the shipping companies, from the terminal operators who are already there, some of the world's terminal operators who are not there yet in India, all of them participated. We had some 12 to 13 bids who were all very, very serious bids. And when we are now saying that, you know, the kind of financials that we ultimately got were at least 2 times of what was being expected or was being discussed, which also meant that there was an inherent value in this whole proposition. Now the point is that when the private operator is looking at this business, obviously when we say private sector efficiencies, it's a big broad word called private sector efficiencies. Basically what it means is, if I were to just give you a figure, I had got into almost a loss of about 200 crores a year on that terminal, and now I stand to get about 600 crores to up to 1000 crores as just royalty. So you can imagine the kind of efficiencies that are being brought in, so to say, which also means that, again, as we keep saying, that government has no business being in business, which basically again means that we should not probably be doing it ourselves, because just to give you 2 or 3 examples, a typical crane operator gets paid at least 3 times of what he is getting in the private terminal. The number of people used there are 3 times also than the private this thing, because of the various agreements with unions, with the kind of things where as we create redundancies, otherwise here for 1 person 2 extra people were to be employed, which normally for 2 you have to have 1. This is just to give you a flavor of how it works and where these inefficiencies were coming from. So having said that, the whole successful part ultimately comes from these 2 or 3 reasons. One is that the fact that shipping companies have got into this, and the fact that these terminal operators now operate as many as 50 to 60 terminals all over the world, the kind of leveraging they can do in terms of the traffic coming in, that is huge, that is very big. When you say one JNPCT, which was being run by JNPT, we just running 1 terminal in the whole world, and all the other rest of these 3 guys run at least 50 to 60 terminals all over the world. So the kind of leveraging they have obviously means that they are in a position to get that kind of traffic, which we probably will not be able to get once our capacities are excess, because we added about 2.5 million TEUs about 3 years back, which basically meant that some of my traffic then started shifting to PSA, because those excess capacities were created. Till the time it was like a supplier's market. When we had 5 million and we were exceeding 5 million, we were also getting that much of traffic. But the moment that came in, it started shifting there. So it has been a great learning experience. From a very administrative point of view also, since we matched it with a very successful voluntary retirement scheme, we are in a position to, as I said, save a lot of money ultimately, where when we say a sector like port, which is commercial in nature, if we have to compete at the international level, it probably cannot be run within courts like a municipal body, where where in a way a lot of employment is generated, you know. So here, because of the kind of automation, the kind of requirements of catching up with the global standards, we need to do this, and I think it has been a very, very successful experiment which others can replicate. Thank you. I think I'll come in if yes.
Absolutely, sir. No, thanks a lot. And I think you made some very heartening to hear, you know, when when port authorities and government talk about not PPP, not to get finance, but to get efficiency on board, because that's really at the heart of PPP to drive that. And of course, it has have a trickle-on effect in terms of the financial ability and the ability to compete in the market. Now I'd like to probably bring in Mr. Shetty, right, from a private side perspective. So you operate pretty much the entire domain of the logistics sector, and you have seen the sector evolve in terms of development of infrastructure, development of policies, the type of policies which we are hearing today and seeing in action. How do you see this changing the landscape for the logistics sector as a whole?
Sure. I think, first of all, a privilege to be here, and it is very inspiring to hear all the three ministers, their vision for the country and the progress that has taken place. And today, every Indian, whether he's living in India or internationally, is extremely excited about India, and everybody feels so proud about what happened in the last 9 years of this government. And we wish and hope that same sustainable model and the predictable model continues in the years to come. With whatever that we heard, one thing is very clear. It is for the government to frame policies, among many other things that the government of the day has to do, and leave it to the business to execute the commercial side of the entire supply chain, logistics, or any industry for that matter. We have seen transformation taking place right in our eyes, whether you talk about ports, whether you talk about telecom, or whether you talk about retail, or any industry, defense recently, are classic examples of how government should facilitate entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship basically is a bedrock for prosperity and development of any country. I think that is proven again and again in so many times in so many different countries. As far as the logistics is concerned, what I saw when I started my career, when the ships had to wait for more than a month to get a berth anywhere in the country, and that was draining so much on the supply chain, on the planning of inventory, or in terms of the damages that's paid to the ships, and various other consequences, to what it is today. Today, the port can become a landlord and making crores of rupees, and ships have no waiting period. Productivity have gone up maybe 10 times from what it used to be at that time because of mechanization, because of ease of policies, etc., right? So the transformation is phenomenal in our industry. And today, thanks to the last mile delivery and the e-commerce boom, there is sophistication coming into logistics in an unprecedented scale and level. The kind of warehouses that is getting built around the country, the kind of logistic parks coming around the country, and our company had the privilege of building over 5 million square feet of world-class warehousing facilities, and in the process of building another 5 million square feet of such warehouses, which is unprecedented. I mean, I would have never imagined that we would develop that kind of a warehousing infrastructure in the country, and these are really appreciated by the multinational and the Indian companies who are the lessees for these warehouses. And obviously, all these things, helps in reducing the logistic cost. In terms of, talking about the logistic cost itself, we are talking about India's cost at about 13%. I think if you look at it in a way where is the cost is, if you look at the highlights of that. So one of the reasons why the logistic cost in India is high is because most of our goods within the country are transported by road, and that too by smaller vehicles. Why smaller vehicles? Because we didn't have the kind of a the road infrastructure exist in the country. So even today, we don't operate a 40-foot trailers. We still operate 20-feeters and 32-feet trailers, which is not economically efficient. So that's point number one. So that's why the government have recognized the fact that a significant amount of road need to move into rail and move into coastal shipping. Rail, of course, the country is building the dedicated freight corridors on the western side and the eastern side on a double stack basis, which will move containers faster than before, and it will probably bring the whole cost down. Why I'm saying probably because there's a huge investment that has gone into building the DFCs, and the economics of that has to also work out for the per container rate to come down. Even if the cost doesn't come down, the speed definitely going to increase, right? So with the coastal development of the various planning of inland waterways, but we see very little progress there in terms of the tonnages carried to the potential what that exists. So my submission to the government and the authorities is that more and more cargo need to move into rail, more and more cargo need to move into coastal and inland waterways, which everybody knows and understands, and there's a lot of efforts also going on there. So that is one of the biggest factor for high logistics cost in the country, in my point of view. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Shetty. And just, moving on to Mr. Fernandez as well, right? I mean, from a freight forwarding and shipping business perspective, again, there is a lot of talk about ease of doing business, reducing logistics costs, right? Again, how have you seen this evolve over a period of time? And now we are talking about national logistics policy, ULIP coming in. We're talking about Gati Shakti, where various agencies will give approvals at a much more fast-track manner. So how have you seen this evolving as well?
Thanks, Dhruv. First of all, let me convey my thanks on behalf of IMC as Chairman of Shipping Logistics to Chairman Mumbai Port, to Chairman JNPA, to Shashi for being with us, to our honorable ministers who spent a long time with us. We have to go back a bit. I mean, I'm old, so I'll take you back a bit in history. Mumbai Port was the first port that had its privatization in 12A, 12B. Thereafter, it created JNPA, which is today JN Port, which is our premier container terminal. JNPA has grown beyond expectations. The first private PPP was with P&O Ports, which then got taken over by DP World. I mean, going back to what Shashi and I, we first operated, I think I was 74, maybe you were 75, 74. It took 10 days for a ship to sail out of the port. It took 45 days ship waiting in berth at Mumbai port. Today, the captains complain to us, we come to your beautiful city, but we don't see it, because in 14 hours we're turning around. Okay, so that's the plus side. This government, I would give its due, because the way the processing of documents, ultimately, my clients, they need the cargo in their possession. We're not going back to the 70s where it took a long time. Today, I can deliver a consignment from the port within 24 hours. Now, there's a joke. It's not 3 days, it's actually 24 hours, because people tell me, yeah, 24 hours is 3 days, 8 hours you work a day, so 8, 3 are 24. It's not. It's 24 hours of arrival of the cargo in Mumbai. You can deliver the cargo to the factory. It has been done because this government listened to the trade and did bring a lot of accountability on the part of the importers and exporters. If I don't file documents prior to vessel arrival, I am charged 5,000 rupees a day penal charge for first 3 days. Then I am charged 10,000 rupees a day thereafter. Plus I charge interest on the duty not paid before the vessel arrived, So that kind of accountability was never bought on the players or the importers. We could plan, import, keep cargo in stock 1 month, 2 month inventory. So those handling costs, their logistic costs went up. Today, that has all evaporated. Today, I can bring cargo in just in time. There's no holding cost, there's no inventory. But there is a different cycle. And that's where Shashi has been able to foresee the future much earlier of the huge warehousing and online processing and, Amazon and all having their huge stocks in India. So hats off to India going open market in 1991, 92. Hats off to this government encouraging the industry to work like on international levels. But all said and done, the EXIM industry still suffers. The importer is still suffering. The exporter is still suffering because the handling cost globally is the highest in the world. Every second day, if not every day, our Honorable Prime Minister's one direction is bring handling costs down in logistics sector. Our Honorable Minister of Road, which was our Honorable Minister of Shipping and Roads earlier, has gone like a Concorde and now building 60 kilometers per day. I mean, in our youth, we've never heard of more than 1 or 2 kilometers a day being built. He's building 60 kilometers a day. That's a record. So hats off to the government. The shipping minister has thrown open the waterways, which actually is a big plus for us because it will bring down handling cost. It will bring down the pollution in our environment. Our air pollution, our quality of life will be much better. So keeping all this, I only would like to say one thing, sir, that, oh, I forgot to say first, this is the first time IMC is blessed with Chairman Mumbai Port, Chairman IPA, and Chairman of DG Shipping, all in one in Mr. Rajiv Jalota. So if we have any problems, we can approach him. So keeping that in mind, I think what our minister said earlier also, to think big. Mr. Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce, emphasize, let's hit for the sun. We don't mind falling short, but let's not hit for the sea and go into the sea. That's what he meant. So, sir, keeping that in mind, I know that there's a big opportunity for the shipping sector, for the port guys, in the new port coming up, which is proposed under Chairman Sanjay Sethi in Vadwan. So that way we need to have many ports. I mean, there are discussions in other ports on the East Coast which are big, but I think the West Coast should have a major deep drafted port because most of our cargo comes in from the north. And north is a landlocked area. So we need to have ports on the West Coast. Thank you, Dhruv.
Thanks, Mr. Fernandez. Thank you. We are all professionals in the logistics business in some shape or form. So it always falls down to the logistics business to reach in time, just in time, and meet the ETA. So, to get the sessions back on track, we will now quickly try and close. But I would like to thank all my panelists here. I think it's been a quick session, but a wonderful session, and I hope you get an idea that whether it's from the government side, the port authorities, right, the focus is very clear: develop the right set of infrastructure which is facing the new trends which are there in the market. Get private players on board to operate that infrastructure, and then from the private side, we can clearly see that the new trends which are catching up in terms of the efficiencies which are coming in, the private sector is trying to now play a wonderful role in saying what is the next wave of growth, be it automation, right, be it in terms of green and sustainable and resilient logistics and moving towards more resilient kind of modes of transport, and then that's what Gati Shakti and the entire logistics landscape is all about, is to say how we move forward and catch on the new trends so that India as a whole becomes a much more integrated part of global value chains and be extremely competitive. So with that, I would like to thank everyone in the panel here. Thank you, everyone.
That indeed was an engaging session, and we apologize that we had to run through it, but we have, as a token of appreciation, I would request the session chair, Mr. Dhruv Garg, to please present a memento to Mr. Rajiv Jalota, Chairman, Mumbai Port Authority. A token of gratitude for Mr. Sanjay Sethi, Chairman, JNPT. So please accept this. Thank you. A memento for Mr. Mark Fernandez. Thank you for your contribution to this session. And a memento for Mr. Shashi Kiran Shetty, founder and chairman, All Cargo Group. Thank you. And now could I request Mr. Uday Sanghvi, co-chair IMC International Business Committee, to please present a memento to our session chair, Mr. Dhruv Gatt, partner Maritime and Logistics Price Waterhouse Coopers Private Limited. Thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We are not breaking. We are having a quick changeover and we will begin the next session immediately. This will be the fourth session with the topic Opportunities, Real Estate and Urban Development. Check. There's a slight change, ladies and gentlemen. We will have the real estate and urban development session in a little while, as we have Mr. Anurag Jain, Secretary, Road Transport, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. He has joined us online already. So we are just swapping the two sessions. We are beginning with session 5 first. The session 5 topic is Enablers of Business Environment. I hope you have noted the change. We are beginning the Enablers of Business Environment session first. This will be followed by the panel discussion on real estate and urban development, and then we go back to the panel discussion of the Enablers of Business Environment session. So just to get into the details, we'll be having address by Mr. Anurag Jain, followed by address by Mr. Mohammad Noor Rahman Sheikh, and then we go to the real estate and urban development session. come back to the panel discussion of enablers of business environment. Can I request everybody to please settle down? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we already have Mr. Anurag Jain, Secretary, Road Transport, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, joining us virtually online. You can see him on the screen. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
Can I request you for your address on enablers of a business environment?
Thank you, Mr. Mohammad Noor Rahman Sheikh, Mr. Anand Singhania, Mr. Nayan Patel, speakers on the panel, Mr. Dilip Dandekar, Mr. Pradeep Shah, Mr. Shrikant Badwe. I'm extremely happy to be amongst all of you. Actually, in my last job as Secretary DPIIT, Mr. Singhania and his team reached out to me and I readily agreed when I came to know about what IMC does or what IMC calling conference is. But in the meanwhile, I got transferred. Initially, I made a request that it may not be appropriate because finally this is a job of the Secretary DPIIT. But then Mr. Singhania made a request, then I agreed for a virtual meeting at least. Because till recently I was in the department which had the same function to attract investment, facilitate business. As I am told that IMC has been, from IMC India calling has been operational since 1999. So next year you will complete 25 years. But in these 24 years till now, this has already become one of the most important business events for industry and businesses, not only in India, but the world over. It gives a platform to the businesses and industry leaders to come together, debate, share insights, explore potential investment opportunities, and establish collaborations. I will try to give you the brief overview why should India be considered for investment and what are the enablers for business environment we have been able to put in place for in the last some time. I am sure you have heard Honorable Minister, Commerce and Industries in the inaugural session. So there could be some overlap, please excuse me because I could not hear what he spoke, so I am not sure whether I'll be able to avoid repetition. As of now, you have all heard Honorable Prime Minister talking about Amrit Kal, the journey of India from now to 2047, that is India at 100. And a vision 2047 is being worked upon, which he already given the outlines on in the last Independence Day speech. And when we worked out the details, trust me, the numbers are pretty impressive. Right now, we are $3.5 trillion economy. by 2047 will be $32 trillion economy. That's a realistic estimate. The optimistic estimates are much more. And even the base case, the most pessimistic scenario is also pretty high. So India is going to grow and remain one of the fastest growing large economies in the world over the next 2 to 3 decades. What are the factors which will make this happen? One of the most important thing is India has a democratic system, India has a rule of law, a strong vibrant democracy, and India has a demographic dividend and a youth which is full of talent. They are transforming this country. You would have all heard about the startup ecosystem, to which I'll come a little later. But to begin with, the contribution of the government. In the last 8-9 years, a lot of reforms have taken place. GST making India one nation, one tax nation. Initially, there were some hiccups, but now almost everything has become smooth and it is functioning without any friction. Reduction in corporate tax. We are actually now, we can compare most favorably with most of the economies in the world. Enactment of labor codes is a very great step forward in making the business environment better. Our FDI policies, the kind of changes which have happened, actually they started much earlier. We started opening in 1990s. But now, as of now, the FDI policy of India is one of the most open FDI policy anywhere in the world. Most of the sectors, one can invest up to 100% through the automatic route. Government approval is required in very few sectors, and in very few sectors, the limit is less than 100%. If you look at the list where it is less than 100% or you require a government approval, that list is actually less than a page. Very few sectors are listed there. Then to improve the business climate, we started a program called Ease of Doing Business to begin with. And very rapidly, India grew in ranks from 142 to 63 in a matter of just 5 years. Thereafter, World Bank stopped ranking. But we continued with our business reform action plan. World Bank used to rank based on only 2 cities, but we actually roped in all states as partners, and the business reform action plan is actually working throughout the country. And lot of improvements have happened since 2020, the last World Bank ranking, and I'm sure if the ranking is done today, India would be in the top 40 or maybe higher. Because this confidence emanates from the fact that in 2020, in 3 parameters, we were below 100. And one of the worst was starting a business. At that point of time, it was 15 days the world average, India's average was 22 days, and best in class was New Zealand 1 day. There has been a major reform in the corporate law. The whole thing has been digitized. Now you can actually apply and get your registration within a day, which is at par with what New Zealand does, or the way the World Bank used to define opening a company. The day 1 you apply, day 3 if you get your approval, it is counted as 1 day. And it comes with 13 other registrations like tax registration, the PAN number registration, the labor code registrations. Those are the kind of things which the technology has played the part. In addition to that, trading has been made easy. Most of the systems related, like post clearance audits, single electronic platform for all trade holders, upgraded port infrastructure, electronic submission of documents, all this has gone a long way. For new investments, we have created a national single window system, which of course is a work in progress. Out of 36 states and UTs in the country, till now we have been able to integrate 20 states and UTs. So if you want to set up a business in one of those 20 states or UTs, then all permissions across Government of India and all permissions related to the state can be applied through a single portal in a very simplistic manner. The information will not have to be repeated. That itself is a huge benefit, and you can track the progress of your application, whatever you can know all your approvals which you need, and then you can apply with a single form. In addition to that, India as a country has focused on infrastructure in last 8 and 9 years. The capital outlay, the Government of India's budget, has increased 3 times in a matter of last 4 years. This year's budget was rupees 10 lakh crore on the capital. Now I am Secretary MORTH. In last 8 to 9 years, the national highway, it has gone up from 91,000 kilometers to 1,45,000 kilometers. Similarly, infrastructure has been transformed almost in every sector, like number of airports becoming double, electrification, and I am not going into details of that because of paucity of time. But if I look at my own budget, in 2013-14 it used to be about 40,000 crore. Now it is 2,95,000 crore, which means it has grown at the rate of cumulative compounded rate growth rate of 21%, year-on-year growth of the budget for infrastructure. Because of this focus, the infrastructure has really transformed. But what is more important, the way we spend now is based on a framework called PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. Earlier, the departments used to work in silos. Now, what PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan has done, that it has broken the silos of departmentalization. Now there is comprehensive planning and decision making, where the planning heads of all the 7 infrastructure ministries sit together, and the way this GIS map works, we have got 1600 layers, and one can, sitting on the table, work out one of the most optimized layout of the road if you want to make, or railway network you want to create. A typical DPR formulation which used to take about 8 months is taking less than 2 months. It's a matter of few hours or a day or two to create the first draft of the DPR sitting on the table, and then you do the ground truthing, etc. That is how it is taking 2 months, but still it is a huge saving. Land acquisition data, it's a matter of few hours that you can prepare a case for land acquisition instead of about 8-9 months which it used to take earlier. But what is more important, there is synergy. Typically, a tunnel made by road department would take say about 6,000 crore. Railway tunnel will take about 6,000 crore. But because of the synergy, a common tunnel can be done, which is being done actually in the field. And for about 8,000 crore, you can create a tunnel which will provide connectivity to both rail and road. So you are saving on the cost. You are optimizing, you are ensuring the timely completion of the projects. So it's a huge change, and this change approach gives us more confidence that the logistic efficiency, this whole program was started for improving the logistic efficiency, for the multimodal connectivity. We also identified the missing gaps, critical infrastructure gaps, which we are fulfilling. This budget actually talked about filling up, sanctioning all such 100 projects in one go. So this will go a long way in improving the logistic efficiency. Another important thing for improving the logistic efficiency is that we have created what we call unified logistic interface platform, where for logistic purposes, business may need to interact with 33 different electronic systems in the country. Using ULIP, we want to integrate all 33. 32 have been integrated. Integration of the last piece, GST, is underway. And we have given open APIs to private sector to develop and create application softwares on these open APIs. I'm very happy to share that almost 250 applications are being worked out by the private sector, And all these applications will be available to the businesses within next 2 to 3 months. This will be transformational. There would be a single document which can take your goods from, say, Lucknow to London. Initially, you take a truck, go to the railway station, then from there to the port, from there to the ship, and it goes to the export destination, all through a single document. That will be a reality soon. So that is the transformational thing which is happening on the logistic platform. One of the major reasons why we are able to do is the public digital infrastructure. This public digital infrastructure is basically transforming and reducing the barriers of entry for the new players. The GEM Trinity, the Aadhaar, the mobile and the Jan accounts have taken the corruption totally out from the beneficiary schemes. But what is more important, that philosophy of open architecture has become a hallmark of Indian governance system now. So based on that, another transformative program, transformative initiative called Open Network for Digital Commerce has been taken. This will change and help the small businesses to do their business. I am told that MSMEs are also there in audience today. I would urge all of you to actually ensure that through a platform which is ONDC compliant, please take benefit of ONDC. This is going to help you come on e-commerce. E-commerce is a better way to do business, but till now it was very difficult because of the oligopolies, the kind of charges which one has to pay. This is a problem the world is grappling with, but ONDC provides a solution which will transform the way e-commerce is done at the global stage. That is the next big thing happening from India. I would quote just two more studies. There was a study called Business Climate Survey by the Swedish Chamber. About 8-9 years back, the business climate said that only 16% of Swedish companies look favorably at India. Today that number is 83%. And 16% say it is neutral. So 99% is either neutral or favorable. That shows the kind of work which has been done in the country. And another important point I would like to mention is there was a research report by Bloomberg IIFL Securities, which talks about the return of the top 500 companies in India. The BSE index, the CAGR of the BSE index has been 23%. While for US it was 9.5%, for China 7.5%, Japan 5.3%. They have compared, so look at 23%, going down the second highest being 9.5%. The number of companies which gave a CAGR of more than 20% was 23%, a whopping 23%. So more than 20% companies giving more than 20% CAGR. That is the story of 20 years of India. So, to my mind, I would like to request all the business people sitting here, if there was ever a time to invest, if there was ever a time to, there was ever a place to invest, it is India and now. Please be the part of India's growth story, which is going to be very, very exciting for the next 3 decades for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Secretary, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us in person a special guest, Mr. Mohammad Noor Rahman Sheikh, Joint Secretary, Economic Diplomacy, Ministry of External Affairs of India. Could I request you, sir, for your address?
Namaskar, good afternoon. Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Sri Anurag Jain, IMC office bearers, President, past presidents, General Secretary, Joint Secretaries, all the people who are making this event a great success, I would say. Mr. Dilip Dandekar, Mr. Pradeep Shah, Mr. Nayan Patel, Mr. Saurabh Shah, I think they are all associated with this particular session. Thank you IMC India for inviting us. We are proud partners of this event. As you see, the logo of Ministry of External Affairs, Economic Diplomacy Division is there in the screen. It's everywhere. I would, as we heard Secretary Mott talking about this is the time and India is the place for investment to take place. And he has spoken with the wealth of experience. Of course, till just recently he was Secretary DPIT, the very relevant department in Government of India, which of course deals with all of you in the industry. I would be focusing more on what Ministry of External Affairs has been doing and intends to do as we take it forward in terms of as an enabler of business environment, as seeing a rising India and inviting partnership for growth. As you are all aware, Ministry of External Affairs works very closely with all other economic ministries in Government of India, all the state governments, and of course, quite importantly with the industry, with all of you. We have about 200 missions and consulates spread around the world who are constantly partnering with all of you in this growth story. We have seen how we have faced the impact of the COVID, how we have recovered from that, the various global supply chain disruptions, and how you worked in great partnership in coming out of those challenging times. In fact, when our Prime Minister gave the clarion call to all our heads of mission to focus on 3 T's, this is trade, technology, and tourism. Immediately thereafter, we saw the COVID pandemic coming on the way. However, the process of emphasizing on the 3 T's, on taking India's growth story around the world has been a very successful endeavor. We have seen this, obviously, the missions have played a very important role in terms of attracting the foreign direct investment of almost $85 billion last year. And as Secretary Mott was saying, I think this is a fact that is recognized around the world with the best returns of the investment, with the security of investment and stability of its economic situation. Investors line up to be a part of this story. It's interesting to note that not just the inward investments, I think India has also started looking out. As we all know, India is chair of G20. I'm glad my colleague Ashish Sinha, I can see him in the audience. He and other panelists will also be talking about, and other diplomats of G20 will also be talking about the way of the plan of action for G20. Just before, as we took over the G20 presidency in the month of January, we had a Voice of Global South Summit. 128 countries participated. And I think there's a realization that if India does something, there's a lot of credibility to it India obviously represents the voice of the global south. And that is where we have started, as the Secretary was mentioning in his address, the Vision 2047, the plan to have a 30 trillion economy by 2047, to have India as a developed country by then. I think this all also has this realization in us that we also need to look beyond. And hence there are in this approach, for example, ideas to set up manufacturing zones in Africa, for example, Indian manufacturing zones in Africa. So you basically tie up with the industry in India and the local industry in those countries. So you basically take your local to global, and you basically allow other countries which also need to be part of this process to also grow. You are all witness to the fact that last year in July, Reserve Bank of India had come out with a circular on international trade settlement in Indian rupees, in INR. It is going on quite well. So far about 60 special Vostro accounts have been opened by about 20 countries. And numbers are increasing. In fact, in this, as I say, our missions abroad are also playing a very important role in reaching out to the local interlocutors and then take this forward. These are some of the steps which we feel is important for a country like our size, for a country which is doing well, needs also to have this kind of presence in a global map. In terms of the investments that are coming into India, obviously, as industry members, you are all aware, the investments take place both in greenfield as well as in brownfield sectors, in a variety of sectors. I think that realization is certainly there. In terms of India's exports, starting from 2021, I think many of you were witness to the fact that when our Prime Minister announced a $400 billion export target on 6th of August 2021, I think thereafter, the industry has done so well. I mean, all of you, both the merchandise as well as the services sector, and this year we crossed $770 billion of goods as well as services. I think it's going quite well. I think by 2030, the target is to achieve 2 trillion of our exports by 2030. So I think these are all, if you see it during COVID or just prior to it, probably it seemed as if it was a very difficult and onerous task, but now it seems that we are actually very confident of achieving these targets, starting of course with the vision of a 5 trillion economy as soon as possible, then to a 2030 year mark, benchmark, and then of course to 2047 of a developed country status. In terms of technology, I think it's important because we have seen during COVID how we played a big role in terms of developing the vaccines, how we became a supplier of vaccines to so many countries around the world, how India has actually proven its standing of a global player. In terms of tech, we have this India digital stack, whether it be Vim UPI, whether it be on Aadhaar or several other things. So when we used to talk about technology earlier, it used to be basically bringing technology into India. But we are proud to see that indigenous technology has also been developed in such a way that when we talk with our interlocutors, we also talk about exporting Indian technology abroad. I think it's a great leap forward that we have taken. We are very proud of this achievements by our industry, by our R&D teams, and by all the stakeholders there. Of course, we also need to understand the leadership provided by our Prime Minister that has actually pushed several players and stakeholders to make this kind of progress. We see, like as Secretary Mott rightly mentioned about the various connectivity projects, how clearances are expedited, single window clearances and things like this. This has actually led to a lot of confidence in the business community. And as we speak, I think it's a constant process in the government structure to ease things. There are several committees which are in place, which talks about how to reduce the compliance regulations, how do you ease the doing of business, how do you enhance better communication between several agencies, how do you make it beneficial and easy for all the stakeholders. So I think there's a constant feeling. It's not like we are we have achieved something and we are lying low. It's not like that. I think there's a constant effort being put in at various levels of the government, of course, in close coordination and working with the industry and other stakeholders. We have seen, there's a lot of focus on free trade agreements and on, bilateral investment treaties, on social security agreements, on, mobility and migration agreements. So they are all steps basically to see as stable and secure position for our economy and also for this growth that has to also take place globally. I think the G20 presidency presents a very good opportunity for our industry also to show and kind of exhibit the various progress, because as we know, there are more than 150 meetings and about 55 or so venues spread across the country. So I think industry is important to see how partnerships are offered, what kind of manufacturing facilities are available. We all know, for example, the Mumbai belt or Pune industrial belt, and I think wherever those events take place, I think it's a good way of projecting those opportunities also to all the visiting people, to the visitors here. There are a lot of focus in various sectors, as I said, technology, trade, medical value travel, manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, solar, renewable energy, green hydrogen, connectivity. So the sectors are numerous, and I would like to once again reassure that the Ministry of External Affairs, with all our missions abroad, are committed to partner, of course, with the industry to see that this India's growth story is felt by each one of us. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
So please stay back with us. We would like to present to you a memento. I would request Mr. Dilip Dandekar. So please, can you step up on stage and, Dilip Dandekar is the past president of IMC. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, we are going back to the session on opportunities in real estate and urban development. This session will be chaired by Mr. Ashish Vaid, Managing Director, Ashish Estates and Properties Private Limited, and past President, IMC. Could I request you, sir, to kindly take your seat on the dais? The panel comprises Madam Amrita Chaudhary, Chief Executive Officer, Gia Smart City Solutions Private Limited, and Mr. Ghulam Zia, Senior Executive Director, Research Advisory, Infrastructure and Valuation, Knight Frank India Private Limited. Welcome to you. I request the session chair to please take charge.
Hello. Yeah, good evening, everyone. It's been a long, long wait for everyone, and I apologize to Amrita and Ghulam for keeping you waiting. But let's go without much more ado. So Gulam, as you're all may be knowing, he heads Knight Frank in India, the leading real estate international consultants. And Amrita heads an infrastructure company of deep learning called Gaia Infrastructures. So I'll just kick off. What I've decided to do is just ask three, 4 questions to each of them, one on him on housing and her on infra. So let's see how it goes. Yeah, can we do it that way? Okay, thanks. So Gulam, don't you feel that this PMAY, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, which has been touted a lot, would, basically, as I understand, there are 3 ways they work. One is with the public sector, one is with the private sector, and third is with the PPP mode. So if you see in the private sector mode, not much has been done and it's lagging behind. Perhaps because of lack of incentives to the developers. So would you like to comment on that?
Well, the problem obviously lies in the value and the profitability for the private developers. And while, the observation you're making, I may want to differ with it because a lot of private players in last at least 3-4 years have come on the bandwagon. And I don't want to really promote one brand or the other, but then SDFC has created a very wide platform on which almost 25 to 26 known real estate players, big ones that most of us know about, have entered that platform for affordable housing. So while we sit here in Mumbai, we don't really feel what exactly affordable housing is. But for the rest of the country, a lot of work is happening on affordable housing and most of it falls under PMAY. So I would want to differ that, well, agreed that the top 5-6 brands or the listed players may not be doing affordable housing, but many of them have gradually come on board and moving in that direction to deliver the promise of Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana.
You're absolutely right. I meant more from the Mumbai angle. So but absolutely right. Let's take the one question for infra. Amrita, with the push on roads and metros for a city like Mumbai, don't you feel we're ignoring the sea route totally? In fact, today, I think the Honorable Minister mentioned that we should have sea taxis and stuff like that. What's your take on that?
Absolutely. I think there have been efforts in the past in terms of trying to do hovercrafts and so on. We are seeing the boats which are going to ply across, between Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. So for sure, in the future, we do see that that is an area that does need to be unlocked. That said, there's a lot of development that has happened in the last several years with the coastal road coming up and so on, and with the metro project. So in terms of even the land areas, the ease of mobility is going to increase significantly, and obviously the next step is waterways.
You're absolutely right. Mumbai, as we know, has 5 major projects going on. One is the new airport, the Trans-Harbour Link, the coastal road, the metro, and now we hope the sea route also starts so that we can get some ease for the Mumbaiites. Gulam, what do you feel about the massive increase of FSI in the last 2 years especially, and now they're talking of another new massive boost to FSI for builders by the TOD, which is, as you know, transport-oriented development. And the buildings are just going taller and taller. We used to have 7 stories, 14, 21, 45, now 60, 80, 100. Where are we going to end and where are we going to stop?
Well, Ashish, I think I had highlighted and asked you to, don't segregate infrastructure and real estate. The reason is simple, and it is connected to your question here. You're going vertical in Mumbai only because you haven't created infrastructure. If you would have created infrastructure and connected the mainland to the so-called island, this problem won't have arisen. Talking about other cities, and I guess because we are sitting here, most of the questions are also pertaining to Mumbai, but then it's worthwhile to compare the problems of Mumbai with the others. Something most of us don't even talk about it, but then if you go to, say, Delhi, go to Bengaluru and compare the super luxury, highest of the end of the residential projects of these 3 locations. In Mumbai, you go to Worli, etc., 100,000 rupees a square feet is the norm. right? And more. It could be 150,000 rupees a square feet in a few projects. Then let's go to Delhi. The best of it on the golf course road in Gurgaon, etc., would not go for more than 35 to 40,000 rupees. Let's go to Bengaluru. MG Road, the best of the locations there will not go above 25 to 28,000 rupees. What am I talking about? You know, the cost of construction or the product specifications are exactly identical. The same cost of construction that you incur in Mumbai, you incur in Delhi, you incur in Bengaluru. And on the other side, talk about the buyers. The profile, I would want to believe in Delhi, there's more wealth creation in Delhi compared to Mumbai. But still, you have Mumbai as the costliest city. Why? Because over a period of time, you have either, you know, deliberately or whatever, ignored infrastructure, and you have created this bump in prices. Because out of that 150,000 rupees a square feet, if I set aside, say, even 10,000 rupees a square feet for cost of construction, essentially more than 100,000 rupees a square feet is the value of land, for God's sake. And now we are talking about, coming to your question, increasing FSIs, you know, giving you high rises, etc. Giving high rises is fine, but at what cost? This is where it is. And now going back to the earlier question you're talking about, affordable housing. You know, affordable housing, anything that goes beyond 13, 14 story is not affordable, because you're talking about at least 3 to 4,000 rupees the cost of construction alone. Land building, pakad lijiye, 5,000 rupees is the cost of construction. So where are we going? So affordable housing definitely can't be done. India needs affordable housing everywhere. In Mumbai, you are forced to do vertical 70, 80, 90. I don't feel proud about going 80, 90 story, because that's happening because you haven't really done enough for the city. So even today, and sorry, now going back, infrastructure, as I said, you can't keep real estate outside of infrastructure. Even now, when we hear talking about, you know, your coastal roads, this, that, and everything is catering to barely 10 to 15% of the masses. What about the rest of them? You still are not talking about high-speed rails. By the way, in Delhi, you have done it. Meerut to CP is connected in less than an hour. In a couple of months, you will see that high-speed rail opening up. And they're now connecting 2 more legs in Rajasthan and Haryana. Sonipat and Alwar, they're connecting. Alwar, which is almost about Jaipur, will be connected to CP in an hour 15, 20 minutes by high-speed rail. And that is the mass transport. We are still not doing in Mumbai. Coastal road, how many of them are going to travel on coastal road? We are talking about metro. How many of them will use metro? You will still have huge pressure on the train, which is now, let's accept it, it's cattle class. And we are not doing enough on creating respectable infrastructure, respectable mode of transport especially for the masses. And that is where you come back. Why everybody wants to come to live in South Mumbai? Because the transport modes are not reliable. And as you're creating a huge demand for South Mumbai, the prices will shoot up, we will do high rises. So these are all things which are interconnected. I'm sorry, I think I tried to broad base it a bit, but the problem lies not in just looking at the FSIs and transport TODs, etc. It's to understand the overall problem. Rest of the country doesn't face this problem.
You're absolutely right, because as I always say that South Mumbai, the rates are say 1 lakh per square foot on your carpet area. And in other cities, the highest rate, peak rate would be about 20,000 maximum. So we have a wide disparity, and we compare with the highest prices in the world. And now you're absolutely right, the prices are high because the land price is high. The cost of construction, whether you build here or you build in Delhi or you build in Kolkata, the rate is the same. So that is absolutely right, the issue. And hopefully with the Trans-Harbour link, some relief will come because the hinterland may open up to Pune, but let's see. We are all optimistic at the end of the day. So Amrita, as Gadkari ji always says, that we have no shortage of money for infrastructure, yet our country has been starved of infrastructure for so long, as Ghulam was just saying. So probably, even Gadkari ji always says, there's no shortage of money and I'm going to build, and he's actually proving it 60 kilometers per day and stuff like that. And there's a lovely saying which he always says, he says, we are a rich nation with poor people, and he loves to quote JFK, and he has this slogan apparently in his office, which says, American roads are not good because America is rich, but America is rich because American roads are good. So what do you have to comment on this statement?
Sure. So just actually building on what Ghulam said, if we look at Delhi and if we look at Delhi's Vision 2047 document, for example, so Delhi is expanding spatially. So it's not just vertical, it's spatial. But even in that spatial expansion, you have to bring together the idea of connectivity, right, with the roads and with like, multimodal transport. And if you're looking at FSI, you will increase FSI around like, these or along these like, mobility connectors, and at these transit-oriented like, development areas that are happening, you would have higher FSI, so that you have ease of movement of the people for their commercial activities as they need to travel through, right? And in Mumbai, I think you need to consider the entire MMR, right? Not just the island city of Mumbai, but you need to look at like, Kalyan, Navi Mumbai, Thane, Dombivli, like, all of those are part of the larger like, MMR area. And if we see the kind of infra development that is happening, Mumbai is one thing, but at a national level, if you see, right, like, where is the infrastructure development happening? It's in connecting, like, and creating those, the nodal cities or the logistic cities and so on. But within the cities also, like, there has been so much of infrastructure development in terms of revitalizing, like, like our the power systems, the utilities, the solid waste management, and all of that, like, these are all infrastructure projects which are happening. We heard a lot from the minister on Gati Shakti and on ports and logistics, but even with that, within the municipal environment, there has been a fair bit of infrastructure development that has happened in the last 9 years, and before that as well, but definitely, like, a lot more.
So continuing on the same topic what you were just talking about, according to you, as per urban planning, what is of most importance? Is it the water sources, the environment protection, energy source, sanitation? I'm sure all is important, but what would you give the most priority to? Or is it not a fair question?
No, like, we have this approach of systems thinking, because these are all interconnected systems, right? So you have to approach each and every one of them. If you look at water, like, water and wastewater, it is connected back to your energy usage, because the minute you start looking at, let's say, waste treatment, or if you're looking at sewage treatment and so on, these are high energy consumption areas. So you need to look at, like, where is the energy for that going to come in from? If you see what is happening, for example, with the CPCB, like, with the Pollution Control Board, right, there has been a systemic effort in the last several years to look at emissions and effluents and do that monitoring at the city level, at the industrial level, like, it's mandated now. A lot of it is now automated. So if you are above a certain size, it needs to be real-time monitoring with the daily, like, real-time information going to the ministry, and, like, there are penalties and punitive action around your effluents and emissions management, right? So all of this is interconnected. You need to begin everywhere. Unfortunately, with all of the urbanization that we are seeing, the downside of it is that we are still, making the ranks in the opposite direction on the lists of the most congested cities, the most polluted cities, the most dirty city. So the effort and the process has started. It is something that was never done before, to look at planning for cities, planning for citizens and services. So again, like, it has started, a lot more to be done. There's a huge opportunity, but it needs to be looked at in a systemic fashion.
Gulam, how do you feel about RERA? I think ever since RERA has come as a developer, the purchasers are fairly well protected. Would you agree with that statement? RERA, by the way, for people who don't know, is the Real Estate Regulation Act. Yeah? Yeah.
Ashish, would you allow me to take a step back and perhaps give a few views on the infrastructure side as well, because what she was talking about, and urban planning, what little we understand, we've been in the infra domain also a bit for last 15, 17 years. What we have been watching is that our infra planning is backdated, to say the least. The difference is, like, I'll just take one of the most important, most highly spoken about project in the country today, which is the bullet train. When you are creating a bullet train, people are thinking that agle 10 saal tak to there will not be ridership and this and that, etc. But something which we forget is, today when we look at something like, say, Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminus, VT, the erstwhile, somebody else created about 120 years back. What did they think at that time and built it? Which is where infra and urban development is missing that whole part. That today when you are creating any piece of infrastructure, you have to not create it for next 20 years. So the moment you start looking at the financial viability of any kind of urban development infra project, कि अगले 20 साल में इसका return मिलना चाहिए, you will fail. You have to create infra projects for next 50 years or 80 or 100 years. And that is the brightest example of, like I would want to talk about bullet train as the brightest example. We are doing it today. But look at so much of resistance do we feel. The whole problem is that when we are creating infrastructure today, to be seen for next 5 years, to be, get all your monies back, etc., you will never succeed. So whether you talk about, and now coming to Bangalore, when we were looking at the floodings of the city, say every time it was Mumbai, this time it was Bangalore. Bangalore, we saw the whole city going underwater. And then the most convenient argument is blame it on the developers. What was the rest of the system doing? When developers were creating infrastructure, they were putting up buildings, etc., they were creating jobs. In last 3 decades, Bangalore has become what it is today purely because urban development has happened. Because developers have put up IT parks, this, that, and other, and hence you see so much of GDP of Bangalore coming to this stage. So where have we lost the whole game? Waterlogging is happening because you didn't do your job in time, planning this for next 50 years. You were still planning it for next 5 years. And that is where we missed the bus. I'm sorry, I'm sure we will debate this later. I'm sure she'll want to come back on that. But now, quickly trying to talk about RERA. Look, RERA is a step in the right direction. Most of the developed cities across the world have done it. India has embarked upon it in last 6 to 7 years. It's going to be a long journey. And the way it is, we are a democratic country. We have to be very careful about not stepping on lots of toes, etc. So here, things are happening. The growth or the pace of growth of implementation of RERA should have been better. Lekin, the work is going on in right direction. I'm not disappointed. A lot of things have to happen. But at least because of that, today you have some semblance of sanity in this sector called real estate. About 7-8 years back, before coming of RERA, a lot of developer fraternity guys were asking government not to interfere, we'll do self-regulation, we will be great in self. It was not happening. So RERA was imposed on you. So ultimately you are forced to come in line purely because of RERA, and that's the biggest achievement, I would say.
Great. So you're absolutely right about Bangalore also and RERA also, because Bangalore, they filled up all the lakes and all the water bodies and there was no stormwater drains and stuff. So you're right, it's a joint effort and a team effort at the end of the day in real estate. So I think we should wind up because they have, sorry, you want our questions? Okay, sure, sir. Mr. Nanik Rupani, our past president.
And people have lost confidence, though RERA is good, but how to the sufferer, those who have suffered a lot, I think still there's a crisis of confidence, there's a crisis of character. All these things also has to be addressed. So I would like to know what is your view, that same money, because many of even from Bombay city, they have gone and bought places in $4.3 billion, that's the exact amount that UAE we have spent on real estate. And another thing on this, infrastructure, you mentioned even if you see our local trains, even there the carrying capacities in the trucks, animal carrier, but there is no carrying capacity as far as human beings are concerned. It's so sad after so many years, 75 years, still things are going on. So I want your views on that.
I'm sorry, I think first part was you're trying to compare the RERA of Dubai and... Look, first of all, you may want to laugh at my thought, but I have been saying so for last almost 13 years that don't buy residential real estate as an investor because you will fail, and which is what is happening. So if you want to buy this any house and feel that in next 5 years the prices will double up, gone are the days. It's not going to happen. And if that is the basic of your reason to look at real estate, that you're not succeeding in Mumbai, so you're going and investing in Dubai. Dubai is also showing some good results for last 2 years. The rate of growth of Dubai last 1 year itself was, if I'm not mistaken, about 20-23% odd growth in prices have happened in Dubai. But the same Dubai, I would want to draw your attention to about, say, 12 years back, when the rulers were almost turning bankrupt and they had to name that tower as Khalifa Tower, which was supposed to be something else, Burj Khalifa or something. The name was given because they were turning bankrupt. So the whole country was on the brink of bankruptcy. So look, these are ups and downs. And to me, the only problem is when all of us get onto that bandwagon expecting the prices to relentlessly go up and up and up to be a successful investor, somewhere things will go wrong. So as long as your real estate price growths are connected to your inflationary trends, 100 to 150 bips thereabouts, you're okay. But the moment you're expecting the prices to grow, double up in every 3 to 4 years, you are creating a bad market. So RERA has very little to do with it. RERA is not controlling prices. And as an investor, you can't blame RERA for something going wrong in the market cycles. So that was my little view. I think whatever little I understood from your question, that was what it was. I'm sorry, the infrastructure thing was... Yes, I think while I was highlighting the problem, I called it cattle class, right? And that's exactly the reason why I say that. The rest of it is like at least getting into the train, and I don't know how many of them have. I have grown traveling in the train as a student, etc. And I can tell you that the first thing I wanted to get, win in my life was to get off the train. Why? The same metros, etc. You go to London, my global chair is very happy to travel in the metros. But today in India, in local trains, we hate to travel. All of us are trying to run away. The reason is simple, that we haven't really done enough to make this a respectable mode of transport, and that's exactly the point I was trying to highlight earlier, that unless you focus on mass rapid transport system, you will not succeed. That was the point, sir.
So if I may just add, the entire public transport
quickly,
has been,
please, their time up,
across the country is a lot less compared to what it would be globally. And yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, all right.
Thanks, Gulam. Thanks, Amrita, for a lovely session.
Thank you for those intriguing deliberations, but we have to cut it short as we are running short of time. I will request our session chair, Mr. Ashish Ved, to please present mementos to our speakers, beginning with Madam Amrita Chaudhary, Chief Executive Officer, Gaia Smart Cities Solutions Private Limited. And Mr. Gulam Zia, Senior Executive Director, Research Advisory Infrastructure and Valuation, Knight Frank India Private Limited. Could I request Mr. Ajit Mangalkar, Director General, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to please present a memento to our session chair, Mr. Ashish Ved, Managing Director, Ashish Estates and Properties Private Limited, and past President, IMC. After this group picture, we will have a quick changeover. There is no break. We will begin the panel discussion on enablers of business environment. Yes, so just give us a couple of moments as we change and add some chairs. As mentioned earlier, I am not reading out speaker profiles in the interest of time. The introductions have been provided in the booklets. So ladies and gentlemen, just informing you that this segment will see case studies on successful joint ventures, All right. As we almost set, let me begin by inviting our session chair, Mr. Nayan Patel, Executive Director, Packham Controls Private Limited and past President IMC. We have expert speakers, Mr. Dilip Dandekar, Chairman, Kokio Camlin Limited and past President IMC. Welcome, sir. Mr. Pradeep Shah, Chairman, Pfizer Limited, BASF India, Kansai Nerolac Paints, Sonata Software, Indonesia Fund Advisors Private Limited. And Mr. Shrikant Badwe, Managing Director, Bellrise Industries Limited. They all are here already. So I will request Mr. Nayan Patel, a session chair, to please take charge.
Good afternoon. I think at the outset, I would like to thank my panelists who have agreed with me to make it short. I have excellent people on the panel, starting with Mr. Dilip Dandekar. You know, he's the chairman of Camlin Kokoyu. A chairman, everybody in India has grown up with the name Camlin. So he's there and he has done a successful joint venture with a Japanese company. The subject, as you know, is on joint venture. Mr. Shrikant Badwe is also a self-made industrialist. He is in the process of finalizing a joint venture with a Korean company. And to my right, I have Pradeep Shah, who is heading multinational companies which have joint ventures around, and is an expert on advising corporates, both in India and abroad, how to do business together. Having said that, let me go straight to the point. Let me start what I would like to do is get their views on how they have structured their joint ventures, what are the pitfalls, and what we should learn out of their experiences. Starting with you, Dilip. You had a successful family business, a very old brand name, large family. Why did you ever think of going for a joint venture with a Japanese company? What made you do that? And how did your family and the employees react to that?
It's very difficult to answer because, as you rightly said, from the successful company, cohesive atmosphere within the family, but why we decided to go for a joint venture? Basically, this company was started in 1931 and with a limited capital, with a brand that is a Camel and Camlin was started by my father. Of course, now it's from 1931 to 20, almost 75 years we have completed. But when the family grows from first generation, second generation, and third generation also enter into business. And it was difficult to give an opportunity to each family member to look after, run the business. So it was a very, very conscious decision, collective decision of all family members that we should find out the good partner to venture into that. Luckily, the Kokyo Group, which is a 100 years old company in Japan, we are looking for some opportunity to enter into India. And they approach us whether we would like to distribute our product, because luckily there was no competitive product between Kokyo or Camlin like that. So they wanted to find out whether we can do the distribution. So we started discussion, and in the meantime, this thought came into mind that why not enter into a joint venture, dilute our stakeholding, let each family member get this share, and he will have opportunity to expand his own business. And that's how we took the decision, but their condition was one family member should continue. As I was looking after the entire business, so the family said that you continue. So I am continuing as a chairman, but not in the executive capacity, but as in the board as well as in the advisory capacity. The advantage what we got for the family, that after diversifying or diluting our stake, we diversified into different business. One family member started the chemical, you must be knowing that Camlin Fine Sciences. Now it has crossed 100,000 crores, 1,000 crores, and market cap is more than 3 times than what is Camlin's is today. So these are the advantages. So every family member got the a good sort of a recognition, and they are able to grow the business very well. Coming to the point of how the employees or it was a very tough decision to convince the employees. It was a very tough decision to consumers. We have millions of consumers all over the India and the retailers. So nobody was ready to accept that leaving such a legendary brand and going with the competitors. So that was also one of the conditions that Camel and Camlin brand remain. Japanese brand will not come onto any packaging. It will only the company. And all our conditions were accepted. We decided that we'll have a professional CEO, professional team. And today with this team, we are growing almost 20 to 25%. And with all the competition from world market, we are still able to maintain our leadership. Thank you very much.
That's excellent, Dilip. I think from a family-owned business, then to propel yourself into a professional company, and that too with a joint venture, is difficult. Because I realized that, in 1991 when we liberalized, I personally always thought that we talked about liberalization and globalization. But in my mind, we were missing the link in between. There should have been liberalization, technological upgradation, and then globalization. We missed the middle part. I think joint ventures then gave that advantage of bringing in better technology to the country. Mr. Badwe, you also started your own business with a humble 25,000 rupees, grown into a 5,000 crore company. You are running it on your own, your sons are still studying. And you have already, first you changed your name from Badwe Group to Belrise, and now you are negotiating a joint venture with a Korean company. What prompted you to do that?
Yeah, so typically I was a family-owned company, and it's a Badwe is a surname, so Badwe Engineering Limited. So I have two sons. My elder son is into Harvard, who's doing his MBA for 2-year MBA course, and my younger son has done his dual degree from Wharton. So he's passed out and he's worked in McKinsey Chicago, and now he's back in India in our company. So both kids were in US for their studies, and when they used to come to Pune for the vacations, we should discuss, and they used to say we should think of a more global platform, we should look for a more professional company, and we should have a more a better name than a family name. And this discussion was going on for a couple of months, maybe a year, and I was not convinced, maybe out of passion, out of legacy for the last 35 years, and we were discussing and debating. One fine day we decided, okay, let us take an efforts and let us take upon an agency, and let us see how good names they suggest. So we gave mandate to a company and we got good names, but then somehow it was not striking. And then one day when we were having lunch and we were just discussing, then this name Belrise came to our mind. So Badwe Engineering Limited, so it's a legacy, BEL and Rise. So we thought that this is something which is connecting our, yeah. So it's like our legacy getting connected and it's rising. So that is the way we could get the name, and we thought of doing it for good. And we are going for our IPO. So we thought we should be a more professional. We should look for more serious company from the perspective from foreign investors also. That is how we change our name. Typically, I always feel in the old times, people used to say, don't borrow, make business on your own money. But then when you have your own capital, which is a very small capital, the growth of the company will be limited. You will have very small steps, baby steps. So then typically when you go for loan, 25% is your equity, 70% is your loan. So you have 3 times more money in the hand and your company can go better. So typically this is the support a bank gives. So when you want to grow, you need a banking support. You have a very strong bank to stand behind you. Typically, that is the way one has to look for the growth in the business. So now, growth in the business can come with your own technology. Sometimes you have lack of technology. Now, you know the world is changing very fast. Internet, the social media, things are happening overnight. So sometimes, if you try to do everything on your own, it may take ages, it may take years, and you may not have that much of time. Competition is there, expectation is there, market provision is there. So then you need to decide how to cope up the speed, how to cope up the challenges. In this situation, having a good partner, who has a strength in technology, who knows the subject very well, where you don't have to learn everything from the scratch. You have a ready-made solution. You have a very ready-made, proven solution that makes you go fast. So I think that is the reason one has to choose when you want to grow in the area which is not your core, and you want to go safe and very sound, you should have a joint venture partner.
Yeah, I agree with that. We also have a joint venture, and one thing that I always realize, what is most important is that you must have an open mind, your culture should match, your vision should match, the operational part will automatically take shape. People usually start failing when they start about the integrities of the operation first before matching their hearts, their vision, their common thing. You, Pradeep, are heading many multinational companies. You have seen many joint ventures. How do you see, sitting on the top of such multinationals who have done joint ventures, how do you see the Indian enterprise? Do you think they have come to that level and understanding of becoming good joint venture partners? Why do they fail if they do?
So, I started CRISIL, the first credit rating agency in the country, about 35 years ago. And at that time, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed is king. So I used to get people, GE, coming into India. Before they came into India, they used to come and consult, AIG, and all the rest of them. It's so many of them who would come and talk to us as to what should we do. And typically, my advice would be at that time to say, look, why don't you find a joint venture partner, because it'll make life easier for you. In those days, the bureaucracy was overwhelming. The rules, license Raj, etc., were very difficult. Today, that is not so. So I don't think it is necessary for any multinational coming with a reasonable amount of capital into India to have a joint venture partner. They can come on their own, so long as there are two things. One is complementarity of contribution. If they have a partner, and they should have complementarity of contribution and commonality of goals, the heart and mind that Nayan talked about. But if they don't need that, if they have the ability to develop their own contribution in every area that they need, they don't need it. So for instance, you have seen Tata Starbucks. Tatas bring coffee, understanding of Indian psychology, infrastructure, money, and Starbucks bring its own domain knowledge, etc. It's a wonderful joint venture. SBI and Cardiff, BNP Cardiff, the life insurance. Cardiff brought its life insurance capacity, SBI brought its distribution. There was a great complementarity. The joint venture lasted for 20 odd years. Matsushita Lakhanpal, Matsushita, the Japanese company, Lakhanpal was a distributor of batteries, etc. There was complementarity, so there was required. But now, and when we go into India, when we've gone from India to other parts, for instance, my Kansai Paints, where I'm chairman, we've gone into Sri Lanka. We needed a joint venture because we don't understand the country, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the distribution, and to create all that would take a lot of capital, a lot of losses. Similarly, in Bangladesh, we bought into a company, RAK Ceramics, which was already in this thing, but with our capital, with our understanding of the business, with our product technology and procurement capability, etc., we brought costs down, we brought new product introductions, etc., etc. So we are doing well on that. So in general, if there is an Indian company that is confident of itself, it does not need a partner to go outside. But if it does not have that confidence in that country, it must have a partner. Likewise, anyone coming from outside into India, same concept. And Indian companies make good partners. As I said, Tata's is an example. They have been in the past, Peugeot, Michelin, Champion Spark Plugs, Johnson Wax, Continental Tires, which have had failed joint ventures in India because what you pointed out, the heart and minds did not match. There was not commonality of goals. There were different perspectives that each one had. And therefore, there was a clash of philosophies and clash of ideologies, and therefore failures of joint ventures. But not anymore. When you have joint ventures like the Tatas, for instance, it works very well. SBI worked very well for 21 years, and then they got each absorbed the other. SBI, Cardiff, BNP Cardiff got handsome price for its shares, and they got out of it. So that's short and sweet, as it were, if you like.
Yeah, I agree, Pradeep. You see, what my experience also says that in the good old days, I mean, talk about post-liberalization, when a foreign company wanted a joint venture in India, they would want it at, let's say, 51-49 or even 75-25. And we, for example, got a call and we said, no, 50-50, for the simple reason, you have the technology, but I have the market and I know how to do business in India. But today, things have changed. Today, they also know as much how to do business in India, and we unfortunately still do not know how to do business outside. Our minds are still not open. From that perspective, what was your negotiations that went on? What do you think were the salient points? Where did you stumble, or where were the challenges in that joint venture negotiation?
See, I'm proud to say that all of you know that any foreign joint venture, especially, sorry to say, but Japanese joint venture takes long time to establish. I'm happy to share that within 6 months of our discussion, we completed the due diligence and the joint venture was entered. What was the other question? What was the other question?
What were the
challenges? As I said, the challenge was that we wanted the brand should not get diluted. That was the first condition. Second condition, that all the employees, especially the top level, of course, they were asked to interview everyone, but knowing that their capability, they accepted the entire professional team which was handling the earlier brands and earlier company were retained, and from the existing setup, one person was selected as CEO. And today also, if you see on the board, though I am representing on behalf of family, but from Kokyo side also, no Japanese person is involved into day-to-day management. It is entirely managed by the Indian management. Only at the board level, their representatives are there along with ours. So absolutely in last 10 years, not a single dispute has come, and outsiders doesn't know what is the arrangement, everything, because everyone knows the Camel and Camlin brand, which is so popular that all over India, anywhere you go, you don't have to recognize with yourself, but with the brand is there. So that is the success what we have got into.
Thank you, Dilip. I think this is a subject on which we can deliberate for hours and hours, and a good learning from such experienced joint venture companies. But for paucity of time, we will have to end here. I would like to thank my panel for this short but frank and nice information. And I'm sure somebody would like to catch you outside over tea to pick your brains. Thank you all.
Thank you. And before we close, I would request our session chair, Mr. Nayan Patel, Executive Director, Packham Controls Private Limited and past President IMC, to please present a memento to Mr. Dilip Dandekar, Chairman, Kokuyo Camlin Limited and past President IMC. Next, Mr. Pradeep Shah, Chairman, Pfizer Limited and BASF India, Kansai Nerulak Paints, Sonata Software Indonesia Fund Advisors Private Limited. And Mr. Shrikant Badwe, Managing Director, Bellrise Industries Limited. Could I request Mr. Ajit Mangrulkar, Director General, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to please present a memento to Mr. Nayan Patel, the session chair. Thank you, gentlemen. And with that, we move to the valedictory session. Topic G20, One Earth, One Family, One Future. This will be a fireside chat between Mr. Alok Shirsagar, Senior Partner, McKinsey & Company, and Mr. Gopal Jain, Managing Partner and Co-Founder, Gaja Capital. This session will be chaired by Mr. Deepak Prem Narayanan, Executive Chairman and Founder, ICS Group and past President, IMC. Just give us a couple of minutes. Only 3 chairs are required. Hello? Only 3 chairs. All right. We are almost set to begin the last session of the conference, which of course will be the valedictory session. The topic is G20, One Earth, One Family, One Future. Can I invite our session chair, Mr. Deepak Prem Narayanan, Executive Chairman and Founder, ICS Group and past President, IMC. Speaker, Mr. Alok Shirsagar, Senior Partner, McKinsey & Company, and Mr. Gopal Jain, Managing Partner and Co-Founder, Gaja Capital. And the charge of this fireside chat is with Mr. Deepak Prem Narayanan. Sir, could I request you to please take over?
Many thanks. Can we make a request to some of our friends who are at the back to come ahead? Yeah.
All right, all those seated behind, can I request you to please occupy the vacant seats around the tables, and a few rows are also empty, slightly in the front. In fact, the chairs around the tables are vacant. If you can please occupy them, those seated behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Look, today's topic, we've covered it in different facets during the earlier discussions. What we wanted to focus on is the India's vision and how does it blend in with the world's vision in terms of the one family concept. If you look at it this way, that India has lived for thousands of years with trust, and today it enjoys the same trust and confidence. I'll give you one instance. During COVID, instead of giving all the vaccines to our citizens, we shared vaccines, almost 250 million, as Piyush also said today. But I had a live instance. I rang up Piyush one morning. I had a call from the President of South Africa. I'm sharing this. It's an open secret. And I said that, listen, he wanted 2 million vaccines. Within 5 minutes, they called back, and Piyush said, Deepak, they're available. There was a letter which was required from the foreign minister to foreign minister. And within 24 hours, the vaccines were shipped. Now that built up trust. That is partnership. So India is playing that role. On my right and left, I have two very successful and experienced business leaders, let me put it this way, because of the kind of nature of work that they're involved in. They have companies which they consult with to guide them to bring about growth. You've actively participated in, Gopal, in terms of investments. And I'll just give a brief background about them. And Alok is a senior partner with McKinsey. Alok has studied at Oxford. He and I have one thing in common. We were at St. Xavier's. The only difference is you were a merit scholar. But the focus has been on bringing growth to businesses. Gopal is an IIT engineer. He launched Gaja Capital. Gaja has had very successful investments and assets under management of almost $500 million. But they focus on 4 areas from what little I know. One is into the fintech area, SAS, there is edutech, there is the consumer connection which is there, and through that, if I look at it this way, that India, if we have to grow at 8% per annum, let's say, does it mean in 2030? What does it mean in 2047? And how can be a partner to the world? Now, with that, Alok, may I reach out to you? And if you can identify areas where India can play a very important role in its own growth, take agriculture, for instance. Today, our exports in terms of the agri-products is about $50 billion. Processed food is about less $140 billion. Now, how do we take that 3 times up or twice up?
Thank you very much, Deepak. And firstly, thank you for the opportunity to be with all of you at the IMC and be part of this panel. I would start the discussion by focusing on, we spend too much time talking about GDP growth. It's actually an irrelevant number or metric. What really matters in a country of our scale and size is per capita income, and the extent to which, whether you're a farmer, which I'll come back to in a minute, or a MSME or a transporter, how can you continuously increase your monthly income? And so in the work that we at McKinsey have done, including on work that we've titled India Century, the focus is what will it take to have a 5 or 6x increase in the per capita income of this country, point 1. And point 2, how do we lift the 300-400 million people in the north and northeast of the country that today operate at 1/10 the per capita of people who are in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. So this is a very urgent and important issue of both raising per capita income and resolving very deep regional disparities in what occurs. And the reason I'm connecting that to agriculture is ultimately we have to have greater productivity in our agriculture in order to be able to raise incomes for those hundreds of millions of people. At the end of the day, we will need to find a way to have at least 300 to 400 million new jobs in the next 20 to 30 years. While we will talk about manufacturing and services, ultimately we need our agricultural incomes to go up. And for our agricultural incomes to go up, that will not happen through MSP and subsidies. It has to happen through greater value addition in agriculture. And therefore, a lot of the work that you refer to, Deepak, comes to what do we need to do on food processing, for example. And this is quite regional. So for example, in Maharashtra, the ability to get the farmer to move from producing mango to producing mango pulp is a 5x increase in the income that they can generate from their business itself. If you then add on to that improved cold storage, improved warehousing, and the ability to add logistics, of course on top of that create the right branding and export support for them, that's a 10x increase in the income that they get relative to being subject to the vagaries of the pure mango trade market. Same is true in shrimp, same is true in chilies. So we have identified about 12 such food and fruit and vegetables value chains, as well as shrimp and other animal value chains, where India has a real advantage, and the opportunity comes from enabling our farmers to go up the value chain, more mechanization, higher productivity, more food processing, storage, warehousing, branding, export support, which I think is very fundamental to being able to lift this country and create the opportunities. Last point I'll make is on price realization through the use of our digital infrastructure. While for political reasons things got stalled, for example, on the ENAM infrastructure, but if you actually look at what happened when ENAM was put in place, the ability for farmers to figure out where to sell their produce for the highest yield in Karnataka, for example, this again led to a significant jump in farmer income. So my first point I'd make, Deepak, is let's focus on per capita income. Let's focus on lifting the hundreds of millions of people focused on agriculture. And there is a very productive way in which to do that, where we as a country have a natural advantage.
Thanks. No dispute on that. I agree with you. But there is a linkage here, Gopal. I mean, let's look at it this way, that if the farmers have to succeed, that is one. If our manufacturing has to succeed, the MSMEs, I mean, today the numbers that we have, if they've got to grow 5 times more, if you've got to reach the income levels that he's talking in terms of per capita, I think in one of his reports he's indicated that by 2047, the per capita income should be 10 lakh rupees per head. Now, money, working capital, access to working capital, that is one. That itself is very painful today. And at what cost? You've been deeply associated in this area through Kinara, your NBFC, where you're reaching out to MSMEs, through RBL Bank, which is, and through Avendus, through other investments that you've done. How would you make this happen faster?
Thanks, Deepak. So, one of the big changes that we'll see in India over the next 10 years is the, I would say, a sort of dramatic increase in productivity, right? I mean, so far, what is growth? Growth is A into B is, let's say, people, B is productivity. So I won't be telling you anything new when I tell you that, of course, we have a lot of people, and 1 out of every 4 people who join the workforce globally will come from India. These are things you know. But I think there's going to be a dramatic change in productivity over the next 10 years, and it's very relevant for all of us. But before that, I've been investing in startups in India for now nearly 30 years. I've had a ringside view, I had the privilege of working very close with businesses, and there's a very radical shift in the way small businesses in India, every business starts small before it becomes big, see their role in the global supply chain. So until even 5 or 7 years, 10 years ago, Indian businesses would, let's say, not think of global markets before they were 1,000 crores in size. And now what we are seeing is even much smaller companies, I would say companies that are between 50 and 100 crores, gain the confidence that they can participate, they can be a supplier to the world, either as a manufacturing company or as a service company. Let me take an example, take IT services for example. 25 years ago, I was privileged to watch this very closely, the start of India's IT services, if I can say revolution. Today, 5 million people in India, there are 5 million software engineers in India that work for the world. Over the next 10 years, this will grow to 12 million. But there's another very important shift that's happening, which is from services, we're going to products. So small Indian businesses that have $5 to $10 million of revenue, are gaining the confidence that they can make products that can sell to US markets. What's driving this confidence? I think a big part of what's driving this confidence is digitalization and financialization. And Deepak, I'll start with financialization, which is where you started, which is we are seeing that the pipes that can deliver capital to businesses, it's not a question of size, it's a question of credit-worthy businesses. There are a lot of credit-worthy businesses in India, but so far it's not been about credit-worthiness, it's been about size. If you're large, whether you're credit-worthy or not, you get credit. That's moving to becoming a new paradigm where it's about credit-worthiness. It's irrespective of size. You could be large, if you're not credit-worthy, you'll find it difficult to get credit. But even if you're small, if you're credit-worthy, you will get credit. What is making that happen? These are the pipes, the digital pipes that are being laid. Just one simple example, right? I mean, we were 25 years, let's say, behind the US in terms of digitalization. Broadband started in the US late 90s. It started in India, 5 or 6 years ago. So this public digital infrastructure that is being laid is creating this dramatic shift. Just one piece of this, the account aggregator model, will increase the number of credit-worthy entities from 20 crores to 55 crores. So financialization and digitalization are two of those drivers of productivity that are giving Indian businesses, relatively small Indian businesses, the confidence that they can play a role in the global economy as a supplier. And of course, then we'll come to consumption later. The Indian consumer is also changing, to Alok's point, but we'll talk about that later.
Thanks. just thought, Alok, you, in terms of the vitamin M that you require in the country, and particularly for new technology products, whether it's prop tech, let's say, in that area, whether it's EVs and stuff like that, we need the money. The pipelines, he says, exist. But what are better ways, whether it's bonds through which we can get monies? I'll give you a point in case. I just met Raghav Kanoria a little while ago, and he was talking about, earlier he was investing overseas in startups, but today you're looking at India. And why is that? A point in case I'd like to share is that shopping malls were only brick and mortar. Today, a company that I'm associated with, we are doing that through Metaverse. In a place like Mandya, Gopal, we are selling more EVs there of different brands, two-wheelers, than being sold in Bangalore. Now, so that is the pent-up demand. But for those two-wheelers to ramp up with the way our banking structure is today, and the credit system is, and the monies that are available, the understanding, State Bank has launched a special division for startups. They're focusing on that. But you require more vitamin M to come in. Alok, your thoughts on that?
I think there are two things, and I want to also connect to what Gopal just talked about. One is with respect to financing of businesses, and the second is equity capital. I think equity capital, you have many legends of the industry here. There is a real shortage of global equity capital in this country. We're short about $500 billion. And that's one of the reasons why it's been such an attractive place for private equity, sovereign wealth investors, foreign institutional investors to put money in. By the way, to maybe a fact that would be worth noting is that when we've looked at India versus any other emerging market, this is the highest dollar realized return in the world is what you get in India. Because whatever they've actually got, even in China and elsewhere, they've not been able to realize it because of the healthiness of our IPO, secondary and other markets. So I think it's an important point, Deepak, that we often bemoan the lack of capital, but actually the truth is we have delivered realized returns to equity investors through a lot of ups and downs in the last 15 or 20 years, which is why I at least see a huge amount of new investors coming in to our equity markets in a very significant way, both private and public. Now, coming to the underlying issue of the startups or the companies involved, I think the biggest single opportunity comes from the public digital infrastructure. To your point, Gopal, we've had a chance to work very closely with the India stack on account aggregator, on ONDC, on DigiLocker. All of these are very transformational, including for the businesses that you all run here, because you can now, I'll give you an example of a logistics ecosystem we're building with a bank, leading private sector bank. Because of the data they're able to get from account aggregator, which now will include your GST information as well, they're able to on the spot give their transportation clients, right, 130, 150% OD at the point of showing the actual FASTag information that they have. So I'm now not relying on your 3 years of audited statements. I know how often your vehicles are going through a toll naka. Because of that, I'm able to immediately offer you overdraft limits. I'm able to immediately offer you other digital payments and credit products that you couldn't do any other way, right? I see this happening in sector after sector where the ability to use transaction data, the account aggregator framework, and the other aspects that are now available, whether it's the digital lending gateways or other data that's coming off places like the Vahan portal and otherwise, will change the way in which credit is deployed in this country. It's happening here and now, Deepak. So for me, I think there are two aspects of this. One is I think there's huge opportunity, continuing opportunity for global equity capital into India right now. The second is on the debt side, in addition to bonds and other aspects, we now have the instruments as well. We talked about InvITs as an example where InvITs was talked about for many years. It took a few years to get all the tax treatment right. But now if you look at the ability for commercial real estate to be monetized through InvITs is creating a huge new amount of capital. And with the national monetization plan of the government, we'll have further assets that come to market. And the most important point for me is still the transaction cash flow based lending, whether it's on working capital for small businesses or to enable medium-sized businesses to broaden out what they do in logistics, warehousing, and other aspects, all of which you can now do because of the quality of the data that exists. The challenge for me is in how do we ensure the financial system builds the capabilities to do this. So even in the very high performing private sector banks, you still will have very big differences based on whether or not they're underwriting customers, whether they're doing dynamic line management, so on and so forth. One of these situations we found that they literally were cutting out 75% of their own customers because of old rules on credit where they were not yet looking at the data. So literally were cutting out 75% of customers who had more than 5 years of history with them. So there's a lot to be done, Deepak, on the financial institution side as well to take full advantage of what you talked about, Gopal, on the digital infrastructure. When they build their underwriting and data management capabilities to design the set of products and services, I think there's a huge amount of money that will flow into the MSMEs in other sectors.
Gopal, any thoughts on this?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've talked about, financialization, and I again have the privilege of watching this very closely, and I'll just maybe move it from businesses to consumers, and we were talking about this, right? Which is that just 5 or 7 years ago, there were only 1 crore people in India who had credit cards, right? There are about 2.5 crore families in India that own cars. For all practical purposes, consumption is all about these 2.5 crore families. In a very short span of time, today there are 8.5 crore credit cards in India. So assume 1.5. So there are about 5 crore families that have credit cards. And I see this 8.5 crore number go to 20 crores. Why? It's not as if people are just distributing credit cards for the heck of it. It's because there is data available which tells lenders that, listen, these people are credit worthy. A credit card is a line of credit. So imagine a situation, the way I see this is, if there are 2.5 crore relevant households in India today relevant from a global perspective in terms of consumption, I see this growing to 10 crore. It may take 15 years, it may take 10 years, but that's where we are headed. 100 million families that are relevant from a consumption perspective for the rest of the world. And what's going to be a force multiplier is credit in their hands. And what is making credit possible is digitalization, the availability of data. We were talking about this the other day. For the longest time, we are all befuddled, right? Why is India's informal economy so large? India's informal economy was so large because there was very little incentive to formalize. There's been a sea change over the last, I would say, 5 years. The real effect of this we will see in the next 10 to 15 years. That today there is a substantial incentive to participate in the formal economy, whether as a consumer or as an enterprise.
Thanks, Gopal. Alok, you spoke about per capita income. Now that has to be spread, just not, let's say, in the services side, where healthcare is a massive opportunity, and if time permits, I'd like to sort of tap on that, or whether it's got to do with manufacturing or the farm, okay? But it's got to be a combination of all three, and the jugaad for each country is different, and each time period that we are living in is different. But I think that although Indians per se are not prepared to roll up their sleeves, that's my feeling, and get into manufacturing, that's not an easy thing. We sort of don't like that. But if manufacturing has to triple in the next 5 years, what would you do, let's say, if you were the CEO of this country and you wanted to make that happen, other than just the usual clusters, etc.?
So I think firstly, this is momentum that is already underway on manufacturing. So I don't think we're starting from a standing start.
Can I just digress here? And I'd like you to add in manufacturing, I think the chip war is going to become extremely critical. If you can cover that, because we require chips in everything. And the facility that we're giving to the new semiconductor units coming into India is, I think, chicken feed compared to what America is doing and others to attract because chips be playing a very important part in manufacturing in almost everything.
So Deepak, we're currently as McKinsey working with 3 of the major semiconductor and chip facilities on what they're doing. I don't think it's chicken feed. They are really looking at very serious investments into this country. I think we're seeing this, and as you know, the different chips required for healthcare versus like EV versus different types of automotives. So first and foremost, I think that momentum is underway. The second thing I'd say to you though is, if I look at where the opportunity is, again, it's about picking our spots. There are, in our view, at least 6 sectors which are going to have the biggest benefit with respect to global supply chains, where India has a genuine natural resource or talent advantage. There's no point trying to do things where we don't have that advantage, right? There's no point using a PLI scheme to try and overcome a fundamental disadvantage. The PLI scheme, generally speaking, has been well designed to help where we already have an advantage, take it forward. Now, from what we're seeing, the sectors that will benefit most in terms of driving up that manufacturing is 3 or 4. Number 1 is the entire auto and EV supply chain. Number 2 is around specialty chemicals. Number 3 is actually around the software-linked manufacturing, IoT software-linked manufacturing, where you already have billions of dollars of exports going on from India for the likes of GE and others, which are actually supported by small and medium enterprises. The 4th is to us actually in the broader food processing manufacturing capability I talked about. And 5th is actually in various types of technical textiles and other aspects where again India has an advantage. In each of these there are a combination of the software and technical capabilities that we have. For example, in EV, a lot of this is electronics and software. It isn't traditional manufacturing in that sense of the word. And the second aspect is the ability for us to attract global companies into India who are actually building out these supply chains in the first place.
Sorry, there was a bit of a disconnect here. Anand is the president of IMC, and he's made a very special request. And he said that, listen, Deepak, because somebody in Delhi is hopping mad, we need to wind up a little faster. But what as a decent human being he's promised is that he's going to take us out to Chambers for dinner over the next 1 month. Yeah? Anand, I'll just work it out between the 3 of us with our wives, our children and neighbors, etc. Okay? Thanks. But I understand that. Look, today's topic, with the kind of wealth of knowledge that you have with Gopal and the investments that he's done, but I can name many of the investments and how they've been rocking. With Alok, in the kind of guidance he's given to companies, Alok, I have a difference of view on the chip thing. We'll talk about that between Miller and myself and yourself. I think the PLI by the government is giving is, I yet believe, insignificant. But if, look, I've got this pressure. There is Delhi, then there is Bombay. But I respect my president more. So may I make a request that if we wind up a little earlier? Is that fine? My apologies that we started late and we are winding up faster. But if you want to move ahead in life, we've got to adjust and be flexible and nimble. And that's what we Indians are. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Could I request Mr. President Sir himself to present mementos. But before that, the session chair, Mr. Deepak Premnarayan, will present mementos to the panelists. Shri Alok Shirsagar, Senior Partner, McKinsey & Company. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having another session after this. Yes, this was the valedictory, but then please stay back for a couple of more minutes. and Mr. Gopal Jain, Managing Partner and Co-founder, Gaja Capital. Mr. Anand Singhania, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Presenting a memento to Mr. Deepak Prem Narayan, Executive Chairman and Founder, ICS Group and past President, IMC. We apologize once again and thank you for winding up the session a bit early. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a round table with G20 diplomats in India. Plan of action is the topic. Just give us a couple of moments. Please remain seated. This will be the last session of the day. High tea will be served thereafter. So very quickly, just placing the placards, give us little time. Okay, we are almost set and ready to begin this session. Can I request everybody to please be seated? Okay, so let me begin by inviting our session chair, Professor Harsh V. Pant, Vice President, Studies and Foreign Policy, Observer Research Foundation. And the speakers for this session are Mr. Ashish Kumar Sinha, Joint Secretary, G20, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, and Mr. Tola Ubaidi, Acting Consul General of the Republic of Indonesia in Mumbai. Welcome, gentlemen. And before we actually begin the discussion, could I request Mr. Saurabh Shah, Co-Chair, IMC International Business Committee, for the opening remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good evening. Namaskar. I have pleasure in welcoming you all to this session on G20, the family, one earth and future. Friends, as all of us know, G20 has a critical role to play in balancing growth and efficiency on one hand and resilience on the other hand. With this brief opening, in the best interest of time, I will hand it over to the session chair, Professor Pant, to take the session forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and I know it's been a long day for all of you. We will be brief and try to take this conversation, make this conversation more forward-looking. I have with me Joint Secretary MEA, G20, Ashish ji, and I have also His Excellency Ubaidi from Indonesia. Welcome to both of you. I think Indonesia is interesting because they handed over the baton of G20 to us, and we have been taking it forward this year. But before I come to Indonesia, I will let Mr. Sinha speak about India's vision, India's ambition. There is much at stake here in terms of the global governance architecture. We are looking at a multilateral order that is collapsing. We are looking at polarization in international politics that is at its extreme. And we are looking at economic interactions that are primarily driven more and more by geopolitical considerations. And as G20, which is perhaps the preeminent geo-economic platform or economic platform trying to resolve economic problems of the globe, how does India look at its own role in propagating that idea of of multilateral resolution to conflicts? And how does India look at the end game? What does India want to achieve out of this, which India has said would be a decisive and action-oriented outcome? Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Pant, Excellency Consul General of Indonesia, and some other Consul Generals joining us online. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, IMC, for organizing this event and having all of us. On behalf of IMC, I must apologize for this delay to all the Consul Generals, but these things happen in bigger events, some shuffling and reshuffling, so good that we have been able to organize this session as the last but not the least of this event. You know, I am also representing G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant, who was to come for this event, but for an exigency of an order which he could not avoid, he had to advance his flight and rush to Delhi. He had something very important came up for this evening. So he has conveyed his good luck, and he has conveyed that he would be very willing and happy to come whenever IMC invites him next for a similar event. Now coming back to, sorry, before I forget, and he also told me, and I also strongly feel, to convey profuse thanks to Mumbai and Maharashtra for hosting several of the G20 events already, and each one of them has, witnessed big success because of all the support of the state government and all other stakeholders. And the one which I participated was Working Group on Trade and Investment last month, and all the delegates went back very happy. We had a successful session. Now coming back to the substantive part of this question, you know, as we are aware that G20 is a most powerful grouping of the current times, and its most important economic engagement forum, accounting for 80% of global GDP, 75% of global trade, you know, about 65% of population, and so on and so forth. I mean, if we go on, similar percentages can be ascribed to every parameter in the world, including pollution and contribution to the climate change. So it's a very important forum because of this proportion of importance. And therefore, any decision made in this platform assumes that much significance. Indonesia was the last presidency, and we took over baton from Indonesia. And I must say that Indonesians did the presidency under even more challenging time than we are doing. You know, they had to do during, just in the aftermath of COVID, while COVID was still not gone from our lives. So accept our compliments, Excellency, for a very successful organization. Now coming back to Indian presidency priorities and how do we plan to handle the current challenges, the economic challenges, and geopolitical challenges and intertwined challenges. You know, the presidency's objective is inclusion and growth. And we see the challenges very clearly, but you know, we also see an opportunity in these challenges. We are not going to succumb to these challenges, and we would utilize and leverage our presidency to get the world together to deliberate on those challenges and find some durable solution to some of those, if not all. And at least we start moving towards those directions. So we have factored those in our presidency's priorities and breaking it down to further. And we are discussing well, notwithstanding the geopolitical situation, because it's not for G20 to find a solution to geopolitical and security issues, but it's for G20 to find a solution to mitigate the impacts of geopolitical and security situation on the economic parameters, on social parameters, and the situation faced by the lesser developed countries. Therefore, we started our presidency with a Voice of Global South Summit, wherein our Prime Minister reached out to all the countries other than G20 and discussed their priorities. How would they want our presidency to work to address their issues? And we have factored those issues in our priorities, our agenda. So the crisis of food, fuel, fertilizer, as it's popularly known as 3F crisis, the crisis of supply chain disruption, the crisis of global value chains, the crisis of MSMEs getting out of the global value chain. The trade itself is suffering. So all these things we are aware, and that's how we have devised our priorities. In trade and investment working group, we are discussing about how to give boost to the trade, how to use the digital method, the current technology, to bring MSMEs into the trade, to diversify the geographical diversification of global value chain, GVCs, creating a portal where MSMEs could get information for matchmaking, providing solutions for access to finance by the MSMEs. So all these things, when we discuss and find some solution, would help all the countries, including G20 countries, to address these challenges. We are also talking about, and in the previous session you heard, we talked about Gati Shakti. So logistics is very important for developing countries, and we understand that a great value, bottleneck can be opened and leveraged. And we have something to share with the world. So this Gati Shakti, which is a GPS-based platform, wherein 36 government departments can have their views and decision making. This is something very radical in this field, and we are willing to offer our experiences to the rest of the world. Similarly, on public digital platforms, on the backdrop of unique identity, Aadhaar, and bank accounts, and Jan Dhan, Mobile Trinity, then after unified platform for UPI, basically, and then ONDC. So all these are experiments which are done in India. Not that developed countries didn't have this, but no country had used these digital methods to address the developmental challenges, which India has done. So in India, these tools have led to financial inclusion. Again, this is an experience which could share with rest of the world in emerging market economies and less developed countries. So we are going to be sharing these with rest of the world, our experience. We are going to be learning from them, deliberate on each of these to find some durable solution to the problem faced by the world. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. I will come to His Excellency. Sir, as Mr. Sinha said, you have had, last year's presidency of G20, and you did a commendable job. The joint communique itself, which came out, was a surprise to a large part of the world, but you managed to do something which I think has been quite difficult to achieve. But as you look at the environment today, at the global environment today, do you assess that multilateralism and the challenges of multilateralism, the challenges of addressing global governance issues has become even more difficult? Or are you looking at a trajectory and you're looking at India's presidency of G20 with some degree of anticipation that perhaps some of the most difficult issues can find some resolution, if not the resolution, in the coming years? I know it's a huge task for, I think, the global community, but I think we also are looking at G20, a large part of the world is also looking at G20 as perhaps one of the only platforms that's still talking to each other, that's still where countries are still coming together and talking to them, to each other, because in other platforms it's not happening. So how do you assess going from Indonesia to India? How do you assess the journey of G20, and how do you assess India's presidency in that regard?
Yes, thank you, Professor. It is not an easy job for India. I mean, every era has its challenge. Of course, now the situation of COVID are much better, but it doesn't mean that we easy to come to some resolution, because the challenge always happen in our when we are in every situation. When we are when Indonesia as a host of G20 presidency, the main effort is we have three main issues on the global architecture, digital transformation, and energy transition. I believe that as a troika, Indonesia, India, and Brazil, we can still work together to maintain at least these three issues and other issues proposed by India. Regarding the situation in multilateral, the main challenging is about the change supply of food, especially from the area for wheat, because you know the current situation is not become much better. The challenge is more handicaps, and this is our task as the member of G20 to sit together and discuss what kind of possible solution we can achieve for the challenges we are facing. I think this is my opinion.
So thank you, sir. And I'm told the Council General from South Africa has also joined, Miss Andrea Kuhn, Her Excellency. So if she can hear me, right? Yeah. Hello, ma'am. Good evening. We were just talking about India's presidency of G20 first, and then we heard from His Excellency Council General of Indonesia about what Indonesia's priorities were and how Indonesia perhaps is looking at maintaining some continuity with India as far as the global governance agenda is concerned. When you look at it from South Africa's perspective, because you also have a presidency coming very soon, the challenges, of course, are multiplying. But when you look at in India and its leadership at the moment, what kind of issues perhaps you think are important for the global community to focus on as we look at this unraveling of the multilateral architecture at a global level?
Thank you very much. And I also wish to just express my appreciation for including us in the conference and also on this panel specifically looking at the G20 priorities. Of course, South Africa will join the Troika in December this year when India hands over to Brazil. And as my colleagues have mentioned, this is an important time for us, considering that all our countries are developing countries and we also countries of the global south. So I definitely think this is one of the priorities that South Africa would consider taking on when it takes over the presidency of the G20 in 2025. We are the only African country as a permanent member of the G20. We take that role very serious. We see it as a responsibility to also include the continent and its priorities. And in the work that we do in the G20 is also to ensure that the commitments made to support the African continent are implemented. So we have been a permanent member of the Developing Working Group together with Indonesia since 2010, where the focus is, of course, on developing issues and how we support the developing world in these issues. And we will continue to do so, but with a specific focus on Africa. So I think looking forward, of course, we will be informed on the outcomes of the Indian presidency, then also what Brazil and what they put forward. But it's an exciting time for us.
Thank you, Her Excellency. I know we have around 12 minutes left, so I'll go very quickly to the two excellencies and then final comment from Mr. Sinha. Sir, we were talking. Mr. Sinha pointed out in his observations that a big part of India's focus has been on the developing world, because I think the argument is that while major powers are grappling with the big power challenges, no one is really thinking about the developing countries. Their voice is being really is missing from the global governance discourse. As you look at the developing world's agenda, the Global South agenda, do you think the priorities that India has laid out allow that conversation to move forward? Because at this point, perhaps the most important thing is to bring the agenda of the Global South, the agenda of the developing world on the table of multilateral organizations, which it seems because of great power priorities we are trying to struggle with.
Yes, I believe that every nation has its national interest. And when we are talking about multilateral cooperation, we have to consider other interests. We can put our developing countries' interests on the agenda of multilateralism, but you know, in such cooperation, we have to take and give. I'm totally agree that we are, as the developing countries, we should put our interests to be table and to be discussed in the multilateralism. But it doesn't mean that we have to consider also other interests. But I agree that as developing countries in the in South-South cooperation, we do have to maintain and to support our interests in the multilateralism.
Thank you. The Council General of Australia, Peter Trustwell, has also joined. So thank you, Peter, for joining. We were discussing the unraveling of multilateral institutions. We were discussing how the G20 agenda has moved from Indonesia to India. What are India's priorities in the last few minutes? We've discussed all of that. I want to take it to you now. When you look at the G20 agenda of today, when you look at the challenges of today, how do you see G20 being able to accomplish the most important agenda, which is providing a sense of governance to an international landscape, which seemingly seems devoid of governance, that there are multilateral institutions that are not working, major powers are competing with each other, and at this point you have to find a way of at least having conversations on global governance issues, which should be our priority. So from a point of view, perhaps from Australia, Peter, over to you.
Yeah, sure. No, thank you very much for letting me speak this evening. Look, firstly, just let me say that Australia is a very strong supporter of India's role. It's very significant, the role that India is playing in the G20 year, and that we support the ambitious, action-orientated agenda to that theme of one Earth, one family, one future, because we're all in it together. And the focus on sustainable development is an extremely important one. Look, I think what the G20 needs to do, with the challenge of the G20 this time around or through the year, is to navigate a pathway back to strong, sustainable and inclusive growth. And that can only be based, I think, on accelerating progress to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. So, I mean, you ask a question in particular about governance. At the Bali meeting, the leaders agreed that it was essential to uphold a multilateral system that safeguards peace and stability. And I think we've seen that under threat, both last year and this year, through what's happening, as we all know, in Ukraine, but more so some of the impacts of that on the rest of the global economy, constraining growth, increasing inflation, heightening energy and food insecurity. So I think the G20 does have a strong role in terms of the economic function that it has, in terms of sustainable development, in terms of problems around supply chains, around clean energy, and I think also digital transformation, which is a big part of the Indian agenda in particular this year. So I think the grouping really has an important role to. I hope that's answered your question to some extent.
Yeah, it does. Thank you so much. And we have the Council General from People's Republic of China also joining us, His Excellency Kong Zhenhua. Sir, if we can come to you, I hope he can listen. So if we have been in the last few minutes discussing the challenges of the contemporary global order, multilateral issues, and the role that G20 can play in this landscape. So I would really love to hear from you as to what are your expectations when you look at India's G20 agenda, and perhaps also talk about how can we collaborate and coordinate our actions at a time of great polarization in international politics. Sir, over to you. Hello? Can you hear us? Can you unmute yourself maybe? I don't know.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
That's great, great.
Were you able to hear me before?
I just missed your...
Okay, so I was mentioning that in the last few minutes, we have been discussing the state of contemporary multilateral order, great power polarization we have seen in the last few years. We have also, we were talking about India's G20 agenda, and of course, how that takes forward the Indonesian agenda of last year. So I wanted to ask you about your sense of where the global multilateral order is going, what your expectations are from the G20, India G20 presidency, and perhaps if you can discuss the challenges of coordinating and collaborating among nation states at a time when there is a lot of contestation in global politics. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Anand. Before I become that and about the 30 in the business world, I'm not an expert in politics. Can I say something about business rather than politics?
Yes, G20 is all about business, so please feel free. Yes, it's all about
Fantastic.
economics.
You know that I have been here in India for 8 months. And this is my first time in India. I have been observing with fresh eyes. I have 3 beliefs I'd like to share with the distinguished audience. The first belief that the Indian economy is very robust. I have 4 examples. First is the digital transformation. Before I become a I was in charge of the digital transformation of Sinosure, export credit insurance company. So I paid a special interest in the achievement of India in this aspect. It was amazing. You know that India innovates in a very unique way of digital transformation. The stack a universal platform, the Aadhaar number, endowing the digital identity for hundreds of millions of people, and the UPI, enabling billions of daily transactions. All these achievements are of world class and changing the life of the 1.4 billion Indian people. And second is the startups. You know that India is the 3rd largest ecosystem for startups. And I know that the number of unicorn of India is also the 3rd largest in the world, next to only to United States and China. I think this has very strong economic implication. It's it's kind of indicator of the economic energetic. I'm sorry, it's not very stable. And another very important thing is the social stability. Around my consular district, It's amazing for me that as a huge developing country, India enjoys high social stability. According to Chinese experience, social stability is of extreme importance for lasting economic growth. This is my first belief. I think that Indian economy is very robust and growing with great momentum. My second belief is that there are vast potential for cooperation between China and India. I give you just two examples. First is export to China. China imported $3.5 trillion of goods and services from all around the world. And among them, only 180 billion was from India, only a half percentage of total. So I think that Indian company has great potential to increase your export to China. I believe that both making India and India services should embrace the Chinese market, which is the second largest in the world. And second is infrastructure. When I traveled around India, what I cannot miss is so many infrastructure under construction. I know that both the Sea-Link in Mumbai and Mumbai Metro involves lots of work of Chinese engineers. Nowadays, China are famous for our infrastructure, both in terms of quality and quantity. Actually, behind these facts, there is a secret. The Chinese companies are really good at delivering those mega constructions with financial and time efficiency, which I think is of a great referential value to India. Because very similar to China, India do not have extra money or extra time to waste neither. And my third belief that China and India are partners. Today, the theme is writing India and inviting partners. I believe that China and India should be partners rather than anything else. Again, I would like to give two examples. First is a word discussed very extensively these days. I have been thinking about the implication of the word China Plus. What's the real meaning of China Plus? As I mentioned, I have been working in the business world for over 3 decades. With my limited knowledge about business, I think that it's more realistic to take to see China Plus as a spillover scenario, which means building another manufacturing hub like in India with the cooperation of China, rather than a shift away scenario, which means building another manufacturing hub without China. I think the former scenario is more realistic. That means China and India should cooperate to build India into another manufacturing hub. And second is a very interesting coincidence. I know that from this year, India is embarking on Ablit Cow to build India to a developed country by 2047. In China, we are also embarking on a new journey to build China into a moderate developed country by 2035. I surely believe that both of our great countries will achieve our goals of national rejuvenation. And I also sure that with the partnership between China and India, we can achieve our goals better and faster. Even though I focus on discussing the relationship between China and India, not a global thing, but I think that if China and India can handle our relation properly, that's a great contribution to the world politics. So that's my opinion. Thank you very much, Anand.
Thank you, His Excellency. I think you make a strong point as to why why China would certainly help India in making India's presidency a great success in G20. So, given the convergences you have pointed out, I think we will see China's participation and China's increasingly proactive and productive role in this G20 process. So thank you so much. I know Mr. Sinha also has to leave his flight. He has to catch a flight. So I'll give the last word to you, Mr. Sinha. I think before the session, Mr. Singhania was outside and he was pointing out as to what is the impact of what is going to be the impact of India's G20 presidency for the ordinary man on the ground? How would you answer that question?
Thank you, Professor. Yeah, I have a flight to catch, and I'm not even thinking about that. So, well, let me welcome colleagues from South Africa, Australia, and China. And thank you for joining us. We would have missed the pearls of wisdom and the three thoughts from the Chinese colleague. I very attentively heard all of you, and this is a good food for thought. Now, coming back to this, let me just tell you that the world is facing a post-pandemic situation. I mean, the crisis of pandemic leading to food, fuel, fertilizer crisis, the crisis due to the geopolitical situation. But there's another crisis which we are not really talking much about, is the crisis of protectionism and discrimination. So that's where, it is a new phenomena of increased protectionism that we are seeing from the developed world. And that doesn't go well with the situation. This is the time to collaborate more and enhance the world trade than go for protectionist measures. So therefore, G20 will also be an opportunity to deliberate on these things, to discuss that how to cut down on duplication and enhance the value which trade can unleash. Now coming back to the question as to, at the end of our presidency, what would be a common person stand to gain? And this, by this I presume, Professor, that not just a common person in India, but a common person across the world, because we believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. So with our presidency priorities, we have tried to address this theme, one earth, one future. When we achieve some progress in climate finance, which developed countries have committed to provide to developing countries for their mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage, then of course a common person stands to gain. When the world addresses the supply chain disruptions and a common person who's dealing with immense inflationary pressure would stand to gain. When we discuss women-led development, women empowerment, and try to address women issues in all walks of life, from MSME to trade to environment to agriculture to employment. So a common woman, and by that extension a common person, stands to gain across the world. We are talking about digital inclusion, digital prowess. Of course, who gains? It's the common person who gains from the digital payment and ONDC and platforms like CoWIN, which provided vaccination of 2 billion doses in such a shortest possible time. So all that we are doing is for inclusion and is to address and is to pass the muster and the prism that what a common person stands to gain. And that's what our Prime Minister has specifically been mentioning in each of his deliberation. In fact, we are going further ahead and outside the rooms where G20 meetings take place, and encouraging people's participation, as we say, Jan Bhagidari. And you'll see in Mumbai and in many G20 countries, on 21st May, we will have a beach cleaning drive. So, you know, we'll have a clean coastal environment, a plastic pollution-free marine life. So our fishermen gain when they have higher fish catches and a healthy marine environment. So all that we are doing is addressing and keeping the common person in view, as our father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, gave in his Talishma, that whatever you do, whenever you have to plan something, think of the poorest person and how will it impact. So that's how we have formulated our presidency and our priorities, and we are looking forward to collaboration from all countries to move towards that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, and thank you for laying out India's priorities, and thank you to the excellencies who joined us in person and virtually for this interesting exchange of ideas. Thank you, IMC, for hosting this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, I will request you, sir, to please present mementos to those who are present with us physically, beginning with Mr. Ashish Kumar Sinha, Joint Secretary, G20, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Sir, please do us the honors. And Mr. Tola Ubaidi, Acting Consul General of the Republic of Indonesia in Mumbai. We have Mr. Anand Singhania, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Could I request you, sir, to please present a memento to Professor Harsh V. Pant, Vice President, Studies and Foreign Policy, Observer Research Foundation. And the Council Generals who were with us, I would just like to inform them that we will be handing over their mementos personally in their offices. And the vote of thanks of this session will be proposed by Mr. Uday Sanghani, Co-Chair, IMC International Business Committee.
Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all the distinguished speakers and the session chair for gracing us with their presence and sharing their valuable insights. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the esteemed Council Generals of South Africa, China, Australia, and Indonesia. And although the Council Generals of Turkey and Canada could not attend, their continued support for India's G20 agenda is greatly appreciated. Thank you all. Thank you all for your involvement.
And the final vote of thanks by Mr. Ajit Mangrulkar, Director General, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's outside. Okay. He has, I believe, gone to see off the Council General. So never mind, on behalf of IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I thank all our chief guests, guests of honor, honorable ministers who were here present, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, and all the honorable ministers who joined us online, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Srimati Darshana Ben Zardosh, all the session chairpersons for moderating the sessions, the council generals who joined us in person and online, and of course all the expert speakers for being and participating and contributing in the panel discussions. I thank all of you, the delegates, invitees, for your time and participation. Please join us for high tea that has been arranged in the adjoining foyer. This is Manasi taking your leave. Have a great evening ahead.